Chapter 31. Grimold Place. Remus was dead. His lifeless eyes stared up at Harry, accusing even in their emptiness, and Harry could almost hear them asking, "Why? Why didn't you come? He asked for you. You could have saved me." Harry shook his head, tears pooling in his eyes. He opened his mouth and tried to answer Remus, but he couldn't speak. Words wouldn't pass his lips. Neither would breath. He tried to suck air into his lungs, but nothing happened. His lungs wouldn't expand. He was frozen. Was he about to die? Was this his punishment? He'd failed both Sirius, and Remus was responsible for both of their deaths. Somewhere beyond the veil, his own father must hate him for getting his closest childhood friends killed. Of course, it was also because of Harry that Voldemort had gone after his parents. James Potter would already have good reason to resent him, wouldn't he? Harry wished he could talk to him, know whether his father was angry with him, disappointed in him. But he sure hoped he wouldn't have to die right now to do so. He finally managed a wheezing breath, and the slightest bit of air trickled into his starved lungs. He couldn't get more, and he was starting to panic. He tried to take back his thoughts of wanting to talk to James. He didn't want to die. He scratched at his neck, his chest, trying to force them to expand, and he found himself suddenly drawn upright, a firm hand pounding him once on the back. He came to awareness with a jolt, and in his confusion he sucked in a large gasp of air. Relief filled him as his lungs expanded, and he immediately drew another deep breath. It came too quickly, though. He couldn't release the first one, still couldn't breathe. He clawed again at his throat, but a strong hand caught both of his hands and held them away from his body. "Breathe, Potter. It was only a dream. Take one breath slowly like this." It took several seconds for Harry to register that Snape was in front of him, supporting him by the shoulder with one hand, clasping both his hands in the other, and the man was taking exaggeratedly deep, slow breaths. Harry focused on those dark eyes, tried to match his professor's slow breathing. It felt like it took forever, but he finally felt the worst of the panic seep from his body as air steadily filled and departed from his lungs. "I thought Remus was dead," Harry croaked as soon as he could speak. "He's not, is he? Please tell me he's not," he added silently with pleading eyes. Snape shook his head. "It is early afternoon. The Order has not yet attempted to retrieve him." Harry closed his eyes in relief, then just as quickly opened them again. "What's happened?" he demanded, his heart still pounding from the nightmare. "Does the Order know? They're going, then. Is there a plan?" Snape let go of Harry's hands and held up his own hand in a clear order for silence. Harry obediently stopped speaking. "How is your head?" Snape asked. "Fine," Harry answered quickly. "You did tell the Order, right?" "Yes. Are you disoriented? Is there lingering pain?" "I'm fine," Harry waved off the questions. "When are they going to find Remus?" Snape removed his hand from Harry's shoulder, hovering for a second as if waiting for Harry to fall over. When he didn't, Snape knelt beside him and said in his I-am-speaking-to-Dunderhead tone, "Let's try this again. Are you experiencing any discomfort?" Harry stared. "Seriously, you're not going to answer any of my very important questions until I submit to, what, a full medical examination." "It appears that way, doesn't it?" Snape's face held no hint that he was messing with him. Not that Harry would know what that looked like on Snape's face. The man wasn't exactly the kidding type. He also wasn't the patient type, for he snapped, "Answer my question, Potter, fully and to my satisfaction, and then I shall answer yours. I believe you are familiar with the concept." At that, Harry couldn't help a devilish thought. "Any question?" he asked, trying to keep a smile off his face. There were all sorts of personal questions he'd like to ask Snape now, and if he could get a promise that one would be answered, how could he pass up the opportunity? He'd get answers about the Order, and Remus, either way. "About Lupin," Snape shot back, giving him a knowing look. Not for the first time, Harry wished that Snape weren't quite so intelligent. But then, without Snape's intelligence and cunning, both he and Harry might have already died a few times. So there was that. Fine, he grumbled, though he wasn't quite so put out as he pretended to be. Trying to one-up Snape, even if he hadn't succeeded, had lightened his mood. My head still hurts, but it's more a dull headache now. No stabbing pain like before. Your scar is still red, but it is completely closed, Snape said, barely brushing Harry's fringe aside to get a look at it. Not even a scab, he added with raised eyebrows. How extraordinary. Harry shrugged. Nothing surprised him about his scar anymore. Nausea, disorientation, asked Snape. Harry shook his head. Up, Snape directed, getting to his feet and gesturing for Harry to do the same. Walk to the door and back without falling over or resembling a drunk, and I'll answer your questions. Easy enough, thought Harry, and rose to do just that. Hermitage wobbled a bit just starting out, but then had just woken up. Either way, Snape didn't point it out when he walked back, just gave him a headache draft and said, "The Order will attempt to retrieve Lupin after dark. No doubt the Dark Lord will expect this, but darkness will provide them with more cover to attempt some measure of surprise." Is that really possible at this point? Surprising them, I mean, Harry asked before downing the headache draft. He handed the empty vial back to Snape. Snape gave a barely perceptible shrug as he set the vial on the counter. It is far from a perfect situation. They will do what they can. What if? Harry stopped to gather his thoughts, realizing that what he had been about to suggest would probably have Snape locking him up in the potions lab for the rest of vacation. But he saw no way to sugarcoat it, so he asked anyway, what if the Death Eaters were to see me? If they thought I'd come to turn myself in, maybe that would give the Order time to. What in Merlin's name is wrong with you? Thundered Snape, throwing up his hands. Do you sit up at night thinking of ways to sacrifice yourself for the betterment of wizard kind? I've never met someone so eager to rush headlong into danger. I'm not eager, Harry protested. I'm being practical. I'm the one he wants, and maybe if he thinks he's got me, he won't get anybody else. Oh yes, the noble, selfless Gryffindor, Snape marked. Then consider this. The Order, a group of fully capable and trained adult wizards, is willing to take this risk. They are willing to lay down their lives to retrieve one of their own, and also to protect you. To repay their courage by mindlessly forfeiting your own life is to discount the contributions that they will make to the war effort. To think you know better than them is an insult to their intelligence and to their sacrifice. It is the opposite of selfless. Harry had to think about that for a minute. Wash being selfish by wanting to charge out there. He wasn't trying to be. He knew the Order was made up of capable adult wizards who knew a thing or two about how Voldemort worked. He wasn't meaning to insult them. You are brave, Potter. Snape pressed his advantage by surprising Harry with what sounded like a compliment. But you need not be stupidly brave. Think, I always assumed you to be lacking in intelligence and cunning in part, because I saw you acting without them time after time. He shook his head. I have since come to see that you have a great capacity for cunning, but you've only learned to use it for trifling matters, in situations of no consequence. It is a muscle that must be exercised, so that in matters of life and death, you will desist in this impulse of yours toked without thinking. Harry fiddled with the hem of his shirt, thinking through Snape's words. Well, technically, he couldn't help pointing out, I am thinking before acting by talking it through with you. You don't see me rushing into you-know-whose lair right this second, do you? Do you have any idea how much effort has gone into ensuring that? Snape said through gritted teeth. Harry thought about how long it had taken Snape to get Harry to promise not to interfere with Remus, and, even then, he hadn't promised 100%. And then how Snape had closed him up in his lab while he slept, been here when he woke up. Okay, yeah, he conceded with a sheepish shrug, determined not to dwell on the fact that Snape appeared to be babysitting him. He couldn't let the idea go completely, though. Maybe, Polyjuice. Somebody could go there looking like me, as a distraction or a decoy or something. Such a measure has already been suggested, Snape admitted in a low grumble. However, we think it best to keep the subterfuge to a minimum. To send anyone in there as your double would be to endanger their lives unnecessarily. Harry could only think to say, "Oh," ashamed that he hadn't thought of how dangerous such a plan would be to the Harry impersonator. "The Order has run through every possible plan and outcome," Snape said. "As difficult as it may be for you to wait and see, that is precisely what you must do." Now, he straightened to indicate that their conversation was at an end. "I do believe that Miss Weasley and Miss Granger are in the drawing room. You should join them. Perhaps they can provide you with some measure of distraction." Harry shot Snape a look that conveyed his frustration with the situation, and Snape shot him one right back that said, "Don't you dare test," before shooing him out the door. Harry was halfway down the stairs before he wondered just when he and Snape had begun to communicate so well without words. "It really is ridiculous that we're not allowed to sit in on Order meetings," Ginny pouted that evening. She sat opposite Harry and Hermione at the kitchen table, arms crossed, clearly irritated at being shuffled yet again from one place to another. To tell the truth, Harry was irritated too. Ever since he'd come downstairs, he'd been left in the dark about the Order's plans. First, the three teens weren't allowed in the kitchen while the adults were meeting and planning. And now, they weren't allowed in the drawing room while people were coming and going from the flu. No doubt communicating updates and orders while the Order began their attempt to retrieve Remus. That much they'd gathered was happening, though Harry could have guessed that much from what Snape had told him. But they knew nothing beyond that. Harry's leg was bouncing from the nerves of knowing that the Order knew it could be a trap. He could only hope that since they knew that, they would have some tricks up their sleeves. He also hoped Snape knew how difficult it was for him to keep his promise not to do something rash. "Well, I want to know what's going on as much as you do," Hermione said to Ginny, "but we're technically still kids. We've still got 2 full years of school left. Can you really blame them for trying to protect us?" "Yes," Ginny answered stubbornly. "Yes, I can." Harry grinned despite his nerves, and the room fell silent. As he'd begun to do whenever he was faced with doing nothing for any length of time, Harry practiced occluding. He didn't do it as well as he could have, what with everything going on tonight, but he at least calmed himself enough to keep his legs still. "Maybe we should play a game," Hermione spoke up. "Exploding snap." Ginny wrinkled her nose, and Harry shrugged half-heartedly. "We should do something," Hermione insisted. "This sitting here waiting for news is nerve-wracking. We need a distraction." "Yeah, we probably do," conceded Harry. "But I'm not sure I'm up for a game, Hermione." "Okay, well, then we could." Hermione looked around the room as if for inspiration, but there wasn't much to be had in the kitchen. This house doesn't seem to have been designed with fun in mind, does it? Even the library is so limited." Harry turned his head so only Ginny could see him playfully roll his eyes. Leave it to Hermione to equate fun with books. Ginny giggled and then snapped her fingers. "I know, we should dig for buried treasure." Harry and Hermione both stared at her, not quite sure what to say, but Harry broke the silence first. "Buried treasure? In Grimmauld Place?" he asked skeptically. "Yeah, okay, no, not really. But now that all the dark magic is taken care of, we can explore the house without worrying about boggarts or darksies or curses." "Yeah, but," Harry couldn't think how to put it politely, "what is there to explore? Every room is occupied. I doubt your parents or Professor Snape are going to want us poking around in their rooms." "Well, of course not. I wasn't suggesting that. But there are some interesting-looking trunks in the attic, and nobody ever bothers to go to the 4th floor except to pass through it to the attic." "Not there," Harry said automatically, his heart skipping a beat. Ginny looked taken aback by his abrupt tone. "But why?" "Sirius's room is up there, remember," said Hermione softly. "I don't think anybody's been in there since." "Oh," Ginny looked at Harry apologetically. "I'm sorry, I forgot. I didn't mean to." "It's okay," he reassured her, and to deflect attention from the subject of Sirius, he said, "Okay, then. The attic it is. Though if we don't find anything that meets the criteria of fun, I say we talk Fred and George into demoing their latest product for us." Ginny grinned, clearly relieved that Harry didn't seem too upset. "Agreed." He regretted agreeing almost as soon as they stepped into the attic, so dusty were the odds and ends. "Are you positive they cleared out everything dangerous in here?" he asked, as he doubtfully surveyed a few dusty trunks and passed by a dark, cobwebbed corner. The dirty, musty surroundings hadn't bothered him when all he'd needed was a space to study and practice. But now they were getting ready to open things, and he really wasn't in the mood to face a boggart. Would his greatest fear still be a Dementor? Or would he have to watch everybody he loved fall through the veil one after another? Neither option sounded very pleasant. "Certain," said Ginny. She didn't show the same hesitation as Harry. She was already reaching for the first trunk. "My mum and dad made sure it was all gone." There was no need to go through everything or to clean the attic as well as the rest of the house, but they ferreted out anything nasty or dark. Hermione cast a wary glance over the attic. She and Harry exchanged a look, and Harry knew he wasn't alone in not being particularly excited about opening random dirty trunks in a musty attic belonging to a dark wizarding family. "Ooh, look at this." Ginny held up a small, oddly spiked metal ring. "It's a Teasler." Harry'd barely started to ask what a Teasler was when Hermione squeaked, jumped, and excitedly sat down next to Ginny in front of the trunk. "Ooh, I've never seen one in person before. I don't think they've been sold in wizarding shops since the 1960s. You have to have wizard parents or grandparents to even find one anymore. What else is in there?" Harry smiled and shook his head. It figured that all Hermione needed was a hint of wizarding history, and she forgot all about her misgivings. He made his way to the next closest trunk, lifting the lid warily in case Ginny was wrong about how thoroughly the room had been sorted. But all that greeted him was a mix of old toys and bits of fabric. He rooted through it, fascinated by a small wooden cauldron and spoon that, when placed on the ground, filled with white steam and stirred itself around and around. He smiled wistfully as he watched it. Had his parents lived, would his childhood have been filled with toys like this? Toy cauldrons and broomsticks, stuffed dragons and hippogriffs. At the very least, his childhood would have been filled with love. "Harry, look!" Hermione's voice interrupted his morose thoughts. "A Noblisk!" She waved a shiny football-sized orb with a blunt spike on each end, as if Harry should be as excited as she was to see one. As if Harry had any clue what a Noblisk was. He nodded and smiled in her direction. She apparently took that as agreement that he was as excited as she was, then went back to rooting through more of the trunk's contents. Harry pushed the toy cauldron to one side and pulled out a long bit of lacy fabric. He barely had time to register that it was some sort of baby dress when his scar flared up in pain. He clapped his hand over it with a muffled grunt as a wave of happiness rushed through him. He knew immediately that Voldemort was overjoyed about something, and he was far too happy for it to be about something good. After a moment, the pain subsided enough for him to move. He was glad that the girls didn't appear to have noticed. He was even more glad that it appeared to be an accidental connection, not a purposeful invasion of his mind like last time. He wondered if he ought to tell Professor Snape. What would he tell him, though? It wasn't an actual vision. All he knew was that Voldemort was happy. He could have been happy to have been served his favorite dinner, for all Harry knew. Of course, Harry was pretty sure that wasn't it, and he desperately tried not to think about what it might mean for the Order or Remus that Voldemort was happy right now. So, as he couldn't be certain what it meant, he went back to unpacking the trunk, bracing himself in case he should feel any more pangs in his scar. He was afraid now to occlude, knowing that Voldemort was still stronger than he was, and that it would only make any mental invasion hurt worse than if he simply gave in and let him into his mind. He would never tell that to Snape. He'd get an awful tongue-lashing if the professor knew that Harry was inclined to let Voldemort win this round out of fear of physical pain. But it was a lot of physical pain. He sighed and half-heartedly looked at toy after toy, baby outfit after baby outfit, before shoving it all haphazardly back into the trunk. Any interest he'd had in this treasure hunt was all but gone, and it was only making him miserable, this looking at the evidence of somebody else's happy childhood. Hermione was still examining random finds from the first trunk, while Ginny had moved on to another. Harry thought about abandoning the hunt and going downstairs for a snack, but the girls looked so happy right then, and they all needed as much happiness as they could get these days. So he moved to an untouched trunk and opened the lid. Pictures, album after album of stuffy wizards holding their squirming children still for photographs. There were newspaper clippings and awards too. Most looked like they were older than the first war against Voldemort, but there were some from that time too. From the nature of the clippings, Harry would have guessed that this was a house of dark wizards, even had he not already known that fact. One album seemed newer than the rest, and as soon as he opened it, he wished that he hadn't. Sirius was waving at him from the page, a young Sirius, perhaps a year or so younger than Harry was now. As much as it hurt to see, Harry couldn't tear his eyes away. He had no idea how this album had wound up in the attic, but he leaned his back against the trunk and flipped through page after page of Sirius. In some, he was with another young boy, probably his brother. In others, the brothers were with their parents. From Sirius's scowls and attempts to dart out of the photograph, they obviously didn't have a good relationship. The ones that interested Harry the most, however, were the photographs of Sirius at Hogwarts, because they mostly included James. He flipped through those slowly, running his finger over the edge of a photograph of James and Sirius decked out in Gryffindor Quidditch robes, students weaving about the Hogwarts grounds behind them. They couldn't have been older than second or third years, and they looked so happy. Harry smiled sadly at their joy. They didn't know then that both their lives would be cut short in violent ways, but at that moment, standing together near the Quidditch field, they were happy. It was nice to see, even if it made him sad at the same time. On the other side of the room, Ginny crowed in victory as she held up another something that Harry had no idea how to identify. Even Hermione didn't know this time, which made her even more excited, if that were possible. She immediately peppered Ginny with questions. Harry grinned at their antics and flipped the page, but as he was doing so, a flash of red hair caught his eye. He flipped back to the Quidditch photograph and looked closer. His heart flipped. In the background, behind the shot of James and Sirius, Lily was sitting on the grass laughing. He recognized her from Snape's pensive memory, though she had to be a couple years younger here. He traced her small face with a finger, wishing he could insert himself into the photograph to know what she was laughing at. He had so few pictures of his parents, and none of them as children. He took the photograph out of the album. It's not like anybody in the Black family was around to mind if he kept it, and carefully put it in his pocket alongside the heart-shaped stone. He'd taken to carrying the stone with him, and he absently rubbed it between two fingers. He would put the photograph with his mum's letter for now. He'd look for a better hiding place than his trunk when he returned to Hogwarts. He'd only looked through a few more pages of photographs when his scarf flared to life again. But this time, he barely registered his shoulder and head hitting the ground and a distant Harry before he was thrust into Voldemort's mind. He laughed, his lips stretching into a smile. His Death Eaters responded to his joy, laughing with him. It had only been a matter of time before he found the boy, before his location was revealed. Harry Potter could only evade him for so long, but soon, oh soon, the boy would be his. He looked at the small group of Death Eaters before him. They would all be rewarded for their efforts. But first, they would find the boy. No, this was wrong. He shouldn't be here, shouldn't be seeing this. He heard a girl's voice say something about getting Snape. Snape, was he here? Harry felt his mind reaching out, fighting the hold that Voldemort had over his mind. But it was so strong. Dumbledore was a fool to hide him in yet another Muggle neighborhood. The old man was becoming predictable. Too soon, he would see the error of his ways. Fight it, he could fight it, But it was so hard. "Soon we shall be victorious," he yelled at his followers, and a cheer reached his ears. His smile grew. "We attack at dawn. We take the fight to them. We take the fight to—" Musty air, solid ground, fruity shampoo. One by one, he felt the threads of the vision snap as he drew his mind away from Voldemort. Two more words flitted through his mind as the last thread snapped. Grim old place. Chapter 32. Lost and Found. Harry slowly opened his eyes. He was lying flat on his back on the attic floor. His head was pounding, and his muscles and limbs felt heavy. The world that had been muffled by his mind's struggles came into sharp focus. A worried cry, a girl's voice asking if he would be all right. Rough but gentle hands on either side of his face. Snape's hook-nosed face hovering over him, calling his name. Odd that out of everything, his first conscious thought was that Snape was calling him Harry, and his second thought was that it didn't sound as strange as he'd have thought it would. "Harry, are you with me? Are you in your own mind?" the professor said, his brows pinched together in what Harry could only describe as worry. Why did that also not seem strange? Had things really changed so much in so short a time? Harry stared blankly for a moment before nodding, and he could see the relief on Snape's face. But he didn't think the man would stay relieved for long. Harry remembered the last words he'd gleaned from Voldemort's mind, and it was anything but cause for relief. "He knows," he said numbly, looking up at his professor. "Grim old place, he knows." Snape froze in place at those words. "He knows," he repeated, as if willing the words not to be true. He immediately shook his head, the action seeming to gather his wits. "He can't possibly know where you are. Headquarters is secure. Only the headmaster could tell its location, and he would never." "You must be mistaken." Harry shakily pushed himself up to a sitting position, and Snape let him, removing his hands and backing up to give him space. Both girls were sitting on his other side, eyes wide in alarm. He lifted a hand to gingerly rub a sore spot on the side of his head, where must have bumped it when he'd fallen over. Yeah, I know," he said quickly, swallowing his fear. There would be plenty of time to give in to fear later, but not now. Now was the time for action. He shouldn't know, but he does. Somehow he knows. I saw it. He told his Death Eaters they were going to attack Grimmauld Place at dawn. Because he knows that's Weriam. Snape shook his head again. "That's impossible." "He's getting ready to attack, Professor," Harry said desperately. He reached out and grabbed hold of Snape's arm, willing him to believe. "Issawit." A squeak of alarm came from Ginny, and she placed her hands over her lips. Hermione looked just as frightened, but looked to Snape, waiting for the professor to decide what they should do. But Harry's mind was already racing ahead, thinking of the implications. "Professor," he squeezed Snape's arm, afraid to know the answer to his question but needing to ask it. "If he's planning his next move, that means the Order, Remus, is he?" he whispered, pleading with his eyes. If the Order had been successful, if they'd rescued Remus and nobody was hurt, then Voldemort wouldn't be so happy, would he? Something must they've gone wrong, and Harry was frightened to hear what that might be. Snape shook his head. "They have yet to return, but they have not been gone long enough for concern." He didn't let Harry dwell on that. He grasped him by the shoulders and said, "I need to see." By the way Snape was looking at him, intently and like he was asking permission for something, Harry understood immediately. Snape wanted to legitimize him. He nodded, forcefully pushing thoughts of Remus out of his conscious mind. He knew that one couldn't see memories as clearly through legilimency as through use of a pensieve, but they didn't have time to get a pensieve. He looked Snape in the eyes, willing him to see what he'd seen. He'd learned over their lessons of the past week how difficult it could be to detect legilimency. He could feel Snape's mind entering his when under the influence of the potion, but the first few times Snape had legilimized him without use of a wand or potion, he hadn't felt a thing. Only after quite a bit of practice was he beginning to be able to detect the slightest wisp of something brushing his mind, something he now recognized as Snape's mind looking into his. Even so, If he hadn't known he was being legitimized, he might have discounted it as his imagination. He brought up the vision exactly how he had seen it. As brief as it had been, it didn't take long for Snape to view Harry's recollection in its entirety, break the connection, and push to his feet. He held out a hand to Harry. Surprised at the gesture, Harry only hesitated a second before grasping it and allowing the man to help him up from the ground. Snape watched him for a moment, probably making sure he wasn't going to fall over again, then headed for the stairs. "Wait here," he instructed over his shoulder. "No," Harry cried and made to follow, but Snape turned sharply, his hand catching Harry square in the center of his chest and holding him in place. "You will stay here," the man hissed, "where you are safe, where all of you are safe." He jerked his arm up to gesture toward the girls, who were silently watching their exchange. "No," Harry repeated indignantly. He drew himself to his full height, even though he wasn't very tall. "If he knows where I am, then he's coming for me. And if he's coming for me, then that puts everybody else in danger. I know we need to stay safe, not do anything rash, all right. But I'm not going to just sit up here in the attic, hiding out like a little kid, while the adults decide what to do about the evil murderous maniac who's after him." Snape studied Harry with a long, measuring gaze. Finally, he said, "Fine, stay close," and hurried down the stairs. It took him several seconds to process that Snape had actually given in. Elated through his frazzled nerves, he scrambled to catch up with the professor, and he heard Ginny and Hermione trailing closely behind. It didn't take Snape long to reach the drawing room, 3 teenagers in tow. They could hear Moody's voice as they entered, saying in his familiar, suspicious tone, "Too easy, I tell you." It was. He was pacing the floor but stopped as they entered. He barely cast a glance at the teens before he eyed Snape with his usual distrust. Snape ignored him and headed for the flue where Mr. Weasley stood with one of the twins, George, Harry thought. Mrs. Weasley was on the sofa bandaging a nasty cut on Tonks's wrist, and the room was otherwise conspicuously empty of Order members. It seemed that everybody was tired lately. Harry mused as he took in the scene, but Mrs. Weasley in particular had grown more haggard over the past week. He wondered if she'd been sleeping at all or spending every night keeping vigil over Ron's bedside. She was there almost every time he visited Ron. "Oh, Severus, you're here. Good," Mrs. Weasley said, barely looking up. "Alistair's alerted us that the others are on their way back. We're going to need more healing balm." She cut herself off as she noticed Harry, Hermione, and Ginny. "Children, out," she ordered, color returning to her face, and Harry almost didn't mind being ordered about, so happy was he to see her animated about something. Not that he had any intention of obeying her. Ginny protested before Harry or Hermione had a chance to, but Mrs. Weasley stood and squared her shoulders. "People injured people are on their way here, and we'll be discussing Order business while we get them seen to, and an Order meeting is no place for children. To the kitchen now," she pointed to the door, her tone brooking no argument. Harry looked to Snape, ready to argue his case, but as it turned out, he didn't need to. Snape waved him toward one of the sofas and said, "Mr. Potter will be staying. Mrs. Weasley only had time to put her hands on her hips before Snape added in a tone of finality, "Miss Granger and your daughter are under your purview, Marley. Albus specifically entrusted Mr. Potter Tarmacare and me authority, and I have decided that he will stay." Harry could practically see the wheels turning in her head as she tried to find a way to win against that argument. She finally huffed, "Fine. Girls out." "Mum," Ginny began to argue again, and Hermione looked to Harry, eyes pleading. He didn't know what sway she thought he had with the adults. Sure, Snape had let him stay, but he knew the man well enough to know he'd better not push it. He gave her an apologetic look and tried to communicate with his eyes that he'd tell her everything later. She seemed to understand, though Harry knew she didn't like it. She gave a loud sigh and let Mrs. Weasley usher her out the door alongside a still protesting Ginny. Harry made his way over to the sofa opposite Tonks, where George had taken a seat to watch his mum and Professor Snape go toe-to-toe. Harry figured he'd better sit down and blend in with the furniture before Snape decided he was being too much of a pushover and made him retreat to the kitchen after all. "Harry, mate," George clapped a hand on Harry's shoulder as he sat next to him. "Welcome to the ranks of the illustrious Order of the Phoenix." Harry quirked his lips. "Right, thanks," he mumbled, eyes on Snape as the man spoke in low tones to Mr. Weasley. "Though I'm still not a member, you know." "You practically are if Snape invited you to pull up a chair," George replied, and leaned back into the sofa. Harry thought he seemed entirely too relaxed for the occasion. "So, what's going on then?" Harry asked quietly. "Your mum said the order's on their way back. Is it over then?" "Yeah, mate," George answered with a grin. "It's done. We won. There were some injuries, I gather, and they're still waiting on an all clear in some safe house or other, but Dad talked to them through the flu, and they seemed in too good a mood for anything terrible to have happened." Really? He wanted to be happy, to breathe a sigh of relief, but it seemed too good to be true, especially since Voldemort was so pleased. "Did they get Remus? Is he okay?" George had no sooner opened his mouth to reply when the flu flared to life. Harry waited with bated breath, hoping against hope to see Remus's silver-brown hair and patched jacket. He tried not to be disappointed when a short, stocky blonde in his 40s stepped through instead. Harry had seen the man around, but couldn't remember his name, and he didn't really care at this moment to learn it. Kingsley Shacklebolt flew through next, followed by a handful of other familiar faces, before finally Harry got his wish. Remus was alive. The man looked weak, like he hadn't eaten in days, and he had to be helped to a chair. He had dried blood under his nose and fingernails, and Harry was pretty sure from the makeshift sling and the angle of his arm that it was broken. But he was breathing okay, if a little bit shakily, and his legs and torso seemed to be free of serious injury. Harry finally took a long, deep breath and released it, giving in to the urge to grin. It was either that or cry, and he wasn't about to cry in front of the Order. It took all of his willpower not to rush through the now crowded room to give his dad's old friend a bear hug, but he managed, partly because Snape was watching, and he wanted to prove to the man that he was grown up enough to be in an Order meeting, but mainly because of Remus's injuries. He tried to catch his eye instead, and he grinned when the man's eyes made contact with his. Remus gave a small smile in return, though his gaze was hollow and slightly pained. Harry held in a cringe at what the man must have suffered. Mr. Weasley cleared his throat and drew the attention of the room with a call for order. With a flick of Snape's wrist, the rest of the whispered conversations in the room fell silent. To Harry's surprise, Mr. Weasley, not Snape, opened the meeting, and he didn't mince words. "It has come to our attention that you know who may know the location of our headquarters, and as we speak, is gathering his followers to attack." The room broke out into alarmed murmurs, but Mr. Weasley went on as if uninterrupted. "We do not think it likely that he knows our precise location, but that he knows we are somewhere on or near Grimmauld Place is certain." Surprised, Harry swung his head to look at Snape, but the man was watching the other occupants of the room. Harry almost spoke up to correct Mr. Weasley, but he ran through his vision and realized Voldemort never had thought or said number 12, so maybe he didn't know exactly which house they were in. But he might. Shouldn't they act as if he did know? How could he know they were near here unless he knew they were here? After all, he wouldn't be planning an attack unless he knew exactly where to attack. "Impossible," piped up Moody. "Albus is secret keeper. He would never betray." "No one is suggesting that he has," Mr. Weasley interrupted Moody. "Which is why we do not believe you know who knows our precise location. But somehow he is close. Someone may have been followed to this part of London, perhaps. Due to the timing, however, we must consider the possibility that he somehow discovered some information during this evening's raid." There was a clear question in his voice. Moody broke in again. "I told you it was too easy. We went in, saw Lupin, retrieved him with no more than a token resistance, didn't lose a single man. How else do you explain their retreat? They wanted something from us, and Merlin knows how they got it, but they did. But how? Asked Shacklebolt reasonably. They didn't even get a good look at any of us except for Lupin. They did not obtain any information from us. Even if they could have interrogated us, even if we wanted to share the location of headquarters, it is protected by the Fidelius charm. They could not even have obtained it from Lupin in the time they had him. Several faces swiveled to Remus, and he weakly shook his head. I told them nothing. His throat was scratchy, and Harry didn't want to think about how Voldemort may have tortured him. We know that Dumbledore hasn't been compromised, piped up a voice from the crowd. I spoke to him mere minutes ago, said Mr. Weasley reassuringly. He is safe and well. I assured him we'd been successful and that he should continue his business abroad, or he would have joined us. How did you come by this information about headquarters? Moody asked again, suspicion in his voice. The source is reliable, Mr. Weasley answered, his tone telling them that was all they needed to know. From the way Mr. Weasley's eyes flickered to Harry before drifting around the room, Harry knew that Snape had told him about the vision. We don't know how he knows we are on Grimmauld Place, but we know that he does, or at the very least that he suspects it, and that he plans to attack at dawn. We must decide how to act. That they all accepted Mr. Weasley's words, albeit with grumblings from Moody, made Harry realize how much the Order was used to being given only as much information as they needed to do their jobs. It was as Snape had once told him, to entrust even the most trustworthy of Order members with every last piece of information would be foolhardy. Harry didn't know if Snape and Mr. Weasley were protecting him by not telling the rest of the Order about his vision, but he was grateful. He didn't fancy having to talk about it, and he never liked the looks people gave him whenever it was suggested that he was somehow connected to Voldemort more deeply than as just the boy who lived. He didn't want the Order to look at him like he was possessed, or like he might have the makings to be the next Dark Lord. So we wait, we evacuate, or we fight, Shacklebolt listed succinctly. Which will it be? All of the above, came another voice. Evacuate Potter and the Weasley children, wait for Voldemort to show his hand, fight if we must. Harry felt several pairs of eyes on him when he was mentioned, and he tried not to squirm. He was also acutely aware now of Voldemort's name being spoken in Snape's presence, and he held in a wince of sympathy for the physical pain that it must have caused the professor. He felt Remus's tired eyes on him, and he smiled in his direction, whether to reassure Remus that Harry was fine or to reassure himself that Remus would be. He wasn't sure. I volunteer to take Harry and the other children to safety, croaked Remus. I am of little help elsewhere at the moment. Your expertise will be needed here until headquarters is either deemed safe or evacuated, he said as if to Mr. Weasley, but pointedly glanced at Snape. We have several unplottable safe houses that would be perfectly safe for the short term. But Harry started, intending to argue that he wanted to stay, but he cut himself off at a murderous look from Snape. He sat back in the sofa with a half-hearted glare at the professor. He didn't have to be a genius to know that while Snape might allow him to attend an Order meeting, he certainly wouldn't let him stay at Grimmauld Place if it was compromised. It was a losing battle. He'd still fight it, of course, but he'd fight it later when nobody, except Snape, was around to see him lose. I will go with them, said Mrs. Weasley in a surprisingly strong voice. Aran will need to be moved as well, she said with only a slight tremble and a lift of her chin. He'll need looking after. Remus tiredly frowned. Are you sure it is wise to move him? Perhaps you and your son should wait here until we know more. No, Mr. Weasley chimed in. Marley is right. It will be safer to move him now. He and Mrs. Weasley shared an understanding, sorrowful look, and Harry looked away, feeling as if he was intruding upon something private. Remus didn't seem fully convinced. He looked as if he might argue, though Harry couldn't imagine why. If they had to go, then Harry, for one, would feel better were Ron to go with them, and Ginny would appreciate having her mother along. But after a brief hesitation, the man nodded his agreement, and smiled in Mrs. Weasley's direction. It didn't quite reach his eyes, and Harry wished they were alone so that he could reassure Remus that Mrs. Weasley and Ron would be safer with them. Or perhaps he was worried that Mrs. Weasley was too emotionally involved to adequately protect them. If it was the latter, Remus was quite mistaken. Harry had no doubt that Mrs. Weasley would make the most formidable enemy in the room if one of her children were threatened. Mr. Weasley looked to Snape, who looked over Harry with his inscrutable gaze, taking in Harry's defiant glare and Remus's haggard form. He couldn't seem to resist a sneer at Remus before giving Mr. Weasley a single, sharp nod. "That's decided, then." Mr. Weasley looked to Remus. "We'll discuss the location after the meeting." "Why not evacuate everyone?" Tonks spoke up for the first time, though her hair turned pink at all the faces swiveled toward her. "Why wait here for a possible attack? If you know who might know where we are, why not just leave altogether?" "Abandon headquarters?" Moody asked incredulously, as if she had suggested they forfeit the war. "Give ground to that murderous maniac?" His eye swiveled to her, as if sizing her up as a possible spy. Tonks looked as if she wished she hadn't asked. "If you know who is planning to attack, it is not this house alone that is at risk," answered Mr. Weasley more gently. "Muggles may be harmed, especially if he does not know our exact location. We cannot leave and do nothing to protect them." The Order meeting continued like that for some minutes, questions and arguments about what to do, and while he listened, Harry found himself studying Snape. The professor was the picture of calm, standing to one side with arms crossed as if he were a casual observer. Harry knew that Moody, and probably others as well, distrusted Snape. Perhaps that was why he'd had Mr. Weasley lead the meeting. Maybe he knew that any information about Voldemort wouldn't have been as well received coming from the only ex-Death Eater in the room. Harry wondered if staying in the shadows was something that Snape liked to do, or if he did it out of necessity. He could think of several times when Snape had actively sought recognition, like when he'd thought he'd captured a guilty Sirius and had an Order of Merlin award in sight, but far more often he played his part well out of the light. Harry was positive that even the Order didn't know quite how much he had to have done to fight Voldemort while in the Dark Wizard's service. Probably only Dumbledore knew. What Harry didn't know was whether Snape preferred it that way or did it out of necessity. Well, he could add it to the ever-growing list of mysteries about the professor that Harry was only just beginning to notice and sift through. The meeting didn't last long enough for him to dwell on those thoughts. Before he knew it, it was wrapping up, their wait-and-see approach agreed upon, and several individuals assigned to covertly watch the street outside for any sign of danger or attack. As soon as the meeting disbanded, Harry made his way over to Remus. He awkwardly stood to the side while Mrs. Weasley saw to a cut on Remus's face, but the man raised a weak hand to wave Harry closer. How are you feeling?" Harry asked quietly as he knelt next to his former professor's chair, hands grasping hold of the armrest. It was a daft question, considering his injuries, but it's all he could think to say. "I've had worse," Remus said tiredly, and winced as Mrs. Weasley dabbed a bit of healing balm on his cuts. "Shall we discuss your safe house destination, or are you not done playing the martyr?" Snape sneered as he and Mr. Weasley joined them. Harry frowned. Snape could be sinister sometimes. The Magnaremus had just been held captive for days and very likely tortured, and still he was mocking and cruel. Harry knew how awful Snape could be, of course, but it felt different now somehow. In light of their growing closeness over the past weeks, he found himself expecting more out of Snape. For him to be better, maybe. He knew it was silly to expect any person to change overnight. Just because he was offering him occlumency, lessons, and advice and protection didn't mean that he would suddenly turn into a kind, patient, or caring individual. But apparently it meant that Harry would begin to want him too, and wasn't that just a recipe for dashed hopes? He opened his mouth to defend Remus, tell Snape that he was clearly injured. Couldn't he see? And for once in his life to Benissyven if he hated somebody, but Remus spoke first. "I'll take them to the Luftwhite cabin. he said, giving Snape a pleasantly blank smile, as if his dig hadn't bothered him in the slightest. "It is secluded, and Marla Luftwhite is not a widely known supporter of the Order. It will be more than sufficient to hide away for a few days, or until headquarters can be deemed safe again." "Sufficient," sneered Snape before Remus had quite finished. He crossed his arms and stared right back. He didn't so much as glance Harry's way. "All that old cabin is sufficient for is getting Potter killed. It may be adequate as an Order way station, but it is hardly warded enough to protect a dog for long." Harry narrowed his eyes at Snape, trying to decide if he was being compared to a dog, but the man still ignored him. "Severus does have a point, Remus," said Mr. Weasley reasonably, as he handed a length of gauze to his wife. "Might I suggest the med station near the woods?" Harry was certain he had been about to mention a specific wood, but his eyes had shifted to Harry before he'd corrected himself. Harry held in a sigh. Would Hennever be treated like the near-adult he was? Wouldn't he have been trusted with Order information? "No," said Snape so authoritatively that Harry thought for a second that he had read his thoughts. His heart settled down when he realized the man was turning down Mr. Weasley's suggestion. "They will go to Nida's Point." "Nida's Point?" asked Remus, and both Weasleys at the same time, and in equally surprised tones, which Harry would have found hilarious had he not been hanging on to every word to understand where exactly each of these locations were. Snape lifted his chin and adopted his "don't argue with me" stance, and Harry couldn't help a small grin at seeing it used against adults, for once. "It is unplottable, untraceable, warded within and without with various protections, including anti-apparition wards within a large perimeter. And while remote, it is not so far from civilization that children without apparition skills could not seek aid if needed. Not to mention that sending the young Mr. Weasley to a safe house overseen by a retired medi-wizard has an obvious advantage. He may be able to find something about the boy's condition that we have overlooked." Harry saw Mrs. Weasley perk up at that suggestion, though she didn't speak. She moved on to Remus's unbroken arm, patching up a few cuts. "But Nida," Remus questioned, frowning. "I've never met the man, but I understand him to be rather set in his ways. Can we trust him?" "Yes," answered Snape so unequivocally that Harry found himself wanting to meet whoever this Mr. Nida was. He'd probably be beyond curious to meet anyone whom Snape trusted. So rarely was that trust given. Mr. Weasley scratched his chin, deep in thought. "Well, he does have a point, Remus. I've never met him myself, don't even know where his place is, but Albus has mentioned him and thinks highly of him. And if the location is as difficult to get into and out of as Severus says, then you'd have plenty of warning to evacuate or to fend off an attack." "We would also have plenty of warning at the cabin," Remus argued insistently. "If anyone." "You would have no warning at that blasted cabin," Snape spat. "You will not be taking Potter to that Darty woman's death trap. It is one of the least defensible properties you could possibly select. If you want to go there, be my guest. In which case, it will be taking the boy to Nida's Point, where he will be safe. Mrs. Weasley and her brood may accompany whom they wish." Remus's lips set in a thin line, and he shot Snape a quick, rather un-Remus-like glare. But judging by the slump of his shoulders, he knew that he was beat. Okay, well, his shoulders were already kind of slumped from weakness. And he probably felt like hell. So Harry figured that if the usually calm man wanted to give in to the urge to glare at Snape's rudeness, it was completely understandable. Harry glared at Snape on a daily basis, after all. But by how determined Remus had been to win the argument, Harry could only imagine that this Marla Luftwhite must be a friend, or perhaps that he didn't care for what he knew of this Nida fellow, which naturally made Harry want to meet both mysterious allies all the more. The standoff between the men was fascinating Harry, even though it was his fate they were deciding. The adults were all taking very seriously the fact that Dumbledore had charged Snape with Harry's care. It felt odd, knowing that they all viewed Snape as Harry's temporary guardian or something, but at the same time, it wasn't an awful feeling. Sometimes, like right now, his resentment at being talked about and ordered about like a child fell aside, and he soaked in the feeling of safety that he'd longed for when he actually was a child. The Dursleys never fought for him, never cared about him enough to argue with anybody else about the best or safest path for him to take. It was kind of nice, in an odd sort of way that was still vaguely insulting, to know that an adult tasked with his care was actually taking his safety and well-being seriously enough to fight for it. He'd never admit it to Snape, of course, but it made him feel sort of warm and cozy inside. Of course, it also made him want to bristle and argue that he could take care of himself. So there was that. Very well, Remus said finally, reluctantly conceding. Nido's point it is, we should send word. No, Snape cut in, and Harry was beginning to feel sorry for Remus, being constantly overruled. Messages can be intercepted. Nida is prepared for the random order guest to drop by unannounced. He has his ways of detecting friend versus foe. He crooked a finger at Harry to stand, and then placed a hand at his back and gave him a small shove toward the door. Pack your things, he instructed. Quickly. Grimmauld Place is most likely still safe, but there is no use tempting fate. Will you be coming too? Harry asked. After you're done here, I mean. He didn't like that twinge of knotted emotion that was starting to spread in his belly. It was worry, he knew, and he wasn't used to worrying about Snape. Maybe about himself when he was faced with Snape, but never worry for Snape. He didn't want to start the habit now, but his mind and body weren't cooperating. Snape gave him an odd, searching look, and Harry worried the man wouldn't answer, but he relented. Yes, I must stay for now. I know the Dark Lord and his modes of attack. If I stay, then the headmaster need not be pulled away from his work. I will follow when I can. What is headmaster doing that so important anyway? He pressed his luck. Order business, Snape said exasperatedly, pointing toward the stairs. Nothing to do with you. We are in the midst of a war. We have allies abroad. He has things to attend to, as do the rest of the Order when they are not here, and he trusts those of us who remain to hold down the fort, as it may. Now get your things. Harry hesitated, considering his resolve to argue with Snape about leaving Grimmauld Place. He also wanted to ask him more about his visions, about whether it really was wise to block them all the time after all. What if they could have obtained more information from Voldemort if he hadn't been in a rush to leave his mind? But one look at the man's resolute expression changed his mind about arguing or questioning. Well, that and his curiosity over Nida, the mysterious Medi-Wizard who'd gained Snape's rarely given trust, and who might be able to help with Ron. Oh, all right. And that nice warm feeling of being protected that he'd deny until his dying day that he'd liked. So even though he willingly obeyed Snape's order, he did so with an exaggerated air of reluctance. A boy, practically a man, had to have his pride after all. All right, so he didn't obey right away. He figured he owed it to the girls to stop by the kitchen first. They'd want to know about Remus's safe return after all. And the adults were so busy patching each other up and chatting about the success of their rescue mission and the threat of Voldemort's possible attack that he wondered when they'd paused to remember that Ginny and Hermione needed time to pack as well. When are we leaving? Hermione asked with wide eyes after he'd filled them in and reassured them that Remus was fine. Now. Harry shrugged. Snape told me to pack my things, so I assume we're leaving soon after we're ready to go. Voldemort isn't planning to attack until dawn, but there's no use tempting fate, he said, liking how Snape's words rolled off his tongue. Just when this house started to get interesting, grumbled Ginny as she stood from the table. It didn't take them very long to gather their things, though Harry admittedly wasn't very careful about tossing his belongings into his trunk. He had been at Grimmauld Place for almost 3 weeks, after all, and he had thought he would still be here when they left for the Hogwarts Express in another week and a half. Even while sharing a room with the twins, he'd spread out his belongings rather more than he'd thought. One last glance under the bed, a request for a shrinking spell from Darby, and he was jogging down the stairs with his trunk safely stowed in his pocket. Most of the adults were gone when he returned to the drawing room, though Mr. and Mrs. Weasleys were likely upstairs preparing Ron for travel. Only Moody and Remus remained, and Remus hardly counted, as he was fast asleep in the same chair he'd been deposited in earlier, his head lolling forward and slightly to the side. It was obvious to Harry that Remus wasn't going to be much good at protecting them on this journey. But then, Moody seemed ready and waiting for something. Maybe he was going with them too. Before he could ask, Snape was in the doorway. Seeing he had Harry's attention, he crooked a finger and whipped around toward the stairs. Harry followed him, shaking his head with a wry grin. One of these days, Harry was going to insist on a proper summons. Something along the lines of, "Mr. Potter, I humbly request your presence upstairs, if you would be so kind," complete with a please and thank you. Not this constant finger crooking and assuming that Harry was jumping into step right behind him. When they reached the laboratory, Snape led him to the counter where several potions vials were lined up. "Dreamless sleep," Snape said straight away, pointing at 2 purple vials. "Extra, in case I am unable to join you for a while. I will trust you to ration them out appropriately." He looked at Harry, waiting for acknowledgement, so Harry nodded. No problem. He'd already been doing that after all. He still had several doses left in his trunk. "You think you might not follow us to the safe house?" he asked, hoping that he kept any trace of disappointment out of his voice. "You said you were only staying here until after the attack." "I plan to join you once we determine that headquarters is secure," Snape assured him. "However, in times of war, it is best to be prepared." He pointed to a clear vial. "A new variation on a standard headache draft. If it works properly, it should target the pain caused by your curse scar. I only had time to experiment with the one variation, so I cannot be certain it will be wholly effective. At any rate, it will do no harm." "You made it for me?" Harry asked, surprised and also touched. "When did you have time to do that?" "I brewed it this afternoon," Snape said, waving it off as nothing to fuss about. "I can offer you nothing to ward off another vision or intrusion into your mind. Only occlumency can do that. Keep occluding from the time you wake until the time you go to bed," he told him so sternly that Harry immediately nodded his agreement. "If, however, such a thing happens again, this draft may alleviate the resulting pain caused by your scar." "Thank you," Harry murmured. Nobody had ever spent the time to invent a remedy specifically for him before. Maybe he was strange for thinking so much of it, but it went on the list of one of his favorite presents. Not quite up there with his photo album or firebolt or even his mum's letter and rock. But it was still on the list because it was so useful and it was just for him. Snape put all 3 vials into a small drawstring bag, which he handed to Harry. He then reached into his robe and drew out a small silver ring. Harry eyed it curiously. "This is charmed," Snape explained, holding it out to Harry and waiting for him to take it. Harry pocketed the bag of potions and cautiously turned the ring over in his hands, examining it. There was nothing very special about it except for a thin, decorative line of green. It looked almost like ivy encircling the band, and it didn't escape Harry's notice that it was in Slytherin colors. "I expect for you to wear it until term starts," Snape went on. "Should trouble arise, press your thumb to the band for 3 seconds. I will be alerted that you have need of assistance." Harry nodded, his eyes still on the ring. He hadn't expected Snape to go out of his way to see to Harry's welfare like this. He'd thought the professor would shoo him away to the safe house, and that would be that, and he was feeling a little overwhelmed. He didn't know how to respond, so he covered his gratitude with a joke. "You are all out of red and gold rings, then." Snape gave a half snort, as if he wasn't sure whether to laugh. "Fresh out," he smirked. "Try some more elegant colors on for size, Potter. You may find that they suit you more than you think." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Is this one of your attempts to make a Slytherin out of me?" "Are you refusing to wear the ring?" Snape raised an eyebrow in return, and no doubt to better effect. No, Harry answered. To prove it, he started to put it on, but then he realized he had no idea on which finger one was supposed to wear a ring. Jewelry wasn't exactly his area of expertise. He looked up. Does it matter which finger? Snape shook his head, watching him with that steady, unreadable gaze. Okay, then. He put it on his right ring finger, supposing that if it was called a ring finger, he may as well go with it. The ring must have been charmed to fit any wearer, for it tightened comfortably around his finger the moment he put it on. He studied it for a few seconds. It was a small ring, too small to be considered manly per se, but it was plain and unobtrusive in a way that didn't make him feel too embarrassed to be wearing jewelry, especially as it meant he had a way to call for help if he needed it. Thanks, Professor, he said, looking up at Snape. He grinned, deciding it was okay to let some of his gratitude show. It's great, really. Snape gave him a brisk nod and gestured toward the door. The others should be ready to leave by now. Though Harry wasn't one to gush, he was glad that he hadn't made more of a deal about the gifts. Snape didn't look too uncomfortable at the moment, but he also didn't look as if he would know what to do with effusive thanks. But then, maybe he didn't have much experience being on the receiving end of gratitude. Dumbledore probably thanked him for things, and maybe his Slytherins or the occasional professor, but those were mainly niceties, weren't they? Most other people had understandable reasons to either hate or distrust him, not to thank him. When it came to real, personal gratitude, maybe Snape was uncomfortable with it for the simple reason that it was so foreign to him. Well, the man might have to get used to it if he kept surprising Harry with these small moments of unexpected kindness. Harry grinned and shook his head exasperatedly at the professor's back as they made their way down the stairs. Snape wasn't fooling him, he decided. Yes, he could be downright nasty when he disliked someone, and sure, he still didn't know all the ins and outs of human emotions and social interactions, but deep down, Harry was realizing the man had a heart. For some reason, he just didn't want anyone to know it. Chapter 33, Nida's Point. Harry didn't know what he'd been expecting, but it wasn't this hovel. A place that had a name, even one as unassuming as Nida's Point, had to at least be grand enough to deserve being named, right? Apparently not. Although, come to think of it, the burrow wasn't grand and it had a name. So really, Harry shouldn't be too surprised. They had flew away from Grimmauld Place to a plain, deserted cabin, then taken a portkey to a sandy beach, something Harry wished he'd been warned about, as now he had shoes full of sand. It was mostly dark, with only the moonlight and the adults, lit wands to guide them, which made traipsing through the sand even more difficult, but he could still see enough of the house to be unimpressed. Mrs. Weasley took the lead, marching toward the small, run-down house from their portkey arrival spot. Ron was floating beside her atop a thin mattress, and Ginny followed close behind in case he needed steadying. Harry and Hermione trailed behind them, supporting a still weak Remus on either side. Harry had been correct in his guess that Moody was to accompany them to the safe house. The vigilant wizard took up the rear, his wand out and ready in case of any sign of danger. Even though he couldn't see every detail, the moonlight was bright enough for him to see that the small house was perched on a bluff, overlooking the beach on one side and a rocky meadow on the other. He thought the scenery would probably be beautiful in the daytime, though the run-down mishmash of stone and brick in its midst might prove to be an eyesore. The house was short and squat, not tall and lopsided like the burrow, and Harry didn't know how the 7 of them would have room to stay there for any length of time. 9, come to think of it, assuming the mysterious Nida was there and that Snape would be following soon. "How's the arm?" Harry asked Remus softly as they navigated around a particularly large rock. His arm looked okay, so somebody must have tried to heal it, but it had pained the man the whole way here, making it difficult to support him. Unfortunately, his legs were still unsteady, making the support necessary. Remus gave him a small smile. "Much better than before. Don't worry yourself about me, Harry. Professor Snape says this Nida fellow is a decent healer. Perhaps he can see to it. And look at Ron, too. He voiced the hopes that had been running through his mind since Snape had brought up the idea. We'll make sure of it, the man said in a tight voice that was probably meant to be reassuring, but he had stumbled over a rock just then, wrenching his arm. Sorry, Hermione cried from his other side. I didn't see it in time. Remus merely grunted, and they continued toward the house. As they stepped foot on a crooked stone path leading up to the small house, a man emerged from the front door. He stood in the light of the porch, and Harry could see that he was on the short side, thin and older than Snape, but not nearly so old as Dumbledore. He guessed that he was possibly in his 50s or 60s. As they got closer, he saw hair that was mostly silver but sprinkled here and there with the brown that it used to be. For someone who presumably lived alone in a rundown shack, he was surprisingly fastidiously dressed. Harry could see the shine of his neat shirt buttons and his polished shoes from here. The man waited calmly on the front stoop for the travelers to reach him, studying each in turn with a keen eye, and at least one piece of the puzzle of this neater fellow drifted into place for Harry. It was apparent by this man's hawk-like gaze that he was both observant and intelligent. Which made sense, as Snape wouldn't trust anyone he thought was stupid. "Ephraim Nida?" asked Mrs. Weasley, stepping up to the porch. "I am he," Nida said politely in a slightly hoarse voice, and waited in silence for introductions. "My name is Marley Weasley," she said as she climbed the few steps to the porch and extended her hand, which he took. "We've come from headquarters. It may have been compromised. Severus Snape suggested that we might be safe here for the time being." Nida's eyes flickered at the mention of Snape, but he otherwise made no acknowledgement of the man, to Harry's disappointment. Now that he had a tiny piece of the puzzle, he wanted to put the whole puzzle together. "Weasley, eh? I've heard of you and yours," he said. "Good folk." Mrs. Weasley smiled, a tinge of pink coloring her cheeks at the compliment to her family. "Severus asked me to give this to you." She handed a small white envelope to Nida, which he took, and then she introduced the other adults, which Harry barely took note of, as he was sorely wishing that he could read the contents of Snape's letter. "This is Remus Lupin and Alastor Moody." She gestured to the men toward the rear of the small group. "Moody," Nida nodded as if they'd met before, then shifted his attention to Remus. "Lupin, I've heard of you too, good thinker." "Severus didn't say that, I assume," Remus said with a faint smirk. "Not as such, no," Nida answered, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "But where are my manners?" the man asked and waved them all forward. Come in, come in. Put the poor lad in the first room there and we'll see to him first, why don't we?" he waved Mrs. Weasley, Ron and Ginny ahead of him, then took over the duty of helping Remus stumble into the house. As soon as Harry was on the porch, he towed off a shoe to knock out all of the sand. As run down as the house was, it would be rude to track all of that dirt in. That was something Dudley might do, but something that Harry had learned to equate with an irate Aunt Petunia. But as soon as he turned the shoe upside down, he realized there was no sand to speak of. It was all gone. He exchanged a glance with Hermione, who appeared quite pleased at whatever magical spell was in effect. He could tell by the look in her eyes that she was going to ask this Nida wizard how the spell was done first chance she got. At Moody's impatient huff, he also realized that they were obviously the only two who hadn't expected some sort of sand evaporating spell. He hurriedly put his shoe back on, and they followed the others. Only as soon he stepped into the house, Harry found himself with a face full of bushy brown hair. "Oof." "Oh, sorry," Hermione said distractedly from where she'd ground to a halt. She stepped forward slowly, her mouth agape as she took in their surroundings. As soon as she moved, he could see why she had stopped, for he stopped in surprise too. The inside of the house was magnificent, nothing like the outside would suggest. They'd stepped from a rickety front porch to a beautiful white marble floor. Beyond the entryway was a large room with numerous comfortable-looking sofas and chairs, a rather impressive fireplace, and floor-to-ceiling windows on one wall that he imagined had an amazing view of the ocean during the day. An archway led to what looked like a kitchen, and while he was almost surprised not to see a grand staircase, there were more doors leading off from the entryway and living room than he could count. He could see right away that his fears of a tiny hovel were unfounded. Thanks to whatever wizard space spells were in this place, they'd each have their own bedroom with room to spare. Shaking his head to clear it, he followed Hermione to the first door off the entryway, which was open to reveal a sort of hospital room. Cabinets covered the walls, containing medical supplies and plenty of multicolored potions. There were 3 beds against the wall. Mrs. Weasley was settling Ron on one, fussing over him and tucking his still body under the covers, while Nita helped Remus to another. Behind Harry, Moody checked the lock on the front door and then headed toward the kitchen, probably to make sure the rest of the house was secure. "Is anybody else injured?" asked Nita, giving them another once-over now that they were closer. Harry knew the moment the man noticed his scar, his widened eyes and double take giving him away. He stared at Harry in surprise, but didn't say anything. Harry tried not to fidget under the attention. As much as it should be old hat by now, his fame always took getting used to after a summer of being surrounded by either muggles who didn't know he was famous or friends who took his fame for granted. "The other children and I are fine," Mrs. Weasley said, sad eyes scanning over Ron once more. She looked up. Remus was treated, but he could benefit from an actual healer's eye. "My son, she sniffed and looked away. "He's not in need of treatment so much as care." "Perhaps the other children could take to the kitchen for a bite to eat while I explain." "Help yourselves to whatever you find." Nita nodded without taking his eyes off of Harry, and Harry quickly ducked out of the room to escape the man's stare. The kitchen was as magnificent as the rest of the house, and it was so immaculately clean that Harry wondered if Nita ever actually used it. After they raided the fridge and cupboard for a small snack, it was a relief to finally sit, even if it was at the largest dining table he'd ever seen. "I wonder how many visitors he gets," Hermione whispered from across the table. There wasn't truly a need to whisper, but Harry understood why she did. The huge room they were in, the grand nature of the dark wood furniture and marble floors, inspired a certain amount of awe in all of them. "I wonder how many house elves he has," Ginny said in an equally low tone, and Hermione swiveled to look at the girl next to her. "You think he has house elves? Why?" Ginny stared, then waved her hands about as if to say that it was obvious. "He's a wizard," Hermione sniffed. "He doesn't need house elves to keep house, no matter how nice a house it is." Ginny made a humming noise, which sounded to Harry like a wordless whatever yow sigh, then piled some fruit and crackers on a small plate and wandered back to the hospital room. Hermione munched on a cracker, eyeing the kitchen suspiciously, as if watching it long enough would tell her whether or not house elves were lurking about. "Hermione," he said to get her attention. He had been mulling over something, and now that they were alone, "I've been thinking, you know, you're a really good tutor." "Oh, thank you, Harry," she beamed, though she looked a bit confused by the sudden compliment. "And I've been thinking a lot lately about newt levels." As soon as he mentioned their newts, her confusion melted away, and she sat at full attention. He grinned at her overt willingness to talk about academics. "Do you know if a student can sit a newt exam for a class they didn't actually take?" Hermione looked taken aback. "Well, I haven't ever thought to find out." Harry was certain she hadn't. When had Hermione ever considered not taking a class? "It is possible," she said slowly, thinking. "I mean, newts are to test your level of competency in a given subject. Who's to say one has to learn it in a classroom? I learn more from books than from Professor Binns all the time." She gave Harry an apologetic look for disrespecting a teacher, though Harry didn't know why she should bother herself about it. Binns was a pretty awful teacher. It would definitely be possible, if difficult, for a student to pass the exam from prior knowledge or independent study. Only, I'd need to do some research to find out for certain if Hogwarts rules allow for it. Why do you ask? "Potions," Hermione understood right away, her face morphing into pure delight. Snape won't let you into his class, but you want to try for the Newt anyway, she stated. Harry nodded. I want to be an Auror, Hermione, now more than ever. I'm sick and tired of sitting on the sidelines, waiting for other people to fight the war or keep things from me, even though I'm at the center of what Voldemort's doing to people. I want to have a say in my own future. The only way to get there is with the right Newts, and potions is one of them. And if you can sit the exam without taking the class, you need a tutor to do it, Hermione filled in. Harry nodded again. I got and exceeds expectations on my owl, so I'm not completely pants at it, but it's not my best subject either. From what Snape says, 6th year is going to be harder than any year yet. I don't think I can manage to study it on my own without somebody who's taking Snape's class and is willing to share assignments and guide me through the toughest practical bits. I'm in, Hermione said immediately. She was sitting up straight in her chair, practically bouncing with excitement at the thought of covert studies. I have my textbook with me, of course. She patted her pocket where she carried her shrunken trunk. I've already read it and finished the summer assignments. You can look it over if you like, get familiar with it. We probably won't be able to find out until we're back at Hogwarts if it's possible to sit the exam, but if you don't begin right away, you'll fall behind. Harry gave her a huge grin. Thanks, Hermione. He didn't enjoy the thought of more studying over the following week and a half before they returned to Hogwarts, but he was determined to do it. He'd found the will to get serious about learning occlumency, and that same will was going to help him to become an Auror. You know, Hermione tempered her excitement to give him a hesitant look. I hate to even bring this up. I know you hate it, but if it doesn't work out, the Auror program would probably make an exception for you, of all people. I know, Harry pulled a face, but I don't want to do it that way. I want to earn my way in. Hermione nodded with a smile. She'd seemed to expect that. Another thing, assuming you even can't sit the exam, there's one more possible hitch in our plan. What's that? We'd need use of the potions lab and ingredients outside of class time, Hermione said rather apologetically. There are some things we might not be able to buy, not on our own, and supplies for important potions you'll need to learn. I know he won't let you into his class, but we're still going to need Snape's permission to do this. Harry slumped down in his chair. He hadn't thought of that. He'd imagined that they could study in the common room or in the room of requirement, and they still could, some of the time. But if he was to properly learn Newt-level potions, and well enough to pass the exams at the end of 7th year, there was no way around it. He'd have to get permission from Snape to use the lab from time to time. Great, just great. He exhaled, feeling his dream ebbing away with each bit of breath that left his body. The asking Snape part wasn't even the main problem, not since they'd been getting along better. Even though Harry would have to swallow his pride, he knew Snape wouldn't kill him now just for asking. The permission part was the problem. The chance that the man would ever say yes was next to impossible. Snape was extremely protective of his classroom and ingredient stores. With the exception of detentions, he'd only ever heard of Snape allowing after-hours lab access to his upper-level Slytherin students, and even then only when the professor was present. Not that most people complained about that bit of favoritism. Hardly any non-Slytherin students would care to spend more time with Snape than necessary, after all. Even Harry's remedial potions lessons had been fake, and probably any students who'd heard about it figured that Dumbledore had forced Snape's hand. Which, in a way, he had, with the occlumency lessons. The salient point was that Snape certainly wouldn't think of allowing lab access to a Gryffindor who hadn't earned a satisfactory grade on his owl, and who wasn't even a student in his regular potions class. Harry's stroke of brilliancy had hit a brick wall, and he felt a wave of disappointment crashing over him. It was like getting his owl results all over again. Hermione, perceptive as usual, reached across to pat his arm. It's always possible that he'll say yes. I saw how he was with you earlier. When I found Snape and told him you'd collapsed, that I thought it was Voldemort, he dropped everything to get to you. And I mean everything. Didn't even spell his potion first, or secure his lab, and you know how he is when he has potions brewing. And then you trusted him, let him into your mind without a second thought. Things are different now. He's obviously changed his mind about you, and I think you have about him as well. I think he even cares about you, Harry. Cares about what happens to you at any rate, and that's far more than before, right? Maybe he'll care about your future too, enough to say yes. Harry was doubtful. He also wasn't sure if he agreed with all that Hermione had said. There was some truth to it, certainly, but she was seeing that truth with rose-colored glasses. Snape did seem to have overcome some of his hang-ups, and he didn't overtly dread Harry's company anymore. He was also taking his role as Harry's summer guardian seriously, going to great lengths to see to his safety. But care about Harry himself, that was taking things a bit too far. She looked so hopeful, though, and he didn't really want to talk right then about whatever was going on between him and Snape, so he changed the subject. And as anyone even remotely acquainted with Hermione knew, the best way to deflect was to ask her about homework. Between charms and transfiguration, the subjects of Snape and potions were completely abandoned. "So, Harry Potter, eh? Never thought I'd be hosting the likes of you here," were the first words Nida said when he came into the kitchen after a short while. Harry couldn't tell by his words if the man meant to be friendly and welcoming or the exact opposite. If Snape had said those words to someone, it would have meant something along the lines, "Off we in heaven's name, was I cursed, with your wretchedly bothersome and undeservedly famous presence." Of course, Snape would have made his meaning clear with a sneer. Nida's face was neutral, maybe even calculating, his hawk eyes still surveying them, no doubt taking everything in. Still, knowing that Nida and Snape knew each other, that Snape trusted this man, Harry wondered if they also shared a common aversion to all things Harry Potter. But his own uncertainty was no excuse for rudeness. Harry awkwardly stood up to properly greet their host. "It's, nice to meet you, Mr. Nida, sir," he said, with a polite dip of his head. He couldn't help that he'd probably come across as both awkward and wary. When Nida didn't answer right away, he filled the silence with, "This is my friend, Hermione Granger." "Miss Granger," Nida said, and gave her a smile, which Harry took as an answer to his question. Nida didn't like Harry, or at the very least, he was prepared to not like him once Harry did or said something to prove himself unlikable. And all at once, Harry wanted to ask Nida just how well he knew Snape, how much they might have talked, how much Snape might have told him about his least favorite student, the bane of his Hogwarts existence. Because if he had to start all over again with another authority figure who hated his guts for no good reason, he was going to go insane by the time this summer officially ended. "Mimsy," Nida called out, and a small house elf popped into the kitchen, large eyes blinking at the visitors. Harry was so relieved to have Nida's eyes off him that he paid no mind to Hermione's gasp of dismay. "You must be tired from your journey," Nida was saying. "Mimsy will show you to your rooms. If you need anything tonight, let her know. As for tomorrow, the house and grounds are protected. Anti-apparition wards extend as far as the buoy in the water and the oak tree on the knoll. Don't go past either one, and you'll be right as rain." He turned to go. "Wait," called Harry, and the man looked back around, eyebrows raised in a silent question. "Mr. Nida, how's Remus?" He was sort of tired and roughed up, and his arm, he trailed off lamely. He didn't know why the man made him quite so nervous, but he sounded like a right idiot. This was not first impression he'd wanted to make on the man who might be able to tell him things about Snape. "Ah, yes, you're Mr. Lupin," answered Nida calmly. "I've healed his injuries. He'll be out for quite a while after the fairly potent sleeping draught I've given him. Best do without him for the time being." And with that, he retreated from the kitchen. "Well," Hermione said, after a beat of silence, "real social fellow, isn't he?" "Maybe he's not used to much company," Harry asked, with a half-hearted shrug. With this large house, all set up as an order-safe house, Hermione asked skeptically, and space for so many guests to sleep. Harry kept any more thoughts to himself, because his intuition was often quite good, and it was saying that the man's eagerness to avoid them came down to wanting to avoid him in particular. He didn't know why that bothered him. Usually he'd shrug it off if a random stranger didn't like him. It came with being famous for nothing he could help, after all. But this wasn't a random stranger, was it? This was quite possibly an all too rare friend of Snape's, or at least an ally. He held some of the clues in the mystery that was Severus Snape, and it was looking very likely that the man wasn't going to be inclined to share any of them with Harry. He sighed and turned his attention to the little house elf. She was standing still in the center of the kitchen, staring wide-eyed at them, but she didn't seem worried or afraid, more curious and patient. It appeared that she was going to wait quietly for them to indicate when they were ready to leave. Mimsy, was it? Harry ventured. About those rooms. Yes, Sir Mimsy is happy to show you to your rooms, sir, she chirped politely, and cheerfully led them to rooms around the perimeter of the living room, helpfully unshrinking their trunks in the process. Hermione's was on the opposite side of the large room from his. He gave her a small wave, but didn't wait to see her settled. Didn't even bother to study his room other than to note that it was decorated in shades of blue and contained a simple bed, dresser, and nightstand. He just mumbled his intent to go to bed, closed the door, toed off his shoes, flopped onto his back on the surprisingly comfortable mattress, and stared at the ceiling. He didn't intend to sleep yet. Thoughts of Grimmauld Place raced like wildfire through his mind. Was it safe? Would Voldemort breach its walls? Would he try and be unable to make it in? Or was Snape right that he only knew generally where they were, but not about number 12? He wanted to know if Snape and the rest of the Order were going to be safe, if Darby was still as sad as he'd been when Harry had said goodbye to him, if Mr. Weasley and the twins were being careful for Mrs. Weasley's sake. It was killing him not to have the answers to his questions. He also thought more about his visions, wishing that he hadn't managed to break himself away from Voldemort's mind. Maybe they'd have known more about Voldemort's intentions if he'd stayed longer. Maybe he'd have known if Voldemort knew exactly where they were and how known it. He sighed miserably. He hated being kept away from the action, forced to hide out and wait for answers while the Order took on the dangerous work of protecting them and fighting Voldemort. Eager for a distraction, he took the packet of potions from his pocket, studying each in turn before placing them on his nightstand and studying his new ring instead. He hadn't thought of Snape as thoughtful before, but even if the ring didn't qualify, it was strategic to have a way to call for help. After all, the headache potions certainly did. Snape had developed a potion just for him, a potion that wasn't necessary, but that helped with the pain. It was a kindness that he hadn't expected. It occurred to him that he'd better wipe thoughts of gratitude from his mind before their next occlumency lesson. If Snape knew how much the gift meant to Harry, he'd try to pull away again. And Harry was willing to admit to himself that he didn't want Snape to pull away. He didn't want to lose any more people, even someone he had such a tenuous a bond with as his occlumency teacher. His fingers reached into his other pocket, the pads of his thumbs rubbing over the smooth surface of his mum's stone. It helped, this connection with his mum. It calmed him, if not completely. The photograph he'd found was still in his pocket, and he pulled it out to distract himself from thoughts of Voldemort and losing people. Sirius and James waved out at him in their Quidditch robes. Sirius playfully shoved James out of the frame and struck a pose. Harry smiled, imagining what their boyhood days would have been like. The days of the Marauders. He'd give about anything to have a time machine, or maybe to be able to view more memories of what his dad had been like, better memories than that one of Snape's that he'd seen. He never again wanted to see the shameful way his dad and godfather had picked on their classmate. Maybe Remus had some nicer ones that he'd be willing to share. Harry had no idea how easy it was to find a pensieve to use, though. Were they rare? Would Dumbledore let him use his? for something so sentimental and unnecessary? Probably not. Dumbledore was the one who had warned him that it wasn't good to dwell on dreams and forget to live. If he asked, he'd probably only be treated to a grandfatherly chat about how it was okay to miss his parents, but not healthy to obsess over his loss. So much for that idea. Pictures would have to be enough. He sighed again and watched as James shoved Sirius back, toppling him over. Both boys started laughing, and Lily rolled her eyes at them in the background. Harry smiled. Picturesque would be enough. Not as good as having them here, but it was enough to be able to remember them by. And it was nice to be able to think of them this way, when they were happiest. Sirius put James into a play choke hold, and they wrestled on the ground. Lily shared an exasperated look with her friend, who sneered at James and Sirius, and Harry shot up on his bed and held the photograph closer to his eyes. Heck knew that sneer. He knew that face. He'd seen that scrawny boy in legilimency lessons, in Snape's head, in his memories of long ago. It was Snape. Snape was sitting on the grass with Harry's mum. He whispered something into Hira. They started laughing together. They were interacting as if they were friends, close friends. With Lily. He stared at the photograph in stunned disbelief, before a random thought had him scrambling for his trunk. He carefully pulled out his mum's letter from between the pages of a book where he'd stashed it. He reread it, poring over possible clues. Sometimes, I wouldn't mind being an only child like you. You know you love school as much as I do. Maybe next time your papa will let you come with us. You can pretend you've been to the beach too. Your friend Lily. It wasn't much to go on, but it could fit with what he knew of Snape. He hadn't seen any evidence of Snape having siblings. Hemite, an only child. He certainly wasn't good at sharing, Harry thought with a smirk. He was intelligent and studious, probably the type to have loved school and learning. And thinking back to what little he'd seen, Harry didn't think that Snape's had been a happy childhood. Having a strict father who wouldn't let him go to the beach fit perfectly with the scenes he'd glimpsed in his mind. Could Snape have been the recipient of Lily's letter? In context, it made so much more sense that they had been friends, and that Lily had written to him, than that Snape had randomly stumbled upon a letter from Lily, and held on to it in case he ever stopped hating Harry enough to pass it on to him. It would also explain why he hadn't given Harry the first page of the letter, if that page had Snape's name on it, or other personal details he didn't want Harry to know. He wanted to jump up and down like a little kid in excitement at how well it fit together. It occurred to him that finding out Snape and his mum had been friends should have horrified him, but instead he felt such a sense of excitement and nervous anticipation that he couldn't keep still. He paced back and forth in the room. Snape knew Lily. They had been friends. They'd laughed together. It was highly possible that they'd exchanged letters. If he was the person she'd written to, then they'd lived close enough to each other to study together during holidays. Finally, knew someone who could tell him more about his mum. He skidded to a halt, sudden disappointment edging out the excitement. Snape wouldn't tell him anything about his mum, he realized. The professor was insanely guarded about his personal life. He wouldn't even tell Harry what books he liked to read, or whether he so much as exchanged greetings with other members of the Hogwarts faculty. He'd never so much as hinted that he'd known Lily in school, much less that they'd been close friends. No chance was he going to magically become forthcoming and actually volunteer any details or stories about her. Harry lowered himself to the floor in dejection. Why couldn't his parents have been friends with nice, normal people? No, they had to be friends with an emotionally stunted Azkaban prisoner and a traitorous animagus rat and a reclusive werewolf. And now he could add an emotionally repressed ex-Death Eater spy to the mix. He threw the photograph and letter across the room in frustration, then immediately thought better of it, retrieving both and checking them for damage. He carefully put both inside his book and then flopped dramatically back onto the bed. He held up the heart-shaped stone and studied every smooth surface, every worn edge. Whether or not it had been gifted to Snape, this stone had once been carefully selected by Harry's mum, held in her fingers. And guarded spy or not, Snape held secrets that Harry now desperately wanted to know. It had been a game before, trying to get Snape to admit to friendships or hobbies, or anything that didn't fit Harry's old view of the man. The games were over. Now Harry was playing for real, one way or another, even if he had to bide his time and practice his mental skills and eventually legitimize the memories out of the man. Harry was going to find out about Snape's friendship with Lily Evans. He just hoped he could find out what he wanted to know without Snape going back to hating him. Chapter 34. Friends and Enemies. 18 hours, 16 minutes, and some odd seconds had passed since they'd left Grimmauld Place. Harry knew because the large wall clock on the living room wall was hard to miss, and he'd been watching it for most of the day. Still no Snape. When he wasn't watching the clock, he was watching out the wall of windows for Snape's approaching figure, or pretending to read his herbology textbook while actually watching the clock or the windows. The professor really should have arrived by now, or at least sent word. He felt eyes on him and looked up to see Nida studying him from the opposite sofa. Harry quickly looked back down at his book, still feeling wary and self-conscious around the man. He hadn't exchanged more than cordial pleasantries with their host over breakfast, though he'd listened as Hermione had engaged the man in a lively discussion about the pros and cons of a career in mediwizardry. She'd clearly impressed Nida with her intelligence and curiosity, and right after breakfast, he'd handed her a stack of books to leaf through. She had immediately sat on the floor at the coffee table with books spread out before her, and she'd barely moved since. Judging by her expression, she was in heaven. Ginny and Mrs. Weasley were together in Ron's room, and Moody, who had stayed the night, was somewhere outside, checking the perimeter. Remus sat snoozing on the other side of Harry's sofa. The poor man had woken up only long enough to yawn his way over to the sofa and fall asleep again after drinking a suspicious-looking draught from Nida. Harry almost asked their host if it was really necessary to have given Remus such potent sleeping draughts, but he still was convinced that the man didn't like him. It was just as well, as he wasn't feeling very talkative anyway. But then none of them had been except for Hermione. As soon as she'd realized that their host knew things that she wanted to know, she'd taken advantage of the opportunity to learn from him, and now from his books. Harry's gaze drifted to the clock and to the windows again. He saw the same scene as usual, a long, empty expanse of beach. No Snape. "I'm certain he's all right, Harry." Hermione's voice broke the silence, startling him in the process. It was on the tip of Harry's tongue to ask, "Who?" But he figured there was no point feigning ignorance. Hermione was too perceptive to believe that Harry wasn't worried about Snape, and Hugh was worried about the professor, about Mr. Weasley and the others too. He needed to know that they were okay, that Voldemort hadn't hurt any of them while trying to find Harry. Of course, he was also eager to talk to Snape about Lily, but he wasn't ready to confide in anyone else until he learned more from Snape himself. Not that he knew exactly how he was going to go about asking something like that of the closed book that was Snape. Well, he'd cross that bridge when he got there. For now, he needed to know that Snape and the others were safe. "I mean it, Harry," said Hermione, and he realized that she'd taken his silence for doubt. Professor Snape is more than capable of defending himself against Death Eaters. He probably knows all their tricks, and the Order had advance warning. Besides, they must know how to get a message to us here if anything had gone wrong. "Yeah, you're right. I'm sure you're right." Harry nodded and smiled at Hermione to reassure her that she'd reassured him even though he didn't feel at all reassured. This was Voldemort they were talking about. Snape and the Order were formidable, but against Voldemort. Maybe the Order couldn't get a message through because they'd been attacked so suddenly, so thoroughly that they couldn't. Or maybe they wouldn't try, in case Voldemort had a way to track messages. Harry's eyes wandered back to the windows, and he ignored Hermione's sigh. "You're both 6 years, eh?" asked Nida. Harry looked at him, but let Hermione answer. He figured he'd only been included in the question out of politeness anyway. Hermione nodded proudly. We're starting our Newt levels this year. Ah, he smiled at her. Tough year, that. You won't be able to slack on your studies from here on out. Harry snorted, then flushed when Nida's hawk eyes darted to him. Hermione's the smartest witch in our year, he rushed to explain. I don't think she knows how to slack. He smiled to show that he meant it as a compliment, but his discomfort around the man probably made it look more like a grimace. Harry's doing well too, Hermione chimed in, her cheeks pink with pleasure at Harry's praise. And he does have more extracurriculars than I do, with Quidditch and leading our defense club, not to mention extra lessons with Professor Snape. Severus is giving you extra lessons, is he? Nida raised his eyebrows in obvious surprise. Too much surprise. Yep, Harry thought, somewhere along the way, Snape had Affinitella confided what he thought about Harry to Nida. Remedial potions, Harry said automatically, even though he hated how stupid that made him sound. But word about the occlumency lessons probably shouldn't go beyond Harry's immediate circle of friends, so it appeared that he was doomed to always be known as a potions failure. Huh, was Nida's response. He looked as if he didn't believe Harry. Come to think of it, if he knew Snape well, he probably would know that Snape wouldn't give him extra potions lessons if his life depended on it, or unless he was forced to. Now that he'd had time to process that Nida didn't like him, it helped to know that it was because the man had preconceived ideas. It meant that there was nothing that Harry could have done to prevent it, and probably nothing he could do to change his mind. So maybe he shouldn't worry about impressing the man. He threw caution to the wind and asked, "How well do you know Professor Snape?" Nida studied him with a pleasantly neutral expression before saying, "Well enough to call him Severus." Harry waited for more, but that was apparently all that the man intended to share. Harry considered trying to wheedle more information out of him, but mentally shrugged. It was probably no use trying if the man didn't want to share anything. Harry would just pester Snape about it later. He looked at the clock. A few more minutes had gone by, and still no Snape. You lead a defense club, eh? Nida asked. It took Harry a moment to realize the man was talking to him again, as most of his questions that day had been directed at Hermione. Yes, he cleared his throat. I mean, yes, I did last year. I don't know that we'll continue it if we have a decent defense professor this year. Something wrong with your last one? Nida asked. Harry couldn't help feeling as if the man were daring him to disrespect a professor, like that would prove that Harry Potter was a spoiled brat or something. He stretched his fingers and deliberately tried to lower his hackles, knowing he was feeling stressed and tense, and was more than likely reading too much into the man's innocent question. But, well, some professors deserve to be disrespected, didn't they? The thought of umbrage made Harry not care about proving Nida right, and he raised his chin and answered, "Yes. She wanted to keep us ignorant, thought there wasn't any reason for kids to learn to defend themselves. But we're at war, aren't we? If we don't learn now, when will we learn?" Maybe that's for professors, not children, to decide, Nida pointed out. That's what they're there for, isn't it? Sometimes professors are wrong, Harry answered firmly, feeling his wariness of Nida being replaced by stubbornness. He saw Hermione give him a warning glance out of the corner of his eye, but he didn't care. Nida was as much as calling him a reckless, rebellious kid, when all he'd wanted to do was teach his classmates what they should have been learning in class in the first place. Things that would keep Theme alive. She got Dumbledore ousted from Hogwarts because she didn't like that he insisted Voldemort was back. She made it hard for other professors to do their jobs. She decided propaganda was more important than preparing her students for their owls. She used a blood quill on her students in detention. Do you think she was right in doing all that just because she's a professor? Nida scratched his whiskers and studied Harry with those sharp, steady eyes. No, I reckon those aren't very professorish things to do. Right, well, they aren't. Harry had kind of hoped the man would argue. He had a few more good points stored up about bad professors, including a Death Eater in disguise and the attempted use of memory charms on students. And sorry, Remus, he said silently, a werewolf run wild. As it was, he had to satisfy himself with Nida agreeing with him far more easily than Snape ever would have done. With that point, anyway. So you took it upon yourself to rectify the situation, did you? Nida's question put him on the defensive again, but this time Hermione chimed in. It really was quite complicated, Mr. Nida. The ministry controlled the school, you see. Even the other professors couldn't do much about it. We all did the best we could, Harry included. You can ask Professor Snape, if you like. He didn't care for Professor Umbridge either, I'm certain of it. Harry huffed in amusement at the thought that Hermione's solution wouldn't prove much, seeing as how Snape hated a great number of people. Sorry, he said when both faces turned toward him. It was nothing, just a random thought. You know what? I'm going to take a walk, he announced, actually done with this conversation. He was so on edge, he was in real danger of being irreparably rude to their host. And as much as he wasn't sure whether he liked the man, he was aware enough of his own mood to know that the man hadn't said or done anything to truly deserve it. Nida didn't try to stop him, just dipped his head and said, "Stay on this side of the oak on the knoll." Harry waited until his back was to the room to roll his eyes. Of course he wasn't going to go beyond the apparition boundary, he thought moodily. He wasn't an idiot. Not that anyone who was friends with Snape would think any differently, he frowned to himself. He knew he shouldn't be so bothered by the man's benign questions. Nida hadn't been anything but polite, even when he'd been asking those leading questions. In fact, Harry was probably the only one who had even noticed the man's semi-frosty attitude toward him. It was so subtle a lack of smile here or an extra scrutinizing gaze there, an occasional question or comment that Harry couldn't help but read into, but when all viewed together, betrayed what the man thought of Harry's character and intellect. He frowned. He certainly didn't need to be liked by every stranger he met. He'd resigned himself to not being liked by plenty of people over the years, and it's not like they would even be here for very long. Even if they weren't moved to another location, fall term started in less than a week and a half. He charged out of the front door, pausing long enough to close the door softly behind him. He didn't need their host to have any evidence that he really was some spoiled brat, after all. He plodded through the grass until he was just shy of the oak tree and plopped himself down on the ground facing the house. Seeing the rundown hovel was amusing now that he knew what was inside. Well, it was amusing until he remembered everything else that was on his mind. Did Voldemort attack? Was Snape safe? Were the Order and the rest of the Weasleys safe? Even if they were, what would Voldemort do next to find him? This was going to be a very stressful year if he had to watch his back for any Slytherin students who might want to impress their Death Eater parents by getting to Harry or his friends. And thinking of next year, was there even the slightest chance that Snape might allow him to use the laboratory outside of class? If he didn't, was it worth it to still try for the Newt? What if he studied everything he possibly could for 2 years and then failed anyway because it wasn't enough? It sounded like an utterly exhausting waste of time and effort. And then there was Snape's apparent friendship with Lily. Now that he'd had time to think about it, he was a little weirded out. He'd kind of imagined before that child Snape was simply a younger version of his adult self, an oily, snarky Death Eater in training with serious personality issues. But then, why was his mum laughing with him? And if Harry was right about the letter being written to Snape, then they'd been close enough to see each other fairly regularly during their school holidays. Close enough even for him to have been invited to vacation with her family. Harry barely even got to see his own friends during the summer, at least when he was holed up at the Dursleys. Only his best friend ever invited him to spend holidays with him. Were Snape and Lily best friends? The thought was so weird. What in the world did Snape and Lily have to talk about? How had two such different people become friends? Or had they really been that different? Harry had been told that Lily was intelligent. Snape certainly was. They apparently shared a love of school in general and Hogwarts in particular. Maybe they had more in common. Lily was a Muggle-born. Harry had assumed that Snape was a pure blood, but he didn't have any real knowledge to back that up. But if they lived near each other, presumably in a Muggle area, might Snape have been raised by Muggle parents as well? Wait, number Snape had told him that his mother was a witch. There went that idea. Though he could have been a half-blood. It didn't fit with his image of Snape, but it was a possibility to consider. Finding out you were a witch or wizard, or that you were different than one or both of your parents, was definitely something to bond over. And that's where his ideas stopped. He couldn't think of a single other thing that Snape and Lily might have in common. Admittedly, that was in large part due to the fact that he knew next to nothing about his mum. How could he understand her friendships if he didn't even know her? Maybe unlike everything Harry had been told, she had been drawn to the dark arts, or had some dark, sardonic view of the world that matched Snape's. Or maybe Snape hadn't always been so jaded himself. How was he even to know if anything he'd imagined about his mother was true, if she had been friends with the last person in the world Harry would have imagined? He lay back in the grass, careful to avoid the rocks, and sighed. Back to Nida. Oh, why fool himself? He knew that he was only bothered about Nida because of his link to Snape. He was hardly surprised that Snape had unloaded his hatred of Harry Potter onto someone he trusted, but it wasn't supposed to sting. It wouldn't have, mere weeks ago. Snape had obviously hated Harry, had thought all those horrible things about him. Even if he had changed his mind about some things, Harry knew that his past hatred was a force to be reckoned with. Knowing that everything Nida knew about him was from Snape's past hatred, though, somehow made it now seem not past. His feelings were all jumbled up. Lily and Snape, Snape and Nida, Voldemort and Grimmauld Place, Hogwarts and potions, all mixing up in his brain like a noisy stew. So many things were bothering him, he hardly knew where one worry stopped and the next one started. He closed his eyes and breathed in and out slowly, trying to focus his senses on the world around him like Snape had taught him. He could smell the sweetness of the grass, the earthy tang of the dirt, the salt of the sea. His fingers burrowed themselves into the dirt and grass. His elbow rested on a smooth rock. He listened to the breeze, the chatter of birds, the whisper of insects going about their daily routines, the slithering of something approaching. His eyes shot open, and he turned his head to the side in time to see a snake poised to strike. He froze for a second, then said quickly, "I mean you no harm," he hoped to Merlin that had been in Parseltongue. He still couldn't tell most of the time whether he was speaking in English or in the snake language. Thankfully, it worked, as the snake drew its head back and up, relaxing into a watchful pose. It didn't say anything, though, and Harry wasn't about to move until he figured out if the snake was going to bite him. "Can you understand me?" "Yes," answered the snake. "I have never been SS spoken to by a human. Are you a SSS snake human?" Harry grinned at the funny question. "Are you going to bite me? If you don't mean me harm, I'll sit up and we can talk." He didn't add that if the snake did mean him harm, he was going to do his best to kick it away and make a run for it. "I will not harm you, SSS snake human." Harry sat up slowly, just in case the snake was startled easily, but it calmly watched him, its head swaying gently from side to side. "I am not a snake human," he said. "I am a wizard. Some wizards, not very many, know the snake language." The snake bobbed its head up and down once as if to nod, and Harry was mesmerized by the smooth scales running in a white and black pattern along its body. He'd never thought of snakes as beautiful, but that's the only word he could use to describe this one. "I have not SSS seen you here before," said the snake. It lowered its head and slowly coiled itself up, apparently getting comfortable. "I have never been here before." Harry followed suit, crossing his legs and leaning back on his hands. "Do you live near here?" "Yes, sir. It's beautiful." The snake bobbed in answer, and Harry smiled. This was just what he needed, A mindless, pleasant conversation with someone wholly unconnected with the war or Voldemort or the Order or the wizarding world in general. And so he lost himself in chatter with his new friend, conversing about everything from tasty field mice to why so few wizards could speak parcel tongue. He was so immersed in the conversation that he didn't realize that more than an hour had gone by, or that they weren't alone, until a long shadow blocked out the sun, and the snake drew back, hissing something unintelligible. Harry looked up, and it took a moment through his squinted eyes to register Snape's tall form and wary black eyes. He was so surprised at his sudden appearance that all his worries and anticipation gave way to a simple sense of shock. "You're back," he said dumbly, then cringed, waiting for some comment about stating the obvious. But Snape didn't answer, his attention on the snake. "SS should I bite him?" the snake asked, beginning to uncoil. "No," Harry said quickly, turning back to the snake. "He won't hurt you, or me. He's a friend." "Friend," the snake repeated slowly, and Harry wondered if he had said it right. Snakes understood the concept of friends, right? "Is this your SS snake human father?" "Maybe not." Harry reddened. He was never so glad as right now that Parseltongue was rare. Snape would probably have a conniption if he knew that anybody, even a reptile, had mistaken him for Harry's father. "No, I don't have a father. He is my teacher, and a wizard." "He doesn't know snake language," he felt the need to clarify. The snake appeared to understand teacher better than friend. He relaxed a bit, though he was on alert more than he had been when Harry had been the only wizard present. Snape cleared his throat and finally spoke. "What were you talking to it about?" "Just, random stuff," Harry answered. "He wanted to know if you were a friend." He shot a look at Snape. "Don't hurt him, okay? He's not going to do anything." "Of course not," Snape murmured. He looked a bit dazed, maybe even awed, and Harry looked back at the snake in some discomfort. Talking to snakes came so naturally to him that until he did it in front of someone, it never occurred to him how odd it must appear to others, or how it could seem dark. Parseltongue was associated with the dark arts, after all. It didn't seem that way to Harry, but most other wizards looked on it with trepidation. It didn't help that they couldn't hear what Harry and the snake were saying. "He was telling me about his home," Harry volunteered. Maybe if he explained, it would sound less like a dark power. How sometimes it storms, but right after it storms is his favorite time to hunt. A lot of the smells are washed away, but the mice and frogs taste better. Snape stared at him, and Harry wondered if maybe he should have kept his mouth shut. But he wasn't always very good at doing that. "He stays away from the house. Nita gives him the creeps," Harry grinned. He'd felt a bit vindicated when he'd heard that. "The Mando shave eyes like a hawk. I bet that's why you're friends with him, huh? Because he notices everything." Harry couldn't resist digging for information. "I never said the man was my friend," Snape corrected. "Only that I trust him." Harry guessed he could believe that. Snape didn't exactly scream best friend material. Unless he'd been best friends with Lily. Not that he had proof that they were more than school acquaintances, but they might have been best friends. Harry carefully averted his eyes. He'd figure out how to broach that subject later. Now wasn't the right time. Now wasn't really the time to talk about Nita either. How's Grimmauld Place?" he asked. Snape waved a hand at the snake. "I don't suppose you could send away your little friend. I have little interest in conversing so near a pair of venomous fangs." "Is he venomous?" Harry asked, curiously turning to study his new friend. "Yes, he is." "Oh, I wasn't sure." Harry cocked his head at the snake. "I don't really know if it's either, by the way. I just got tired of thinking of him as Annette, and he's all right. He won't hurt you, I promise." "As much as I trust your word." Snape gestured again at the snake, his expression telling Harry that he wasn't asking this time. "Don't Slytherins like snakes?" Harry asked with a grin. Snape gave Harry a long-suffering look. "We admire their qualities of stealth and cunning. We would hardly be displaying cunning ourselves if we enjoyed lounging around within striking distance of one. Only because you can't talk to them. You do realize how unsettling it is to hear you converse so casually in parcel tongue, don't you? Harry opened his mouth to reply, then shut it. No, he didn't understand, not really, but he did know objectively from others' reactions whenever it happened. It doesn't feel weird to me, he finally said quietly. He reached out a hand toward his snake friend, pausing when Snape drew in a sharp breath. He won't hurt me, Harry promised, looking up at the professor before turning his attention back to the snake, who had come closer when Harry reached out. It flicked Harry's fingers with its tongue and nudged his palm with its head. Harry smiled as he ran his fingers over the smooth scales. My teacher needs to talk to me, he said to the snake. You can go hunting now. Will you be back, SSS Snake Human? Harry smirked, so much for trying to explain that he wasn't part snake. I will if I can. I don't know how long I will be staying here. Farewell, then. The snake bobbed its head, and Harry withdrew his hand. Farewell, Harry said, the word sliding easily off his tongue. He watched as the snake uncoiled itself and slowly slithered away into the grass. Snape waited until it was a good distance away before lowering himself to sit on a rock near Harry. I've heard the Dark Lord speak in Parseltongue many times, he volunteered. It sounds different from your lips. Really? Harry looked up at him in genuine curiosity. How so? Same sounds, something different in the tone. He tilted his head, watching Harry with those steady black eyes. Snakes are tools to him, as are all of his allies. He wouldn't think to have a casual conversation with a snake, much less chat it up about its life and preferences. Snape shot him a look, as if to say that most other wizards wouldn't be crazy enough to do that either, which made Harry feel somewhat defensive. Yeah, well, just because it's a snake doesn't mean it doesn't get lonely. We all need somebody to talk to sometimes. Snape shook his head, still looking at him like he was crazy. Look, I didn't ask for this power, okay? But since I have it, what's so wrong with making a new friend? Nothing, murmured Snape in reply. Nothing whatsoever. You merely continue to surprise me. Harry fidgeted with a blade of grass under Snape's prolonged stare. From the way Snape seemed contemplative rather than upset, he guessed that surprising him in this instance wasn't a bad thing. Still, he didn't like to be studied like a bug under a microscope. Headquarters, he prompted. How is it? Is everyone all right? Headquarters is fine. The Dark Lord never attacked. What? Harry swallowed past a tightness in his throat. But why not? He knew where we were. He couldn't have made that up. He knew we were at Grimmauld Place in Did. All that we know, at most, is that he managed to find your approximate location within London, said Snape. How, we do not know, but there are ways. Ways to get around a secret keeper? Harry asked, startled. He'd thought the Fidelius charm was foolproof. If it wasn't, then why? No, Snape cut off that line of thinking. There is no way to find out the exact location of headquarters or to gain access to it unless the headmaster reveals it, which he most certainly has not. However, there are ways of narrowing down the general vicinity of people protected by the Fidelius charm. The simple way would involve carelessness on the part of the Order, allowing the Dark Lord or his followers to notice a pattern around the comings and goings of headquarters. The complex way would involve difficult and advanced magic, the kind few are capable of producing. But the Dark Lord does have one or two followers who might be capable of such a thing, if given the right set of circumstances. We do not believe they have such necessary circumstances in place, but it is nonetheless a possibility that we are exploring. Harry mulled that over. Then, why would he plan an attack if he didn't have an exact location? Wait, did her attack somewhere, anywhere at all? No, answered Snape, watching him shrewdly. Harry couldn't help but think that Snape wanted him to work some puzzle out for himself. He bit his lip, then said carefully, You think he sent me the vision on purpose, don't you? To fool me somehow. It is a distinct possibility, Snape confirmed. But why? He cried, frustrated. It doesn't make sense why he would do that. It's not as if the vision gained him anything. I wasn't going to go charging out into the street where he could apparate away with me. It didn't get him anything. It couldn't have been a ruse, because there was Narpent. Snape held up his fingers and started listing the possibilities. He could have wanted you to relocate to a place more traceable. He may have thought we would show our hand if we were convinced he already knew where we were. He may have counted on your early return to Hogwarts, where he would know your exact location, and not all school year defenses would be in place yet. At the very least, it could have thrown the Order into a panic and caused us to slip up in some way. He hadn't had any concrete leads since you left your relatives home. Shaking things up could cause us to make a mistake. And he knows that he is much more likely to capture you now than after the term starts, when you will be under Dumbledore's constant protection and the watchful eye of a dozen professors. He is running out of time, and he knows it. Okay, I get it, Harry said meekly. There are reasons. But the idea that Voldemort might still send him false visions after the fiasco of last year scared Harry. He had meant to question Snape about why he should even bother to break away from Voldemort's mind, maybe even whether he should welcome it. Maybe if he'd stayed longer, they would have gleaned more information to help them face the attack. Now he had his answer. Even if it turned out that Voldemort hadn't sent the vision on purpose, Harry still would always wonder, would always second-guess his glimpses into Voldemort's mind and eye them with fear and suspicion. One wrong step, and they could do far more harm than good. Harry sighed. I know I'm learning occlumency for a reason, but I guess I still thought we could use what I see to our advantage. It is in your best interest to never ignore them, said Snape, but they should always be approached with suspicion. He has shown himself quite capable of feeding you lies with the intent to compromise you. I have no choice then, Harry said, subdued. I have to block him. I mean, I knew I should, that's what I've been working on, but I dunno, I thought. He took a deep breath. What I mean is, how do I make the leap from clearing and focusing my mind to actively blocking him all the time? Snape studied him for a moment. You should know that the ultimate goal is not about blocking him, he said slowly. It is about learning to control your mind so that he cannot manipulate or harm you through your connection. Until you have enough control or discernment to differentiate between useful information and deceit, then yes, it is in your best interest to block him. For now, and we will work on that. But do not mistake that as the end goal. Harry widened his eyes. You want me to use the connection eventually. What I want, and what the headmaster wants, is for you to have the skills needed for such an undertaking if, and only if it should be absolutely necessary, Snape clarified. Your immediate objective in learning occlumency should not be to wield a weapon, but rather to prevent a weapon from being wielded against you, or worse, from you yourself being used as a weapon. They were both silent for a minute, as Harry let that sink in. If you continue on this path, Snape said softly, of focusing on the study of occlumency, then eventually your skills may allow you to utilize this connection with the Dark Lord to your advantage. Until then, you are not to trust it. Do you understand? Harry nodded. Yes, sir. We will discuss occlumency more tomorrow, said Snape, indicating an end to their conversation. We should head to the house. The others will want an update. You haven't been inside yet. I only just arrived. I was headed that direction, but I saw you here talking to your little friend, Snape said, his face still showing his doubt about the wisdom of having a friend with venomous fangs. Harry smiled. He knew it made sense for a non-Parselmouth to be wary of snakes, but he still found it funny that the head of Slytherin was. You know, I was thinking about inviting him over for dinner tomorrow. Meet my other friends. Show a bit of hospitality. Don't you think that would be nice? Snape gave him an unimpressed look as he stood, which only made Harry want to smile more. Instead, he added in a fake serious voice, as if he were seriously considering it. It's not a bad idea, you know. If any Death Eaters find us here, he'd be a great security system. You are not going to knowingly invite a deadly creature to take up residence on Mr. Needer's front porch, Snape drawled. It was obvious by the way he seemed unconcerned that he knew he was being teased, and Harry grinned. Well, he said as he stood and brushed bits of grass from his clothing, I'm sure he wouldn't mind if you change your mind. Snape raised his eyebrows in a way that Harry took to mean not in this lifetime and led the way toward the house. Harry fell in line with him. Dropping the topic of the snake, he thought of something else he wanted to know. Are we going back to headquarters now that you think it's safe? Snape shook his head. We will not chance it quite yet. Needer's Point is well warded, and you will have the protection of multiple Order members so long as we are here. And Mr. Weasley, Fred and George, will they be coming here too? Soon, not yet. There are other matters that need to be seen to. For now, the only Order presence will be me, Mrs. Weasley, Lupin, and Mr. Needer. Not Moody. He will no doubt leave now, that I am here to see to certain things. What things? Order things. Like what? Snape gave him his stop, talking look. Harry pretended to interpret it as a request to change the topic. Needer said he gave Remus a sleeping draught last night, but I think he might have given him more than one. He's been sleeping ever since we got here. Don't you think that's maybe overkill? He didn't look that injured. I asked him to keep Lupin sedated, Snape said casually. And it would not be remiss of you to call him Mr. Needer, seeing as he is your elder and an esteemed member of the Order. Harry stopped walking, caught on the first bit. You asked Needer to drug Remus, he asked, scandalized. At a stern look from Snape, he hastily amended, Mr. Needer, but crossed his arms to emphasize how appalled he was. As we could not ascertain all that was done to Lupin during his captivity, Snape explained, turning in place, I thought it best to keep him sedated for the time being. Harry shook his head, offended on behalf of his dad's friend. It's not his fault he was captured. Why not just perform some diagnostic spells, make sure he's all right, and lay off him? What good dosedating him do? Not all curses are easy to detect, answered Snape in his professor voice. So you think he's cursed now? I certainly hope not, Snape answered calmly. But the fact remains that the Dark Lord not only allowed him to be recovered, he sent you directly to him. He then sent you a vision, most likely on purpose, that headquarters was compromised. The first thing your Lupin did when he returned was to argue that you be sent to one of our weakest safe houses. I would not be doing my job if I did not ascertain for certain that he presents no threat. Just because he trusts his friend, a friend who is an Order member, by the way, doesn't mean he's trying to put anyone in danger, he insisted stubbornly. Remus would never try to hurt me. Says the boy he nearly mauled to death little over 2 years ago. He wasn't in his right mind, and you know it. And your dear Lupin will remain sedated until we can ascertain that he is in his right mind now, Snape clipped. You're such a Slytherin, he accused. You can't just relax and stop seeing plots and plans everywhere, even where there are none. At Snape's stern look, he tacked on, sir. Snape shook his head, probably at his pitiful show of respect. I see plots and plans because it is my job to do so. You would do well to take note and never take things at face value. I'm not going to live my life trusting nothing and no one, Harry insisted. Then it is an exceedingly good thing I am here to distrust them for you, Snape snapped right back. His eyes flashed. Harry knew that they were on the precipice of a real fight. And really, Harry didn't want to fight. So he took a deep breath, mentally backed down, and said evenly, just tell me you don't think he's an impostor or anything. No, Snape answered. He took a breath as well, eyes returning to normal. He most certainly is Remus Lupin. We made certain of that before he was brought to the first safe house. Even had we been mistaken, he never could have flew to Grimmauld Place if he were an impostor. Only a person told the location of headquarters directly from Professor Dumbledore can step foot there. Harry let out a breath. Yeah, you're right. So then why? As I said, Snape said slowly, not all curses can be detected. The most dangerous and least detectable curses require the caster to maintain a hold over the cursed individual from a distance. Mr. Nida has extensive, intricate wards around this property, some of which make it impossible for such curses to be maintained for very long on an individual residing within its bounds. Lupin may very well be perfectly fine, but as I will not be taking chances with the safety of anyone here, he will remain incapacitated for at least another day. Snape's tone brooked no argument, and Harry didn't know how to argue his way around that anyway. Fine, he huffed. Like a quarantine or whatever. I got it. Only one more day. Maybe two, Snape said, as he whipped around and continued leisurely toward the house. Harry shot a glare at the man's back as he took a few quick steps to catch up. He grumbled about that for only a second before he decided they'd beat that conversation to death, and there was one more thing he needed to say before they were surrounded by people. You've talked to Mr. Nida about me before, haven't you? He probably shouldn't ask that, but it seemed quite tame in comparison to the questions about his mum and potions that he really wanted to ask. Snape shot him a sideways glance. Why do you ask? No reason, Harry groused. Just the Snape-colored glasses I can see him wearing whenever he looks at me. Snape smirked but didn't answer. He didn't even offer any excuses or apologies for maybe having vented to Nida about him. But then, Harry hadn't expected him to. How'd you know him, anyway? We are both members of the Order. Is that how you met him? How long ago? I do not believe I gave you license to interrogate me, Mr. Potter. Well, if you give longer answers, it would be more of a conversation than an interrogation, wouldn't it? I mean, honestly, even the snake was more forthcoming than you are. Harry threw up his hands. I'd imagine the snake has not been entrusted with sensitive Order information. Is how you met Mr. Nida an Order secret? He prodded. No, it is simply none of your business. Is your friendship with my mum my business? He desperately wanted to ask, but knew better than to do so right then. Snape was so private, so guarded. How was he going to get the man's walls down enough to ask about something so personal? He held in a sigh, knowing that it wouldn't be in his best interest for the Legilimens to know he had something weighing on his mind that he wasn't sharing out loud. So what are we going to do about you-know-who? He asked instead. Snape shot him a look as they climbed the porch. Have you always been this loquacious? I don't know, Harry frowned. Is loquacious a good thing? Snape stopped in front of the door and looked down his nose at Harry. Talkative, garrulous, inclined to inane chatter. It's not inane to want to know what's to be done about you-know-who. Harry tried to look down his nose at Snape, but gave up. The man was too tall for it to work. The Order will decide our next move. Well, I think. I know very well what you think, Mr. Potter. Snape shook his head and reached for the door. Which is why Theodore, not you, will decide. On second thought, sit. Snape abruptly removed his hand from the door and pointed to one of the comfortable-looking chairs on the porch. I believe that we are overdue for a chat. Harry bit his lip, eyeing the chair. I thought you were tired of inane chatter. Talking didn't sound as appealing when Snape looked ready to deliver a lecture. I have allowed you to linger under a misapprehension for long enough, I think. Snape again gestured toward the chair, and seeing no alternative, Harry reluctantly sat. Snape followed suit in the chair next to his, saying before he'd fully settled in, Tell me again what your dream self told you. Which one? Harry shifted, trying to get comfortable. The last one. The one that has you all in a tizzy to sacrifice yourself to the Dark Lord. Tizzy? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. I don't get in tizzies, Professor. Tell me again what the vision told you, Snape repeated. Exactly what it told you. Harry leaned back into the chair, figuring he might as well get comfortable. He savored the fresh sea breeze on his face as he thought back to his dream. He said I had to stay ahead of you-know-who, that. Those were not the words you repeated to Professor Dumbledore and me. I don't want your interpretation of his words. Tell me his exact words." Harry tapped his fingers on his leg, thinking. Well, he said that I had to be captured by Vol-you-know-who, that his plan to get my blood was flawed somehow, but he didn't say how, and he said I had to be captured if we were going to win the war. What else? He said I need to do it my way. Is that precisely what he said? No, Harry huffed. On my own terms. Those are the words he said. He said I needed it to happen on my own terms, that if I let it play out on you-know-whose terms, I wouldn't be able to escape. Your own terms being what? Well, I think. Not what you think, Snape interrupted. What he said. He said I need to trust you, because you're the only one who can get me out of there. And did he say anything about me getting you in there in the first place? Well, no, but... And did he say specifically that your own terms means that you are to surrender? Number, but... Think, Potter, Snape snapped. You have a theory, and it isn't a completely terrible theory from a logical standpoint, but it is not the only valid theory that can be deduced from the information available to you. There are multiple ways in which your vision can be interpreted. Rather than focusing in on your first and only interpretation, learn to consider all possibilities. Read between the lines. See it from different angles. What other meanings could you assign to what your vision told you? What are you getting at? I want for you to get at it, Snape said testily. Analyze what you just told me. Begin by considering another meaning your vision's words could have other than your willing surrender or my turning you over to a murderous Dark Lord. One reason. Any reason. Harry was silent as he considered Snape's words, really considered them. Maybe he had focused in on his surrender idea to the extent that he'd thought that was what his vision self was telling him to do. He hadn't actually said to give himself up, but if those weren't his own terms, then how was Snape supposed to get him out of there? Snape had told her if he was going to get him out of there. Have a way to call for help. Harry lifted his hand with the ring on it, and Snape glanced at it before gesturing for him to keep talking. Or maybe, he thought aloud, reaching for any idea at all, my own terms means that I've got to be ready. Like a clumancy, defensive skills, that sort of thing. I guess he could have meant that I needed to be ready for the day when it happens, not that I need to rush it along. Good, Snape nodded, and Harry was caught off guard by the man directing an honest-to-goodness word of praise his way that he momentarily lost his train of thought. He regained it quickly. So you think that's it? I didn't say that. You've learned to see one or two possible alternate interpretations. Can you think of any others? He said trusting you was the main thing. So maybe my own terms just have to do with me remembering that and not doing anything stupid. A feat in and of itself, Snape muttered, and Harry had the childish urge to stick out his tongue at the man. He refrained. He said it would happen soon, he felt the need to add. If it's not about us deciding when it happens, how soon do you think is soon? You are young, said Snape. You see things in days and weeks. Soon could as easily mean next month or next year, or the vision could be wrong and it will never happen. And, he emphasized as he saw Harry about to argue, I know that you believe the vision. I am not discounting the possibility of its truth. My primary concern is that you do not go on some misguided suicide mission based on a misconstrued interpretation of its warnings that has no basis in factual reality. So we do nothing, Harry said dejectedly. At Snape's sideways glare, he added, Okay, not nothing. Practice a clumancy. Do my homework. Stay safe. He felt like he was parroting a mantra that had been shoved down his throat. Not that he necessarily wanted to take action, but this not knowing what the future had in store made worrying about the mundane things extra difficult. Or, he thought, he could take advantage of the next week to focus on the not-so-mundane details that were on his mind lately. But was Snape himself prepared to deal with a Harry who shifted his focus from Voldemort to his teacher's friendships, childhood or otherwise? If the professor knew all that was on Harry's mind, Harry thought he might actually prefer for him to focus back on Voldemort. "We are agreed then," Snape said, rising to his feet. He didn't wait for Harry to argue or ask any more questions before he was opening the door and gesturing for Harry to precede him into the house. That effectively ended the conversation, for as soon as they were inside, Snape's attention was on greeting Nita, and Harry's attention was on studying the two to determine how well they knew each other. He couldn't tell much from their reserved greetings or their brief handshake, but he thought he detected the slightest relaxing of Snape's shoulders when he looked out of the large ocean view windows, as if to betray that the professor felt comfortable here. It certainly wasn't much to go on, but it was something. He continued watching the men interact through the evening until he realized over dinner that he was watching Nita watch him watch them, and he refocused his attention on his bowl of stew. His attention was still on his professor, though, even if he tried harder not to be obvious about it. He didn't notice anything that would help him unravel the mysteries surrounding his mum's childhood friend, but he did take note that the professor didn't sneer at him even once for the rest of the day, even though he did spare some sneers for a departing Moody and the sleeping Remus. He even asked Harry if he needed any potions before he went to bed. And as Harry lay in bed that night preparing to clear his mind, he came to the realization that Nita wasn't the one whose good opinion he cared about earning. Not even a little bit, not even at all. Chapter 35. The Great Biscuit Plan. His mental wall was fortified, stronger than it ever had been before, but he didn't take the time to congratulate himself. Any distraction could prove his undoing. Any moment now, the walls could be breached, torn apart to reveal his deepest, most guarded secrets. And there it was. Harry felt Snape's mind attack his wall, poking at it for weaknesses and unable to find any. Harry didn't bother wondering whether his professor was taking it easy on him or not. It didn't matter. All that mattered was that Harry keep the wall firm, not allowing the man any leeway. It turned out that his need to keep his discoveries about Snape and his mum to himself was a powerful motivator for putting every last bit of effort into their occlumency lessons. Not that he allowed himself to think that specific thought while Snape was in his mind, of course, but he didn't have to think it consciously to know that it was true. He didn't want Snape to know what was on his mind. Not yet. Not until he could figure out a way to bring up the topic in a non-threatening way. And the only way to keep the man from finding such things out while he was in his head was to become a quick study at this fortified mental wall thing. As it turned out, he wasn't half bad at it when properly motivated. Maybe he'd have some sort of natural aptitude for the mental arts. Even Snape was impressed, though Harry had to read between the lines to know it. The professor had been with them at Nita's Point for 2 nights now, and they had resumed lessons yesterday. For the first time, Harry had been able to block Snape throughout a full lesson of attacks. The professor had obviously been surprised, but hadn't said much, and Harry knew he'd thought it might be a fluke. But with Harry continuing to block him today, Snape's mood was steadily improving. And by improved mood, he meant that Snape was barely even frowning. After a few more tries, Snape withdrew his mind and broke their connection. Harry opened his eyes to find the professor's black eyes studying him. Either our last several lessons impressed upon you the need to discipline your mind, Mr. Potter, or the sea air is most effective in calming the senses. Perhaps both. Harry breathed in deeply of the fresh air and scooted back on the large beach towel, letting his fingers fall off the edge into the sand. Who knew that Snape would so easily agree to moving their occlumency lesson to the beach? Harry hadn't even had to try very hard to talk him into it. It was perhaps his favorite lesson yet. "Was that your way of saying, 'Good job'?" Harry asked with a small grin. He knew he'd done well in holding off the man's attacks, and it was a good feeling. He only hoped the man wouldn't find out why he'd been so motivated to succeed. Not yet, anyway. "That was my way of saying that your performance was not quite so abysmal as your earlier efforts, but interpret it as you will," Snape sniffed. That meant good job. Harry could tell, though he held off another grin. Wouldn't want Snape to get so uncomfortable with the giving out of compliments that he stopped giving them, after all. Snape stood and stretched his neck. That's enough for today, I think. You have progressed sufficiently with this concept. We will add in a new element tomorrow. New element? Harry questioned, as he gathered up the towel and gently shook out the sand. We'll discuss it tomorrow, Snape waved off his question. As for today, I have lesson plans to finalize. As classes begin soon, perhaps you should review your books and summer assignments. The man gave him a scrutinizing look, as if daring Harry to tell him that he'd finished every last assignment. Harry wondered whether, if he made that claim, Snape would demand to see his essays and mark them for errors. He wouldn't put it past him. Yes, sir, he agreed, even though Hugh was further ahead on his studies than he'd been at this point during any previous summer. He was nearly done, as a matter of fact. Long weeks confined to an old house with a stern taskmaster would do that. He only had to finish his herbology essay and then start in on potions, if potions was a possibility. And that was how he found himself sitting across from Snape in the kitchen that afternoon, pretending to pore over his herbology textbook, but actually studying the man out of the corner of his eye and thinking of ways to crack some secrets and kindness out of that thick skull. So, you and my mum, huh? No, that was no good at all. Snape didn't respond well to blunt questions. He needed a bit of subtlety. Did you have any best friends growing up? Red-headed, green-eyed friends, maybe? Why am I asking? Oh, no reason at all. He didn't think he could manage a shrug that would be subtle enough to make up for the decidedly unsubtle questions. Oh, Professor Snape, I was just thinking about how you went to school with my parents. Nearly forgot that. Anyhow, any chance my mum was good at potions? Really? Hey, so want to do your old school chum a favor and let her kid use the potions lab from time to time? Sure, he could say that, if he wanted to never be allowed near the potions classroom ever again. He held in a sigh and chanced another covert glance at the object of his thoughts. Snape was calmly sitting at the table, head bowed over a book, hand poised over a sheath of papers he'd been writing notes on for the last hour. After another minute of reading, his quill scratched out a few more notes on the top sheet. He hardly seemed to know Harry was there. Hermione had joined them for a while, always willing to join in on a study session, though she had seemed a bit wary of plopping herself down at a table across from Snape. When the professor didn't acknowledge her presence, and Harry gave her a welcoming smile, she spread out and adapted quickly to the unusual situation. Even so, she'd remained silent as she studied, probably unwilling to test the theory that Snape really was as fine sharing his workspace with two teenagers as he appeared to be. Her books were still on the table, but she was gone now, pulled away by a smiling Ginny to go down to the beach. They'd invited Harry, but he'd opted to stay behind, hopeful that he'd get up his courage to broach one of the several topics he wanted to ask Snape about. This was a good opportunity, with Mrs. Weasley taking a nap, Remus sleeping another day away, and Nita out and about doing whatever it was he did when he disappeared. Gardening, maybe. The day before, Harry had seen him watering a rather impressive garden around the side of the house. All the big, fresh vegetables in the fridge made a lot of sense now. But that didn't matter. What mattered was extracting information from the too intelligent for its own good head attached to a certain potions professor's body. It was all well and good to ask the man about his hobbies and acquaintances, knowing that it didn't really matter if he didn't answer. But the keys to Harry's past and future were on the line this time. And not only that, he was kind of enjoying the new rapport he and Snape had developed. He'd never thought they could get on even half as well as they had been lately, and he didn't want to jeopardize that. So, yeah, a lot was riding on finding the right words to say, and then saying them when Snape was in the right mood to respond. Therefore, what was Harry to do but abandon any pretense of doing homework and whip up a batch of Aunt Petunia's neighborhood-famous biscuits? If Harry had learned anything from living with the Dursleys, It was that the smell and taste of good food had a way of making people happy. Okay, at least less tense. And happier minds were usually more receptive to talking. Or, in the Dursleys' case, less prone to doling out the worst punishments. It was a long shot, particularly as Snape was a million times more rational than the Dursleys, but it had the side benefit of procrastination. Snape didn't even look up the entire time Harry rooted through the pantry for ingredients and utensils, which gave Harry all the more time to study him and consider what to say. Maybe he could draw a parallel between potions and cooking. Harry wasn't a half-bad cook, having had plenty of practice in Petunia's kitchen. It wasn't quite the same thing, but it could be a starting point from which to work his way toward potions. And Snape would have good food in front of him, so bonus. It really was a lame plan. He knew even as he was going through with it, but he had no good plan. He could just come out and ask, but Snape was very, very good at shutting down questions with one-word answers and then refusing to consider them further. Harry's only hope was to start up a conversation, and hope that Snape was curious enough to keep the conversation going. Potions first, he decided. He would feel let down to get a negative answer about that, but his soul wouldn't be crushed. He'd get over it. Also, Snape would be less likely to have a conniption when asked something about school than about his own personal past. So yeah, potions first, as a test run. Thenlily, if the potions talk went well. He had plenty of time to mull over those thoughts by the time he set out a plate of freshly baked biscuits, complete with some fresh fruit and cream he'd found in the fridge, and a pot of tea. He took care to set it, and an extra plate and teacup slightly closer to Snape, obvious that he meant it as an offer to tuck in. You do realize the house. Elf could have done that, Snape said with the barest of glances before scribbling a few more notes on his parchment. Harry held in a frown. The man really needed to learn how to say a simple thank you. I didn't mind, he said instead. It's nice to have something to do. Snape didn't reply, consulting the pages of one of his books before jotting down another note, and Harry was beginning to wonder if he'd need to cajole the man into taking a snack break when Snape snatched a biscuit and took a small bite. Harry grinned and poured himself a cup of tea. Nobody tasted Petunia's biscuits and stayed silent about them for long. This is not terrible, Snape finally said after eating the entire biscuit. He set down his quill and poured tea into his own cup. You cook quite well for a boy your age. Thanks, phase one of the plan, success. Was that one of your regular chores for your relatives? He paused long enough to wonder if it was a leading question and try to figure out a way out of it. He was trying to get around to potions, not to the Dursleys. Yes, sort of. Just breakfast, mainly. Petunia likes to cook, so she usually cooks dinner and I help sometimes. You make it sound so domestic, as if your life there were normal. Harry shrugged, aiming for nonchalance. It's not like I lived in an actual dungeon, Professor. My childhood wasn't the best, but some parts of it were probably pretty normal, like helping out in the kitchen. Huh? And how old were you when you started helping out in the kitchen? Snape looked at him like he expected an outrageous answer, like Harry was going to tell him he'd been 2 or something, which was just ridiculous. He was fairly certain he'd been at least 3. But maybe that wasn't an acceptable answer either. He didn't have a good concept of how old children were supposed to be before they started certain chores. I don't remember exactly, he hedged. How old were you when you first burned yourself on the stove? Snape smoothly asked. How did you? Harry caught himself, then narrowed his eyes. You're a sneaky Slytherin, you know that. It is hardly an illogical deduction, Snape answered dryly, though his eyes betrayed a certain amount of disgust with Harry's answer. Or more likely, with what Harry hadn't answered, which was that he had burned himself more than once. They have shown little consideration for your safety in every other way. Why wouldn't they intentionally place a toddler in direct contact with hot surfaces and scalding liquids? Harry harumphed. I wasn't a toddler, he mumbled, And it didn't happen very often. I've always been pretty coordinated, even back then. I learned fast what not to touch and how much I could carry. Yes, fear of blistering pain is a powerful motivator for a young child, Snape said, dark eyes flashing, and Harry dropped his eyes to the table and took a bite out of a biscuit to keep from having to respond. The idea that Snape was offended on his behalf was still a new concept, one he didn't know what to do with, and it was rather off the topic that he'd been hoping to work his way around to. I always thought potions was a bit like cooking, he said, equally determined to get around to what was on his mind, as he was trying to talk any more about the Dursleys. Potions is nothing like cooking, Snape scoffed, going along with the clumsy attempt to change the topic, though Harry could tell he wasn't fooled by it. It requires a precision lacking in most culinary endeavors. Too much salt can be rectified. Too much foxglove will kill you by inhalation alone. Not every potion's ingredient is poisonous, Harry argued, and too much salt may not kill you, but it can't always be rectified. You're always going on about the different solutions to the mistakes we make. Too much flobberworm mucus. Add borage to soak it up and fix the consistency of the potion. Stuff like that. Not every potion can be corrected so simply. Neither can a chicken that's been burnt to a crisp, Harry snapped. He could vouch for that personally. He'd been in quite a bit of trouble with Petunia over that one, never mind that he'd been too young to even reach the knobs on the oven without a stool. He still sometimes equated the smell of burning meat to being locked too long in his cupboard and desperately looking for something to use as a makeshift loo. He looked down at the table and rubbed the back of his neck at that thought. There was no way he was going to chance Snape seeing that memory in his eyes, even though he was fairly certain the man wasn't legitimizing him without warning these days. This was not going the way he'd planned. Well, it was a rather half-baked plan, he knew. He couldn't believe he'd thought he could start a casual conversation with Snape that wouldn't devolve into disagreement before they even got around to the point of what he wanted to ask. Potions tend to require more precision, he offered into the silence, trying not to sound like the admission was dragged out of him. I only meant that it shares some things in common with cooking, that's all. Don't you think? He shouldn't have looked up at Snape. If he hadn't, he would have missed how the man had leaned back and was eyeing him contemplatively, and he wouldn't have felt the need to fidget. Something on your mind, Potter, Snape drawled, lifting his eyebrows knowingly. Harry slouched back in his chair. How did Snape always know when Harry was up to something? Never mind. He didn't need to ask that question, not really. He was as easy to read as a book sometimes. He often managed to maneuver the Dursleys, but they were so thick, they wouldn't notice an elephant about to step on them. As much as Snape wanted him to be more like a Slytherin, he had way more practice being a Gryffindor, so accustomed was he to facing challenges head-on. Maybe he'd best stick with the direct approach, then. Or, well, first he could try one more roundabout way of approaching the issue. Actually, yes, he answered, jutting out his chin just enough to give him courage. Hermione and I were talking about our Newt years, and we were wondering over some of Hogwarts' testing rules. Maybe since you're a professor and all, you'd know the answer. Snape cocked his head to the side and gestured for Harry to ask away. He could tell that the man was curious. Good. I think I heard someone talk about doing an independent study, he lied, and I wondered how that works when it comes time to sit exams. Can they sit a Newt for that subject without having completed an official course? Snape scrutinized him for a long moment. Don't tell me that you are planning to partake in an independent study, Potter. What in history of Quidditch? Why do you assume it's me? Harry protested. Maybe I'm asking for Hermione, or maybe I'm just curious. Credit me with observational skills, Snape drawled. Not only are you quite personally invested in the question, were Miss Granger to be considering a course of independent study, she'd have arranged it with Professor McGonagall well in advance of 1 week before the start of term. Harry had to give him that. So can they sit the Newt? He pressed without answering Snape's question. It entirely depends, Snape said. He crossed his arms and watched Harry with his assessing gaze. Newt-level exams are only offered in specific areas of study. However, there are some available that are not on the Hogwarts course curricula. Durmstrang, for instance, offers a course of study on the maintenance and care of dragons alone. Beauxbatons encourages its students to study the arts. Wizard sculpting is all the rage, apparently. His sneer told what he thought of the usefulness of that skill. Should a Hogwarts student wish to pursue such studies, they may be able to, provided they obtain the permission of the headmaster and the commitment of a professorial sponsor. Sponsor. To guarantee access to course materials, oversee studies, track assignments and practicals, and submit written permission to the Newt Testing Board to administer the appropriate exam at the end of the year. Oh, his chances of success just kept getting worse and worse, didn't they? If your plan is to study the maintenance and care of dragons, you can save your breath. You'd be better off arranging an apprenticeship with Charles Weasley after graduation. Legend has it that the last time that course was allowed at Hogwarts, an entire wing of the castle was nearly destroyed. Really? Harry asked, curious despite wanting to stay on track. When was that? Snape waved a hand. Who knows? A century or two ago, at least. Well, I don't want to study dragons, he said. What then? Snape asked. This professor's sponsor. Harry bit his lip. I suppose it has to be somebody familiar with the area of study. Invariably, Snape agreed. Although I highly doubt you'll find a talented magical ice sculptor on the Hogwarts staff, if that is your desire. Harry snorted. He didn't know if Snape had meant that to be funny, but the thought of McGonagall spending her free time carefully chiseling swans and flowers out of blocks of ice just about made his day. Although, come to think of it, she might not be half bad at such a hobby, with her transfiguration skills. No, he agreed, grinning to himself. I don't think I would have much luck there. Snape gave him a look, as if to say out with it, and Harry took a breath to fortify himself. What if the class was already offered at Hogwarts, but I wanted to study it on my own and take the test anyway? Snape stared at him blankly for a moment before barking. No. Just hear me out. I maintain a high standard for incoming potion students for Erieson, Potter. Newt Potions is highly specialized and requires an extreme attention to care and detail. Practicing it in a classroom under strict supervision is dangerous enough. I am not about to approve a less accomplished student to study it independently of a classroom environment, where you would even get such a harebrained idea. I can do the work, Harry insisted, and I wouldn't be unsupervised. Hermione's offered to tutor me. We just need permission to use the lab from time to time after classes are out, and Jaunosh knows what she's doing. It isn't her I'm worried about, he snapped, and the answer remains no. If you are not a student in my class, then you do not have access to my classroom. All right, fine, Harry huffed. I'll find another classroom then. He almost brought up the room of requirement, but decided to keep that plan to himself. That is not the point, Snape hissed. You cannot simply embark upon an independent study without the headmaster's permission, and he will never grant you that permission without my agreement to oversee you. As I have no intention of allowing any student to run around Hogwarts concocting dangerous potions in random classrooms, you are, as they say, out of luck. Harry could have screamed out of frustration, but he knew that wouldn't do any good. Instead, he tried the only thing he had left in his arsenal. Appealing to the heart he knew the man had to have buried somewhere underneath all that black clothing. I want to be an aura professor, he said quietly, willing him to see in his eyes how much it meant to him. It means the world to me, and that one grade is standing in my way of doing that. Please. You should have thought of that before you failed to achieve a more satisfactory grade, Snape answered without mercy. He hadn't said it cruelly, but his matter-of-fact tone was almost worse, because Harry could hear the truth in the words. How could he be angry at Snape when he was the one who hadn't managed the grade? He sighed miserably, and there's nothing I can do or say." Snape shook his head, though he had the courtesy to not look delighted about kicking Harry's dreams to the curb. "I would far sooner admit a student into my sixth-year class than allow such a thing as an independent study of potions." He spat, as if merely saying the words violated his most deeply held convictions. "But neither is possible. I have never made an exception to my standards for incoming Newt students, and I will not start now." Harry stared dejectedly at the plate of biscuits before grabbing another one and taking a large bite. It had been a stupid idea, trying to bribe the man with food as if it would make any difference. But at least now he could eat his disappointment away. He wondered offhand if Nita had chocolate sauce in his pantry. His disappointments could definitely use a biscuit drowned in chocolate sauce. And he definitely wasn't asking about his mum right now. A boy could only deal with so many disappointed hopes in one day. He stuffed the rest of the biscuit in his mouth and chewed as he watched Snape watch him. The man seemed to be saying, "Your move, mister." Potter, never mind that Harry was out of moves. He swallowed his food, took a sip of tea, and asked, "What if I proved to you that I was up to your standards?" Snape's eyebrows pinched together. "Potter, I was under a lot of stress when I took that exam, you know. Not an excuse, mind," he rushed to add. "But if it's my overall skill you're worried about, one exam could be wrong. Give me a test, any test, as long as you know it's fair, and let me try to meet your standards. If I do, let me into the class. If I don't, I'll never say another word about it. Don't you ever give up." "I'm learning how not to," Harry said honestly. "You forget that I've had you in my class for 5 years. I know what kind of brewer you are. I do not need for you to sit a special exam to know that you are not up to par." Okay, Harry could admit, if only to himself, that the professor had a point there, but he could make good points too. "You forget that every potions class you've seen me in has been in the presence of an intimidating professor who hated my guts and, to the best of my knowledge, was plotting out ways to kill me. You can't possibly expect me to not make mistakes with that kind of pressure constantly lurking about." He thought he might have crossed the line, as Snape was sporting a rather sour look, but it was the truth. Performing under pressure is one of the most important skills for an advanced potion student to have cultivated prior to taking on their newts. Harry opened his mouth and promptly shut it, hating that Snape was such a good arguer. But he reminded himself, at least the man was arguing. If he was arguing then, he was still engaging with the conversation. And if he was still engaging, then he hadn't shut the idea down yet, which meant that Harry needed to keep going in case there was the slightest chance of success. Before he could formulate his next argument, Snape had tacked on, "Additionally, were you to make another attempt, that same professor would be decidedly present, watchful as ever, and unlikely to make any silly overtures to put you at ease." Yep, Harry had definitely offended him. He shrugged to show what he thought of that. "Yeah, but I won't be as nervous since this time I'll know you're not trying to kill me." "Do you now?" Snape growled. Harry grinned in answer, probably too cheekily, but the man had practically asked for it. Snape sneered, but it wasn't up to his usual abilities. "It is a moot point. I already told you that I do not make exceptions for students, not even Harry Potter." "You mean especially not for Harry Potter." Harry wrinkled his nose. "Though I think you know by now that I don't expect or want that. Anyway, I'm not asking for an exception, not technically. An exception would be for you to let me in even if I'm a bad student. All I'm asking for is an exam to show you that I'm a good enough student to be admitted to the class in the first place, per your usual standards. A second chance that I have never offered, and therefore would be making an exception were I to offer it to you. It's not an exception if you were to allow the same of any student who asked. I just happen to be the only one who asked, right? That's hardly my fault." "Ah, yes, I can see it now. A line of sixth-year Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs outside my office door once it spreads around Hogwarts that I am allowing makeup owls. The professor visibly shuddered. I think you're overestimating your class's popularity, Harry pointed out. Snape growled again, this time without words. He held up his hands in a placating gesture. Just telling it like it is. You're the one who cultivates the scary potions, Professor Image. Don't jump down my throat for telling you that it's working. I do not cultivate an image, Snape said sharply. I am a frightening potions professor, and you would do well to remember it. See, if you had me in your class, you could remind me as often as you like, Harry said, with a carefully straight face. Snape shook his head. You are one of the most incorrigible teenagers I know. Thank you, Harry smartly replied. Snape helped himself to another biscuit, which Harry thought was a good idea. He didn't want the man's temple veins to start to throb or anything, not when Harry seemed to be gaining ground. It also gave Harry a minute to consider whether it was wise to talk up his ability to pass whatever test the professor could come up with. He'd been impressed by his own grade of exceeds expectations, and he truly wasn't at all confident that he'd be capable of pulling off the equivalent of an outstanding. It was his only shot, though, and if he could manage toach that shot, he'd put everything he had into trying. He let the silence linger while the professor ate a few bites and sipped his tea, surveying Harry all the while. If, Snape finally said, I were to do something so uncharacteristically generous as what you suggest, what benefit would there be to me? More students to run wild in my classroom. You may not realize this, but unlike the bulk of tedious instructing I do each day, I do actually look forward to minute classes. Helping students achieve their hopes and dreams isn't enough, asked Harry innocently. Do I seem the type to care about the hopes and dreams of the pimply-faced youth I am forced to babysit each day? Asked Snape, perfectly serious. No, admitted Harry, but you've been telling me all summer to figure out how to do things that don't particularly excite me. Sometimes you do something because it's the right thing to do, not because it gives you joy. Oh, so now you're moralizing to get your way, Snape gave him a sardonic look. Come now, you can do better than that. It would win you goodwill, he tried. Never underestimate somebody else being beholden to you. I never cared for the goodwill of others, the man shot back. Good point. Harry racked his brain. He had the feeling Snape was only humoring him so far because he was curious how far Harry would take it, what arguments he would come up with. It was hard to tell if Snape would truly consider it, or if he was simply enjoying watching Harry try to bend unbendable steel. He heard the front door open and close, which kicked his brain into overdrive. He didn't have much time left to convince the man of his point of view. Do you care about the state of the wizarding world? He blurted out. Knowing that you're contributing to the ranks of the Auras, making sure to give them a candidate who knows his way around potions making. That isn't nothing, you know. With how involved you've been in the war, how many incompetent people you've probably come across, I'd think you would put a high importance on that. Do you have no other appeals than to my better nature? Scoffed Snape, assuming I have one. You do, said Harry immediately. I've seen it. Anyway, what other appeals would you have me make? I'm hardly going to bribe you. Merlin have mercy, muttered Snape, looking to the ceiling. Don't tell me your sudden interest in academic pursuits are about to make an extorter out of you. Ha ha, I said not going to. His heart sank as Nida rounded the corner, took in their books and snacks with his hawk eyes, and nodded a silent hello on his way to the pantry. Maybe he'd be lucky, and the man wouldn't linger. Harry wasn't finished with this conversation. Only it appeared that Snape was. You make a fascinating case, Mr. Potter, he said, in his have humored you long and often. I will take it under advisement. Under advisement, Harry stared, hardly daring to hope. That doesn't sound like a no, he fished. Would you prefer a definitive answer? I can certainly. Nope, said Harry quickly. No definitive answer needed. I'm good. You take your time, think about it, get back to me. I'll be finishing my herbology essay now. He shoved his plate aside and reached for his herbology book and mostly finished essay. He didn't miss Snape's smirk, and he ducked his head and raised his teacup to his lips so that Snape wouldn't see his own grin. It was hardly a victory, but it was far from the failure Harry had expected. All things considered, maybe he had a future in making lame, biscuit-centric plans work out after all. Chapter 36. Boundaries. It wasn't yet dawn. Harry blinked heavily in his dark room, registering that he was still at the safe house. He had no idea what had awoken him, only that he now heard the faint murmur of indecipherable voices seeping through the walls. He burrowed down into his comfortable bed. It was far softer than his beds at Hogwarts or Grimmauld Place, loads better than his hard, lumpy mattress at the Dursleys, and Harry felt as though he were safely tucked into a nice, warm cloud. He started to drift back to sleep when a faint clinking sound roused him again. He yawned and blinked up at the ceiling. His brain was waking up, and there was little he could do about it. He sat up slowly, stretching first one arm and then the other, before swiveling his legs out of the bed. He wasn't ready to face the blinding light of his lamp, so he felt his way to the door in the darkness and placed his ear against it. The wood was too thick to make out anything. From the deep sounds of the muffled voices, he knew that at least two men were conversing. Snape and Nida, then. They were the only men in residence who would be awake. Well, unless any other Order members had arrived in the night. But from what Snape had said, he doubted anyone else would be joining them for a few days at least. His hand hovered over the doorknob, but he hesitated, unsure about interrupting whatever conversation was going on at such a late or early hour. He darted his eyes toward his trunk, though he could barely make out its outline in the darkness. An idea was brewing in his head. He tiptoed to his trunk, though he was certain they wouldn't be listening for him, and blindly rooted through its contents until he found what he was looking for. He grinned, slipping his Weasleys, wizard wall watchers, onto his face. He'd have to remember to thank the twins next time he saw them. Who knew such a gift would come in handy on more than one occasion. Light. He slammed his eyes shut as the light from the living room hit his eyes. Ooh, he should have squinted first. While he got used to the light, the voices became clear, immediately recognizable as belonging to Snape and Nida. Should return soon, and then we can make other arrangements, Snape was saying. He won't rush things, you know, Nida replied. As Harry got used to the light, he could see that they were angled opposite each other in Nida's comfortable armchairs. He could see Snape from his vantage point, but Nida was only in profile. Nida swished around a drink he held in his hand. Ice cubes clinked against the side of the glass, explaining the sound Harry had heard before. We need as many allies as we can get. If he's got to be there to make sure others are in place to hold off you-know-who's influence, that's what he'll do. He is not blind to his priorities. Snape took a sip from his own glass. As the leader of the light, he has many matters needing his attention, few of which are as important to him as ensuring the protection of that boy in there. In light of the Dark Lord's latest gambit to root out Potter, Dumbledore won't be staying away longer than he must. Nida tipped his glass to his lips, swigging down a fair amount more than Snape had, then set his glass aside. And he trusts the werewolf, does he? Harry immediately felt indignant on Remus's behalf. Just because he was a werewolf didn't mean he should be suspected all the time. Implicitly, answered Snape with a sneer. We're not compromised, at any rate. Lupin is hopelessly sentimental and slow to act, but even I cannot deny that he has provided valuable service to the Order. Furthermore, Albus appreciates the bond that he shares with Potter. Snape frowned and helped himself to another sip before adding, the boy trusts him. Should he not? Snape stared into his glass for a few seconds. That child is too trusting of his friends, too wary of everyone else. Sounds like someone else I know. Nida's voice was amused. Snape shot him a mild glare. Don't be ridiculous, old man. I have no friends. So you keep saying. Nida smiled pleasantly and offered Snape more to drink. Harry shook his head at Snape, even though the man couldn't see him. While he didn't appreciate being discussed like that, he was more interested in Snape's claim that he didn't have friends. Was that really true, he wondered, or did Snape simply prefer to think that? Because it sure seemed to Harry like Nida was his professor's friend. And Harry knew that the man had had friends in his school, days probably his death, Ida days too. What in the world would cause somebody to close themselves off from people to the extent that they neither claimed nor desired friendships? Snape had always been an enigma, but he seemed even more so now that Harry was curious about him not only as his professor, but as his mum's friend. He was now an enigma that Harry really, truly wanted to understand. Lupin can be trusted, Snape was admitting, though it seemed to pain him to do so, especially where Potter is concerned. Glad to hear it, said Nida, leaning back into his sofa. Though I'm not sure what good the man will be in a fight. I've tapered him off of the sleeping draught, and still he was dog-tired all day. I noticed, Snape commented, seemingly unconcerned. Effects of his capture, perhaps, or a possible side effect of the prolonged use of wolfsbane potion. I'll need to ask him about it before Dumbledore notices and nags at me to do so. How very commendable of you, Nida said, and though his face had turned away, Harry knew by his tone that he was teasing Snape. It made Harry smile, knowing that at least one other person in Snape's life dared to tease him. Snape gave their host a mild glare that clearly advised him to shut up. Instead, Nida completely changed the subject. I wouldn't think Dumbledore would allow the use of blood quills at Hogwarts. Rather dark, that. Quite surprises me, given his stance on other cruel and unusual punishments. Blood quills? Snape looked at him as if he were crazy. I don't know where you came up with that idea. He would never allow those monstrosities at Hogwarts. That isn't how Potter tells it, Nida said, and Harry heaved a long, annoyed sigh. Why did adults have to remember everything said in the heat of the moment and repeat them to others? He hadn't said anything about the blood quill being used on him, but now Snape was going to assume it, wasn't he? Unless he decided Harry was lying. Maybe he would think Harry was lying. One could only hope. The man had learned quite enough embarrassing things about him this summer. Thank you very much. And pray tell, how does Potter tell it? Snape leaned forward slightly. Nida shrugged. He seemed a bit incensed about his last defense teacher, was rather opposed to her propaganda, as he told it, and said she used blood quills in detention, that sort of thing. Snape stared at Nida with narrowed eyes. In his detention. Didn't say, the older man answered, but I bet a few galleons on it. Of course she did. Snape set down his glass hard enough to jar the end table. Because Hohison abused the boy lately. Have you? Nida asked so matter-of-factly that it took both Snape and Harry by surprise. He could tell Snape was surprised because the man stared at Nida with a tinge of pink on his cheeks. Have I abused him? He clarified, face tightening. You have a temper and have never hidden your dislike of the boy, Nida said pointedly, and Harry could tell this was a man unaccustomed to beating around the bush. It is a reasonable question. Snape stared at him for a long minute before answering, yes, and picking up his glass again. He didn't take a drink, just swished the liquid, watching the ice clink within the glass. He didn't volunteer any details, for which Harry was grateful. Harry wasn't even sure what to make of that one-word admission. He wouldn't have expected Snape to admit even that much, and he really wanted to go in there and ask him if that meant he regretted how he'd treated Harry in the past. Of course, he wasn't suicidal enough to actually do that. Nida nodded as if he'd expected that answer, accepted it even. But things have changed, he prompted. Snape waved away the question, as if to shoo away a fly. Speaking of the boy, Nida redirected in the face of Snape's obvious discomfort. I've been surprised by a few things since meeting him. Snape cleared his throat and said dryly, I don't doubt it. He does live to wreak havoc wherever he goes. Harry narrowed his eyes at the professor. It wasn't Harry's fault that trouble so often followed him around. Okay, well, it wasn't always his fault. Is that so? Not that I doubt you understand, Nida said calmly. He is quieter than I'd imagined is all, not shy, more serious, withdrawn. He'd just been dragged from headquarters, which he assumed was under attack by the Dark Lord, and sent to stay in a stranger's home with his injured and drugged favorite teacher and his comatose best friend in tow. Did you expect for him to start bouncing off the walls? Not as such. I'd not have been caught off guard by a few demands, however. He is the honored guest, the mighty boy who lived. I expected a little prince, found instead a generally polite young man, reluctant to be a bother and exceedingly wary of strangers. Yet somehow defiant and strong-willed at the same time. Quite the combination of traits. Kids got to learn some patience and impulse control, but on the whole, it was a pleasant surprise, really. You've learned plenty about him in 3 days. Snape seemed put out. Harry wondered if it was because it had taken Snape 5 years to start to get to know the real Harry. I am observant, Severus, and I observe that, unlike I'd been led to believe, someone, somewhere, taught him manners. Or to know his place, Snape said darkly. Harry was certain that Snape was thinking of the Dursleys, and he was relieved when Snape waved the question away without elaborating and said instead, "Just wait." His self-sacrificing urges can be more aggravating than delusions of grandeur ever would have been. Harry aimed his best glare at Snape through the wall. My point, Severus, is that I'd compiled a rather different mental picture from the way you spoke of him before. I do not believe we've ever conversed about him before, Snape corrected mildly, pouring himself more to drink. Harry absently wondered how much they'd already had to drink. Shouldn't they be getting a bit tipsy by now? But then, they'd mainly been sipping, and he had no gauge to compare to. He'd only seen Vernon tipsy a few times, and he'd been more concerned with avoiding the man's exaggerated rage in that state than wondering about the quantity of alcohol it had taken to get there. Maybe not as such, Nida conceded. The way your face got darker than a storm cloud whenever the boy who lived was mentioned then. I also seem to recall a few muttered phrases under your breath, something along the lines of arrogant, spoiled, good-for-nothing truant of a miscreant. My own paraphrase, but I think that was the gist. Yes, well, Snape cleared his throat and admitted, I may have said a few words about the boy out loud, and it is possible that you were nearby at the time. They fell silent for a few moments, then Nida circled back around to prompt, changed your mind, then? I didn't say that, Snape said stubbornly. Didn't have to. I've got eyes as well as ears, remember. Snape slowly crossed one leg over the other. I may have broadened my perception of the boy's attributes. Nida chuckled. You have the best turns of phrase I've ever known, Severus. What a perfect way of saying you've changed your mind about the boy without outright admitting that you were wrong. Snape shot him an annoyed look and took a sip of his drink. He didn't respond. Harry settled more comfortably on the floor. This was turning into a fascinating conversation. When else was he going to get to know what Snape really thought of him? He crossed his legs and leaned forward, hanging onto their every word. Nida spoke up again. Something else I noticed. Oh, would you stop noticing things, Ephraim? Snape broke in. I could try, Nida shrugged. But what would be the fun in that? I do have so few amusements in my solitary life, you know. Snape shot him a look of exasperation and grumbled. Well, get on with it then. The boy's grown attached to you, Nida said almost questioningly, and Snape down the small amount of liquid in his glass. Harry felt his ears heat up, even without anybody around to see. Great, just great. Harry knew Snape didn't want any real closeness between them, and now that somebody had voiced his worries out loud, Snape was sure to pull away. Harry glared at Nida's profile. We have overcome some of our differences, Snape said carefully. We have replaced them with a certain degree of trust. Additionally, a misguided feeling of closeness is only natural due to the nature of the lessons I am providing to him. It is all new to him. Whatever attachment you think you see will no doubt dissipate as soon as he is back at school, surrounded by his friends and favored professors, and my tutoring is no longer needed. Are you certain about that? Nita prodded. Snape shot him a look that said he was a fool for asking. He was worried about you before you arrived, spent all day watching for your return. He was worried for news of headquarters, Snape corrected. His best friend's family was there, and he had no way of knowing the Dark Lord was not getting ready to attack. I've watched him over the last several days, Severus. He hangs on your every word. He looks up to you, is curious about you. Perish the thought, Snape said dryly, though the rigid way he held himself betrayed his discomfort with the conversation. Nita didn't push it further, instead taking a different tack. I noticed something else interesting. Would you care to hear? Do I have a choice? Snape snapped back. The boy's not the only one forming an attachment, said Nita, and held up a hand when Snape started to protest. Deny all you want. It's obvious that you care about him. Of course I care what happens to him, Snape bit out. He is in my charge. It is my duty to protect him. Dumbledore will murder me if I allow harm to come to him. Oh, don't get all dodgy on me, Severus. It's obvious you worry about him, and not merely because Dumbledore put you up to it. That kind of worry isn't something you do out of duty. I do not worry, Snape sneered. It's a good thing, too. That boy would cause an actual guardian an ulcer inside of a day, always getting into trouble, even when trouble isn't actively searching him out. Nita was silent. Harry couldn't see his face in full, but he thought it showed a fair amount of skepticism. Well, so did Harry's. He could no longer deny that he had started to look up to Snape, to feel close to him in a way that Snape wouldn't want, to feel a need to find out more about the man. And he wasn't an idiot. He knew a lot of that was due to the mental intimacy of occlumency lessons and his newfound knowledge of the man's friendship with Harry's mum. But the idea that Snape felt a similar way about him, that was ridiculous. Sure, Harry was fairly certain that Snape didn't hate him anymore, maybe even that he found Harry's presence tolerable most days. But that was a far cry from, well, caring. Nita was a crackpot old coot if he thought that. Although he had a nagging thought that Nita's words sounded eerily similar to Hermione's observations of the other day. Could they both be wrong? Or was there something more to Snape's recent willingness to help Harry and listen to him and answer his questions? Was it possible that the man cared, even a little bit, about Harry beyond his role in the war? He didn't think so, but he was surprised by the thought that he wouldn't hate it if the man did. Nita finally broke the silence, saying softly, Dumbledore worries about you, you know. I'm certain he didn't not on a personal level when you first began working together, but you see, that is what happens over time when you start to care about the well-being of someone other than yourself. I can see where you'd be confused, there not having been many people close to you worth caring for. Shut it, old man. There wasn't much venom behind the words. If anything, Snape looked exhausted by the conversation. Nita leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. I recall a conversation we had once, long ago in this very room. You told me that you didn't want your fear of turning into your father to hold you back. How is that working out for you? How do you think? Snape said tiredly. I think, said Nita evenly, that you do not believe yourself capable of being anything more than what you have been to that boy or to anyone else, and so you have decided to not even try. And why do you imply that I should? Snape hissed. He has plenty of people in his life to guide him. I hardly think that an ex-Death Eater. There are things about him that others in his life cannot understand, Nita said with confidence. Aren't there? You've made it clear that he is not a stranger to abuse. Even at his young age, it is obvious that he struggles with the weight of a destiny he did not choose, and with the consequences of past decisions. You cannot tell me that his werewolf friend, or even the headmaster himself, understands the combined weight of such things quite so completely as you do. And I think that on some level, the boy himself recognizes it. If Hugh are so astute, Snape sneered. Then surely he'd have also recognized that my method of dealing with such things is hardly something to be emulated. Perhaps it is time for you to develop habits worthy of emulation, Nida countered. I do hope you know how thoroughly I regret coming here, muttered Snape, always sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. Nida leaned back into his chair. We've known each other for, 15 years? A bit less. You've come a long way from the broken young man Dumbledore plopped on my doorstep after the war. I think you can go a long way yet. Perhaps the wounds that you've bandaged with solitude and bitterness will be better healed through the connection that comes with taking an active interest in another's well-being. Snape held himself rigidly, white knuckles curled around his empty glass. Nida seemed to know that he'd pushed as far as he could, for he finally heeded Snape's wishes and abruptly changed the subject. The other boy. Ron, was it? I've an idea, but I'm not sure you're going to like it. Ron. Harry's heart skipped a beat, and he inched closer to the wall, as if that would make the man's words come out faster. He pushed aside all the talk of Harry himself for later consideration, and their waspland thither to consider. He was more than eager to know any news of Ron's condition. Snape took a deep breath and let it out slowly. After a minute he answered, We've tried almost everything we know to do. Research, diagnostic spells, potions. I have a few more potions maturing at headquarters we can attempt to administer in a week or two, but beyond that, we are at a loss. Believe me, any idea will be welcome. Worried about him too, are you? Nida said teasingly, and Harry was a little bit awed by the man's nerve. He'd never known anybody but Dumbledore who could say whatever he liked to Snape and reach the other side of the conversation unscathed. Not in the slightest, Snape shuddered. He is a Weasley. He has plenty of people to worry over him, including Potter. He matters to Potter. Which matters to you, Nida said in a knowing tone. Snape frowned. He then gestured impatiently. Your idea. I've seen many curses in my healer days, he began. This case is different, but it brings to mind a patient that I had upside of 20 years ago. Took us ages to determine what was wrong with the woman. Only figured it out by chance, really. Nida paused and looked straight at Snape. I think that we should consider a dual curse. Snape's frown deepened, and he leaned forward, waiting for Nida to go on. Harry leaned forward too and reminded himself to breathe. Nida explained, his symptoms are not following any of the typical curses that would result in such a state. However, if combined with another, less detectable curse, which could mask or change some of the symptoms, we could easily miss an obvious diagnosis, Snape filled in. Yes, it is theoretically possible, but to achieve such specific results would require extensive preparation for the curses to work in tandem. The effects of both curses would need to be planned with precision. What purpose would the Dark Lord or his followers have of purposely putting Weasley into a comatose state? It serves no purpose. It seems far more likely that they intended to capture him as bait for Potter, and he was caught in the path of a wayward curse when they failed. How did you find out about the attack? Snape didn't answer, and Harry could practically see the wheels turning in his head as the man thought through Nida's ideas. Is it possible that whatever source warned you of the attack was compromised, or that the information was given to them on purpose? What are you suggesting? Snape asked slowly. I am suggesting the possibility, just a possibility, that the Order did not, in fact, hold off the Death Eaters when they attacked the Weasleys. What if you know who tipped off the Order, wanted them there, then wanted us to think we had won, that the Weasleys had escaped, only to attach a curse to the boy that would somehow lead them straight to Potter? Snape was speechless, eyes betraying both his surprise at the theory and his horror at the implications. Harry thought that his face probably looked the same, but his brain was moving too slowly, trying to put it together. The Weasley boy is Harry Potter's best friend, Nida went on. His family are also known members of the Order. You know who is a strategist, erratic at times, but a strategist at heart. He'd reasonably assume that if this Ron and his family needed protection or treatment, they would very likely be hidden alongside Potter. Snape shook his head. No, any variation of a location spell would never circumvent the extensive wards at headquarters, much less the Fidelius charm. Typically true, Nida said softly. But with a way to guarantee the spell would remain active for a long period of time, hidden within a seemingly unbreakable sleeping curse. For example, perhaps strengthened or triggered, were Potter to come into direct contact with the boy with a wizard of incredible skill. It could be a simple matter of time to narrow down to an approximate location. At which point, Snape added in a near whisper, knowing that he could trace no farther and deducing that the Fidelius charm was in play, he'd use what knowledge he had to force Potter to move to a new location, one more easily traced. My home is not so easy to trace, Nida pointed out. Easier than headquarters. Snape stood and started to pace the room. It would still take time, but there is no Fidelius charm in play here. If your theory has any merit, it will be only a matter of time before he finds our specific location. If I am correct, said Nida, we should separate the Weasley boy from Potter. Yes, Snape agreed readily, but that will not solve another problem. If they locate Weasley, they will still attack, and if he is found without Potter, they will use him as bait. Potter won't stand by and watch his friend be harmed on his account. He will turn himself over to the Dark Lord without hesitation, and he will find a way around any attempts to stop him. We can't let that happen. Weasley, too, must be protected at all costs. Do you have a way to detect the curses placed upon him, to isolate them individually? Nida shook his head. If it is a dual curse, they are too intricately linked and therefore undetectable in their individual parts. The only way to treat the boy is to find out the specific combination of curses used, and then to develop a counter-curse that will target both simultaneously. And the only way to find out that information is from the very Death Eaters who cursed him, Snape finished, shoulders dropping in defeat. They were silent for several minutes, which was unfortunate for Harry, as he now had time to dwell on what he'd heard. His heart was pounding, and he was having trouble taking a breath. He felt this way sometimes after nightmares, and this was worse than any nightmare. He pressed a hand over his chest and tried to breathe. Had Voldemort been playing him all along, as far back as with the vision about attacking the burrow? Had Ron been intentionally cursed in this way in order to find Harry? The men were talking again in the other room, but his ears were ringing, and he couldn't think, and he couldn't register what was being said. He yanked the wall watchers off of his face, plunging his vision into the darkness of his room, where the only sound was the rasp of his breath and the barely audible murmur of indistinct voices through the wall. He stood on shaky legs and immediately sat down again. If Nida's theory was true, what did it mean for Ron, for Harry, for everybody who was with him? How could they hope to be safe if Voldemort was always one step ahead, if he had more access to Harry's mind than he'd imagined? Were any of his visions this summer real? Had Voldemort sent all of his visions on purpose, or were some still accidental? There was no reason to send the one about Mrs. Fig, no reason at all. And of course, there was the one about Snape, when he was tortured after being found a spy that to be true. Didn't it? A chill ran through his body. He'd seen Snape after he was tortured. He knew it was real. But so was the vision about attacking the burrow. Voldemort hadn't lied or portrayed anything false. He'd simply wanted Harry to see it. If Nida's theory was true, that is, he still didn't know if it was true. He took in a gasping breath, but it made so much sense. Voldemort easily could have made it look like Snape was caught out as a spy, only to turn around and plant the man close to Harry so that he could gain his trust and then turn on Harry in the end. But Snape had to be on their side. Harry argued with himself. He had protected him from Voldemort. He'd had plenty of opportunity, alone with Harry at the Dursleys and Grimmauld Place, to incapacitate Harry and deliver him to Voldemort. But he hadn't. He'd gone out of his way to warn Harry, to keep him safe. He'd even given him a way to call for help. He touched the ring briefly with his thumb to remind himself that it was there. Unless it was all a part of Voldemort's plan to get Harry to trust Snape. No, Snape had helped Harry with occlumency. Harry had wondered last year if Snape was purposely opening his mind, making it easier for Voldemort to get in. But this time, he knew he was making progress. For the first time, he'd managed to pull himself out of a vision without help. He'd managed to block a Legilimens from gaining access to certain memories. He was starting to be able to focus better, to wall off emotion and thought, even if he still had a long way to go. Snape was teaching him, really teaching him, not just pretending to. Dumbledore trusted Snape. Other Harry thought he should trust him too. And as much as Harry was second-guessing all of Voldemort's visions, he still trusted in his dreams of the future. They came from inside himself, not from Voldemort. If he was certain about anything, he was certain about that. Heck knew deep down in his heart that he could trust those. They came from deep within his own soul. And if he couldn't trust himself, who could he trust? So he would trust Snape. He had to, because if he let himself doubt Snape right now, then he would find himself completely and utterly adrift. He tried to stand again, and this time his legs supported him. He crossed over to the lamp and turned it on, knowing he wouldn't be sleeping again for a good long while. Why had he allowed himself to be lulled into a feeling of safety for so long? Sure, he'd been stressed about Voldemort, but he hadn't truly thought the Dark Wizard had an actual plan, with an actual chance of success, to locate him. He'd been imagining him blindly searching, telling his followers to keep a lookout, haphazardly going after Harry's friends on the off chance could bear fruit in the search. But no, Voldemort hadn't been doing anything haphazardly, had he? He'd known exactly what he was doing, each step of the way, even biding his time to do it. And now Ron might be a ticking time bomb of an advanced tracking spell, and Harry's mind was a blank slate for Voldemort to write upon whatever and whenever he wished, and Harry suddenly felt incredibly, deeply violated. He felt tears of frustration and fear welling up. He wanted to scream but held it in. Instead, he channeled his frustration into kicking the bedside table. The lamp wobbled and he scrambled forward to catch it, instead knocking it further askew. It crashed to the ground in a cacophony of ripping cord and broken glass, plunging his room back into darkness. He winced, waiting. Sure enough, mere seconds later, his bedroom door was shoved open, and he was bathed in light from the other room. He didn't have to look up to know that Snape was standing in the doorway. He stood there, facing the broken lamp, and waited for the lecture. He should have just gone with the urge to scream, he thought morosely. More explaining, less property damage. Nita surely wouldn't think he was Appolite young man after he'd destroyed his lamp. The bedroom light flicked on, and Harry slammed his eyes shut against the brightness. He felt Snape come up beside him, but didn't look over. The tears continued to gather behind his eyelids, and he didn't dare open them. If he did, he would cry in front of Snape. He really didn't want to cry in front of Snape. "All right," the man asked softly, and Harry managed a jerky nod. "What happened?" Harry shrugged. He wasn't making the strongest case for being left alone, but he was afraid that if he opened his mouth, he would accidentally let loose a sob. He willed the man to just let it go and leave. But this was Snape. The man couldn't help putting his abnormally large nose into Harry's business. Harry swallowed and turned his head away. He hadn't meant that thought. Not really. He appreciated everything the man had done for him lately. He just really didn't want to face him right now, when all he wanted was to bury himself in his covers and cry for Ron, and for himself mainly, for not even having control over his own mind. That last thought made his heart pound again, and he sucked in a sharp breath. If Voldemort had so much access to his mind, what was to stop him from manipulating Harry in other ways? He didn't think he'd try to possess him again, but he might have other ways of deceiving Harry, controlling his thoughts or actions. What else could he make him believe, manipulate him into doing? Harry barely registered his breathing, coming in sharp gasps, when he felt arms shoving him over to sit on his bed. He couldn't breathe. He actually couldn't breathe. A wheezing groan came from somewhere in his chest, and his hand fumbled for something to hold on to. He clutched a handful of cloth between his fingers, not caring that it was attached to Snape, and tried to suck in air where there wasn't any. "Potter, look at me. Open your eyes and look at me." He obeyed, barely registering that doing so let tears escape. He saw a blackness at the edge of his vision and clutched the cloth tighter. Was this how he was going to die? Because it was a really, really pathetic way to die after everything he'd been through. "You're having another panic attack. You think you can't breathe, but you can." He couldn't. He tried, but he couldn't. His free hand clawed frantically at his throat. "Slow." Snape caught Harry's hand in a firm grasp and held onto his shoulder with the other. He stooped so that his eyes were directly in front of Harry's. "Just one breath, Harry. One slow breath. Match mine." He placed Harry's hand on his own chest and took a slow, exaggerated breath. Harry focused on Snape, his steady eyes, his slow-moving chest, and felt a small, shaky trickle of air enter his lungs. "Good, again." Air. Little by little, breath by breath, the blackness receded from Harry's vision and his gasps slowed into measured breaths. But that left the tears to flow, and he was too exhausted to try to stop them. As soon as Snape saw that he wasn't in danger of death by panic attack, he stood up. But Harry couldn't let him go. He kept hold of what he realized was a fistful of Snape's shirt and leaned forward, resting his forehead in the center of Snape's lower chest. It was awkward, sitting this way, leaning only his head against the man, but he needed this, so he took it even while bracing himself to be pushed away. Snape stilled. He probably hadn't been expecting to be used as a human pillow, even standing up, but he didn't push Harry away. So Harry tightened his hold and let the tears flow, trying to take deep, measured breaths. It was hard to do while crying. After a particularly ragged breath ended in a hiccup, Snape put his hands on Harry's shoulders. It wasn't a hug, and there was no attempt to soothe him, but it was comfort, and it helped. After his tears had slowed and his breathing came easier, Snape quietly asked, "Nightmare?" Harry shook his head, which was hard to do with his forehead still attached to Snape. He reluctantly lifted up his head, knowing that he could only push the man's limits so far and for so long. He didn't meet Snape's eyes as he pulled away and wiped at his wet face with his sleeve. "Vision." Snape's tone was more urgent. "No," Harry croaked. He never wanted to have another vision again as long as he lived. Not that he knew how to stop them completely yet, nor that he would necessarily have a long life for that matter. "I was not aware that you regularly suffer from panic attacks." "I don't," Harry denied automatically. "Ah, yes, I can see that," Snape drawled. "My mistake." Harry let go of Snape's shirt, realizing belatedly that he was still clutching it. He watched as the man smoothed it with one hand, but even without his glasses on, he could tell that the fabric was hopelessly wrinkled. "Sorry," he mumbled. It's a good thing he was so mentally and physically exhausted, Harry decided, for it helped him to shove aside most of his embarrassment for later. Snape didn't acknowledge the apology, just asked, "Do you require a potion?" Harry started to shake his head, but stopped mid-shake as he thought better of it. He already had plenty of dreamless sleep potion in his trunk, but if he was going to stop these visions, it might not be a bad idea to accept more any time it was offered. "More dreamless sleep?" he asked, glancing up quickly. Snape nodded and left without a word. Harry heard a brief murmur of Snape's and Nida's voices before a door opened, then closed, and seconds later, Snape was again in front of him, this time holding out a vial of purple potion. He accepted it with a quiet thanks, but Snape didn't make to leave. The silence stretched awkwardly until Harry finally looked up questioningly. Snape was watching him, though Harry couldn't see his expression very well. Was he waiting until he'd consumed the potion? Harry hadn't really planned to, not then anyway. He wanted to think a while before he fell back asleep. He wasn't even sure if it was the middle of the night or near dawn. Maybe he'd just stay up until everyone else was awake, hold onto the potion until tomorrow. Snape cleared his throat. Harry thought he might have been about to say something, but it looked like he changed his mind, for he only said, "Good night, Potter," and left. Well, tried to leave. His foot caught and kicked something of Harry's across the floor as he passed the trunk. Harry watched absently as the man's fuzzy form bent to pick it up, and only then did he remember that he'd dropped the wall watchers. His eyes widened in alarm, and he tried desperately to school his features as Snape folded the glasses and placed them on Harry's bedside table right next to Harry's actual glasses. Snape paused and looked at Harry, close enough for him to see the puzzlement in his eyes, and Harry knew the moment his act of innocence failed to fool the man, as puzzlement gave way to suspicion. "I got another pair," Harry blurted, "just in case." Snape kept staring, and Harry knew the heat creeping up his face would betray him. "Your generous relatives bought you a second pair of glasses, did they?" he asked smoothly, with the skill of a professor used to rooting out the secrets and misdeeds of his students. "No," he answered a moment too late to be convincing. "They were a gift from Hermione." He'd have to get Hermione alone first thing tomorrow to back him up. Self-adjusting. She got tired of me always asking what teacher's written on the board. That part was true, at least. But Snape wasn't fooled. Watching Harry steadily, he picked up the wall watchers and raised them to his own face. Out of options, Harry lunged, and Snape neatly sidestepped him, obviously having anticipated that Harry would try to stop him. "What have you gotten into this time, Potter?" he growled. "Nothing." He tried to rip the glasses from Snape's hand, but the man held them out of his reach. "They're just my glasses, is all. I don't want them to get ruined." "So you leave them in the middle of the floor. Excellent plan." Finally, he barked, "Potter, stop this at once." Harry knew that he'd been beat. He backed up slowly, dread pitting in his stomach, as an irate Snape placed the glasses on his nose and immediately stepped back, looking around him in alarm. His lips parted as he looked first one way, then another, and Harry took advantage of his distraction to put on his real glasses and retreat so that the bed was between them. It was a good thing, too, because Snape's eyes were narrowed slits when he removed the wall watcher. "You were watching," he hissed. "You were listening to our private conversation, weren't you?" Would he be in worse trouble if he admitted to it, or if he pleaded ignorance? Deciding that the truth would eventually be dragged out of him, he reluctantly nodded. Snape began to stalk around the bed, and Harry backed up into a dresser. "Noble words don't mean much without action to back them up," he said silkily. "Your grand apology, Potter," Snape hissed, inching closer. Harry tried to mold himself to the dresser. The man was livid. "To think that I believed your remorse, that you truly regretted invading my privacy last year, when all along you've been spying on me, using this contraption," he yelled, and threw it to the other side of the room, "to invade my privacy over and over again." "No," Harry protested, "I haven't been." "You expect me to believe anything that is coming out of your mouth right now," Snape snarled, his face twisting in rage. "I swear, Professor," he tried again. I listened to you and Dumbledore once, right after we got to Grimmauld Place. We weren't back then, I mean. I wanted Tano, and it was about me, but that's it, the only time, I promise, until tonight. I just wanted to know who was out there before I interrupted. And then you mentioned me, and Ron, and I needed to know." "Yes, you always need to know," Snape sneered. "And if it tramples somebody else's privacy, then so be it." "I didn't think." "And therein lies the problem. You don't think." Snape's voice was low, more dangerous than he'd heard from the man in weeks, "about your actions or their consequences, or about anybody but yourself." The words cut to the core, and Harry swallowed against a rush of tears. "I'm sorry," he said plaintively. Snape swept out his arm, and Harry flinched violently, banging his back into the dresser and flinging his arms up to protect himself. He realized a moment too late that Snape had been gesturing for him to stop talking. He lowered his arms, but the damage was done. Snape had quickly backed up, a mix of emotions on his face. Regret was there, but in the end, disgust won out. "I'm done," he spat as he turned towards the door. "Practice occlumency on your own. If you have questions, ask the headmaster." "Professor," Harry tried one more time, but Snape was already slamming the door closed. He sank to the ground in the sudden silence and hugged his knees to his chest. He felt cold, although he didn't know if the chill was coming from inside or outside his body. He'd messed everything up. He hadn't even stopped to think about how violated Snape would feel at being spied on, about how fragile their tentative trust was and how easily broken. Of course, the man would see it as a betrayal, and he was right. If Harry had stopped to consider Snape's feelings for even 1 second, he'd have considered how much Snape valued his privacy. He'd have known that it was the wrong thing to do. He'd lost any hope of further occlumency lessons. Without even realizing it, he'd imagined a world in which some form of their lessons lasted through their return to Hogwarts. At the very least, Harry had imagined that Snape might allow him to seek him out in his office to ask the occasional question. In his most hopeful moments, he'd wondered if Snape might allow him into his Newt Potions class. All that was gone too. Including Lily. He'd never be able to ask about his mum now. But out of all that, what made him feel most adrift was that he, in his own thoughtless act, was to blame. This time, it wasn't Snape's stubbornness or blind hatred causing him to wall himself off. Harry had managed to lose the man's trust all on his own through his disregard for Snape's boundaries. Sniffling, he scrambled to his feet and found the wall watchers on the other side of the room. It wasn't even scratched from Snape's throw, but Harry could barely stand to look at it. He never wanted to use it again, never wanted to so much as be tempted. He grasped it in both hands and snapped it down the middle, then crushed the lenses with the heel of a boot from his trunk. Finished, he tossed the fragments into a corner of the room. And then he climbed into bed and took the easy way out of dealing with all of his guilt, worry, fear, and panic. He gulped down half the bottle of purple potion and sank into the welcome arms of dreamless sleep. Chapter 37, Snake in the Grass. Snape was gone when Harry woke up late the following morning. The professor had gone back to Grimmauld Place. Mrs. Weasley informed him to see to order business. But Harry knew he'd really left to get away from him. Nobody was treating Harry any differently, not even Nita, so he doubted Snape had said anything about their fallout. But the man had clearly meant it when he'd said that he was done. Harry miserably played his words over again in his head. Had he meant that he was done with occlumency, or done with Harry? Did it really matter? Done was done. He'd lost Snape's trust, and rightly so. Was there even anything he could do or say to get it back? While he genuinely regretted having violated Snape's privacy like that, he also grieved the loss of any chance to get permission to use the potions lab next year. And whenever his mind wandered to the thought that he'd lost any and all chance to find out about his mum, he felt like going back to bed with the help of dreamless sleep. He miserably stabbed a bite of scrambled eggs with his fork and brought it to his lips, chewing without tasting. He'd slept late due to the potion's effects, so that everybody else had finished breakfast before he'd started. Only Ginny sat at the kitchen table with him, books and homework spread out before her. He was glad that Hermione was chatting up Nita in the living room because she was too perceptive about Harry's moods. She'd know something was wrong, and she'd try to get it out of him, and he really didn't want to talk about it. Ginny was observant too, but she didn't know him quite like Hermione did, and even if she did notice Harry's depression, she wasn't likely to press him for answers. She would give him space to work through it on his own. So yeah, Hermione might be one of his best friends, but sometimes spending time with the sister of his other best friend was a welcome relief. He leaned back in his chair to look into the living room, but he couldn't see from his vantage point. Remus had been on the sofa when he'd emerged from his room, but the man was still groggy from finally being cleared from his quarantine, or whatever that was. Harry still thought he had seemed fine all along, if tired, but Snape had insisted. Thankfully, Nito decided that he'd spent enough time under the wards to break any hold a wizard's curse might have over him. It figured that, when Harry finally got Remus back alive and awake, and in one piece, it was Snape who he really wanted to talk to. But then there was Ron, who also needed worrying about. Harry desperately wanted to ask if they were going to be moved again, and if they were going to be split up into different safe houses. He also wanted to know if Nita had any more ideas about that dual curse theory, but that would involve admitting to more people that he'd spied on the men the night before. He didn't think he could handle more censure and disappointed looks. In the end, he excused himself from the table to spend time with the only person in the house who wouldn't judge him or make him talk about what was bothering him, Ron. Mrs. Weasley was standing over Ron's bed, saying a spell when he entered the makeshift hospital room. Harry recognized it as the nourishment spell they'd been using to keep him healthy. There were also cleaning spells and diagnostic spells and hydrating spells. He'd stopped by to visit Ron enough over the past week to be passably familiar with them all. "Oh, Harry dear," Mrs. Weasley put a hand over her heart. "You startled me." Her face softened and she waved him in. "I'm nearly done here, and I'll give you some time alone with him." Harry nodded, taking a seat on one of the beds as he watched her run through a couple more spells. She was still broken-hearted over her son, but she had a determination about her as well. She was strong, Harry knew, and it would break her heart if they couldn't ever cure Ron, but she would survive. As long as she had other children who needed her, she'd stay strong for them. Would Harry be as strong if he lost Ron? He'd already lost Sirius, and he was still here. That was different, though, he supposed. Sirius wasn't his dad. He hadn't even known the man all that long before he died, to be honest, and much of their time together consisted of each of them wanting to see James in the other. When he'd lost Sirius, he'd lost someone he loved, but as far as family went, he'd lost Thaddeus family more than actual family. With Sirius, with how damaged he was after Azkaban, he couldn't be the parent or mentor that Harry had wanted or needed. He'd been more like an incorrigible big brother. And losing a big brother had hurt. But how could he compare it to losing a parent or a child? He didn't know either loss. He only knew the lack of parents, not what it felt like to lose them. Maybe Harry would be stronger if he could remember his loss. Or maybe, on the flip side, it would have made him weaker. He supposed he'd never know. "All done here, dear," Mrs. Weasley murmured, and gave him a brief hug on the way out. "Have a nice visit." Harry perched on a small chair next to Ron's bed and watched the steady rise and fall of his friend's chest. It was barely noticeable, but it was there. "Can you hear me?" No answer, of course. "I've got to tell you something, and if you can hear me, it might be enough to shock you awake." He quirked up a corner of his mouth. "That, or you'll think I'm insane and never want to wake up again." Harry bowed his head in the silent room, thinking where to begin. Snape's been teaching me occlumency, and shock of shocks, he's a pretty decent teacher when he wants to be. I know, I wouldn't have believed it either. He paused. "That's not the main thing I wanted to tell you, though. The thing is, I've been enjoying the lessons." He gave Ron the opportunity to blink or twitch or wake up and yell at him, but he was as still as ever. "Snape's been different. I mean, he's still Snape, but I think I understand him better now. And he's been maybe not exactly, but better to me. Helping me, listening and making sure I'm safe, that sort of thing. It's been good having a grown-up around who cares enough to do all that. I've never really had that before, not outside of school, and school doesn't count. Oh, and your parents are great, don't get me wrong. It's just not the same when it's your friend's parents." He gave a humorless chuckle. "I know, talking about Snape and caring parents in the same sentence. I am insane." On impulse, he reached out and lifted Ron's hand, dropping it back onto the bed. It fell onto the sheets with a plop and was still. "Still not faking, huh?" He slouched back into the chair and sighed. "I messed it all up. Snape couldn't give a hoot if I lived or died now, I'm sure of it. He blinked fast until the urge to cry passed. I thought I was the good guy, you know. I mean, I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. A lot of mistakes. But Snape was the unreasonable one, the get-out to get me for no good reason. You have no idea how good it felt to see him starting toached it, that there was no good reason to hate me. And then I had to go and prove him right after all. He resisted the urge to kick the hospital bed. If Ron had any awareness, he probably wouldn't appreciate that. Do you think there's anything I can do? Harry absently flattened his fringe with one hand. Yeah, probably not. He wouldn't believe another apology. He's an actions speak louder than words sort of person. He groaned and cradled his head in his hands. Think your mum would think Voldemort was attacking if I screamed right now. One scream would feel really good. He resisted the urge to scream and sat in silence for a while. He noted absently that there was no ticking clock in here, like there was in Ron's room back at Grimmauld Place. He would have thought he'd prefer the silence, but he missed the noise. Being annoyed by a stupid, ticking clock might have distracted him from his thoughts. Instead, he'd have to try to distract himself. I hope you're better in time for Quidditch tryouts. We've got some spots to fill. It'd be good to get some fresh talent, and you'll want to be there for that. He fished for more to say about Quidditch, but came up empty. Think we'll have a new defense teacher? Oh, who am I kidding? Of course we'll have a new defense teacher. Wonder if this one will try to hand me over to Voldemort on the first day of term, or wait, at least, until Christmas break. That would be nice. Give me some time to alienate a few more occlumency tutors first. If he pulled out all his hair right now, would Snape hear about it? Would he feel pity and give him another chance? Or would he stay away and ignore him anyway? Ignore, definitely. I heard something last night, something I probably shouldn't tell you. He swallowed, unsure how to continue, even knowing Ron most likely couldn't hear anything right now. Nida and Snape, they think you might have been hit with two curses. Well, not two exactly. They called it a dual curse. Sounds like two curses linked together and cast as one. I'm not sure how it works exactly, but maybe now that they have an idea, they can start working on finding a counter-curse. He didn't want to say out loud what Nida had said, that they couldn't do anything without first finding the Death Eater who had cast the curse. They also think one of the curses might be some sort of tracking or locating spell. That's how they got so close to us in Grimmauld Place. They're probably going to move us soon to separate places. If they do, I don't know when I'll see you next. I'll be thinking of you, though. Even if I can't visit, I want you to know it's not because I don't want to. It'll be because I can't. He stood and touched Ron's hand briefly with his fingers. Hang in there, okay? We'll figure this out, I promise. He took in a deep breath and made his way to the door. Maybe it was time to talk to somebody who could talk back. It took a while of walking through the rock and grass to find his new friend, especially since he wasn't certain that he was speaking in Parseltongue unless he was looking at the snake. He found him not too far from the tree that formed the apparition boundary, but thankfully on the safe side. As soon as he had the snake's attention, he sat in the grass with his legs spread out in front of him. It wasn't the most comfortable place. A rock was digging into his leg, but it would do. SS Snake Human is upset, the snake said. Harry heaved a sigh. Great. He was so bad at hiding his emotions that even Snape could read him like a book. Snape would have a field day with that information, if Snape even cared at all anymore. And then Harry had a worrisome thought. What if instead of hating him like before, Snape just ignored him altogether, all the time, for forever? As much as Harry would have given anything for Snape to take no notice of him in previous years, that sounded like the worst punishment to him now. If Snape hated him, some part of him still cared enough to react right. If he shut Harry out, pretended as if he didn't even exist, then he really, truly was done with Harry. He swallowed a lump of emotion. I am, he admitted to the snake. I made a mistake, and now my teacher, the one you met the other day, is angry with me. The snake slithered closer. Do you want me to bite him? Harry laughed despite himself. Is that your answer to everything? It is effective, he said simply. No, Harry sobered up. If you see him, please don't bite him, not ever. If you wish, the snake bobbed his head once. I do. Harry ran his fingers through his hair, probably making it more messy than usual in the process. Do you have a name? He asked, ready to talk about anything other than Snape. The snake cocked his head at Harry. Name. Yes, something you call yourself. Something that other people, well, snakes, I guess, call you. My name is Harry. So instead of calling me Snake Human, you can call me Harry. Harry, the snake said slowly, as if puzzling through the concept of names, and Harry wished he knew what his name sounded like in Parseltongue. It simply sounded like Harry to him. I have no name. Oh, Harry bit his lip. Is there something I can call you? It feels weird to just call you Snake. That is what I am. I know, Harry scratched his chin, thinking about how to explain it. Can I give you a name? Maybe. The words that ran through his mind were associated with the wrong sort of snake, Nagini, the basilisk, Slytherin, and he fished for something innocuous. Basil, Griffin, Sam. Thess are names. Harry nodded. He snapped his fingers. How about Hunter, since hunting is what you like to do? The snake bobbed his head. You may call me Hunter, if you wish. Hunter it is, he grinned. It wasn't the most creative name, but it was descriptive and would do for his purposes. He couldn't spend all day dreaming up the perfect name, after all. You have a name now. The snake started to coil himself up, settling in for a chat. Harry was certain that he didn't really care one way or another about having a name, but it was nice of him to humor his new human friend. So, Hunter, do you see many humans around here? Or only Nida? Oh, he's the man in the house that you like to stay away from. Humans come SS sometimes. Not often. I like it when they SS stay away. More hunting. Yeah, I can see that. Harry leaned back on his hands, getting comfortable too. Most only come in the light, not like dog human. He disturbed me in the dark. Harry frowned. Dog human. Yes, he SS scared away the mix last night. Remus, that's the only person he could possibly mean. He came out here last night. I wonder if he would if he knew there were snakes about. I did not SS show myself to him, Hunter informed him. Yeah, well, if you see him again, do me a favor and don't bite him either, okay? I must bite if he attacks, Harry. The snake stumbled over the name, obviously not used to the idea of names, but trying to do as Harry asked. Well, just don't go seeking him out, okay? Don't show yourself to him, and he won't have any reason to hurt you. I will try, Hunter agreed, bobbing his head slightly. Wait, why do you think Remus would attack you, but that my teacher won't? Harry wondered. The snake hadn't added any caveat with Snape. Teacher SS saw me before and did not attack, Hunter said straightforwardly, and Harry supposed he couldn't fault that reasoning. He added, Dog human SS smells of evil. Harry started at that description, but stopped himself from explaining about werewolves to the snake. He might not understand what it meant, and it might frighten him more into striking out at Remus when he didn't need to. He settled on, his name is Remus, and he's my friend. He might smell funny to you, but he won't hurt you unless he thinks you're going to hurt him, I promise. He'd never thought a snake could show skepticism like a human could, but he could tell that Hunter didn't quite believe him by the way he shifted. Well, chances weren't huge that they would be here long enough for the snake to have a run-in with any of his friends anyway. Why is teacher angry with you? Asked the snake. Did you SS steal his mix? Harry grinned. He was glad he'd come here. His little friend was already cheering him up. No, we don't eat mice, not like you do. He faltered, trying to figure out how to explain it in a way that the snake would understand. I broke a promise. That wasn't precisely it, but it was close enough. His earlier apology to Snape could have functioned as a tacit promise to respect his privacy from that point on. Harry just hadn't considered how Snape would feel about him using the wall watchers. He'd been so intent on finding answers. He hadn't stopped to think about whether he should. He pulled a few blades of grass and let them sift through his fingers. He trusted me not to do something, and I did it anyway, and now he doesn't trust me anymore. This trust is important to you. Yes, it was true, he realized. Snape's trust did mean a lot to him, more than he'd thought it did before he broke that trust. It was depressing to keep thinking about it, so he changed the subject. Do you have any family? When the snake didn't elaborate, he prodded. Where are they? I do not know, Hunter answered. My brothers and SS sisters left the nest when I did. Do SS snake humans not do the SS same? Harry almost replied that he didn't know what it was like to have a nest in the first place. A nest sounded like a warm, lovely place, which Privet Drive had never been. But he thought that might be a difficult concept to explain to a snake, so he settled on, I don't have any brothers or sisters. I don't have a mother or father either. How SS strange, said the snake. It uncoiled slightly and settled in on a thicker patch of grass, closer to Harry. Do humans not have family? Harry dug out a clump of dirt along with a handful of grass and watched the dirt fall through his fingers back to the ground. Kind of like his dashed hopes, he thought, and nearly rolled his eyes at his own overdramatic thoughts. He focused back on the conversation. Most do. I did have a mother and father once, a long time ago. They died. He paused, then added, I don't remember them, but I miss them. I did not know my SS snake parents long either. I do not miss them. Harry almost pointed out that, well, he was a snake, and that was different, wasn't it? But he wasn't sure if that would come across as rude. On the other hand, maybe snakes didn't get offended the same way humans did. He settled for explaining, it's different for humans. We don't leave the nest right away. We take longer to grow up, and we stay with our mothers and fathers for many years. How SS strange, the snake said again. Yeah, it is, Harry agreed, having never known what that was like himself. But other human kids have parents, so I always wished I did too. You are still in the nest, Hunter said, as if puzzling out a mystery that didn't make sense. But you have no nestmates. Harry shrugged, pretty much. You are not in Teacher's Nest. Harry gave the snake a wry grin. No, definitely not. He didn't know how to elaborate on that, so he didn't. Instead, he spoke what was on his mind. My teacher knew my mother. I hoped he would tell me about her, but then I made him angry, and now he won't talk to me. That's also why I'm sad. And Thathard. Every time he got close to knowing something about his parents, he felt such a sense of hope, but these days, that hope was always tempered with dread. Not only did he rarely find the information he sought, he knew that nothing could bring them back or make up for the lack of them in his life. He wanted to feel closer to them, but in the end he was still alone, wasn't he? No, he corrected himself. He wasn't alone. He didn't have a loving family, but he did have his friends. He had Ron and Hermione, his other friends in Gryffindor, Luna, Remus, and the Weasleys. Even if he hadn't known parental love, he did have love in his life. And anyway, he knew that his parents had loved him. Even if he didn't feel that love, knowing it meant something. There was a world of difference between thinking your parents were deadbeat drunks who died in a car crash and knowing that they were heroes who sacrificed themselves to save your life. He couldn't remember that love, but knowing it had been there meant something to him. He sighed, if only he could have experienced it. Hunter slithered closer and lay his head on Harry's knee. I have no nest to offer you, he said, but I can help you find a good SS spot for one. Thank you, Harry gave his friend a genuine smile and reached out a hand to graze along his smooth scales. They sat in silence for a while, Harry stroking Hunter's back while the snake curled up closer to Harry's warmth. He didn't know how long they had been there when his snake friend hissed and reared back at something behind Harry. Harry whipped his head around but was relieved to see Remus walking towards them from the house. Well, maybe not completely relieved. He looked back at the snake, who looked ready to strike. He's a friend, remember. He won't hurt you. Hunter looked as skeptical as a snake could look. Will the dog human hurt you? Harry was touched. He smiled. No, a friend means someone who won't hurt you. You know how I said that teacher was my mother's friend? Well, Remus was my father's friend. He would never hurt me. You do not SSS smell of evil. Thanks. You SS should SS stay away from evil. Harry felt like he was trying to explain something to a little child who just couldn't understand. Remus isn't evil, no matter what he smells like. Look, why don't you go on home, and maybe later I'll come look for you and we can talk again. Okay. He could tell Hunter was reluctant to leave, but he finally did, slowly uncoiling himself and slithering off into the grass. He looked back at Harry before disappearing completely. Were you just talking to a snake? Remus's voice came from a short distance away. He still looked tired and was breathing heavily, as if the short walk had exhausted him. Yeah, Harry stood and wiped the dirt and grass from his trousers. He's a friend. Remus stopped next to him and stared at the grass where the snake had been. A friend. Yeah, Harry repeated, not sure why he was having so much trouble explaining that word today. He's nice. He seems to like talking to me. I think he's a little bit lonely. Remus gave a non-committal sound. You don't have a problem with Parseltongue, do you? Harry shot him a sideways glance. Of all people, he didn't think Remus would have an issue with Harry's rare power. His former professor knew what it was like to be judged for something he couldn't help, after all. Not at all. Remus gave him a small smile and looked around them at the grass. I would prefer not to be near a snake, however. Personal preference, you understand. You're not alone in that, muttered Harry, thinking of Snape's reaction. He smirked at the thought that the men had something in common. I have been wanting to talk to you, Harry. Perhaps now. Remus gestured to the tree. Harry hesitated, as much because he was worried Remus might know what he'd done as he was about the wards and boundaries. Are we supposed to? The man smiled as he walked the short distance and then slowly leaned against the large trunk in the shade of its leaves. The boundary is just beyond where we are. We are perfectly safe as long as we stay on this side of the tree. Harry nodded and joined him in the shade of the tree's branches. He didn't sit, preferring to kick at a loose rock with the toe of his shoe. Remus leaned his head back against the tree. You've had a trying summer, haven't you? He asked. Harry shrugged. Obviously, he thought, but said instead, yeah, well, a lot's happened, that's for sure. But, I can't think that it's been as trying as yours. How are you feeling? Remus shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, You know who was not exactly hospitable, but I will be fine. I'm sorry. Harry looked his dad's friend over. At least his injuries were all healed. Other than being tired and sluggish, he didn't have so much as a bruise or a scratch on him. But Harry knew how deep wounds could run. Emotional wounds took far longer to heal. Remus sat in silence for several seconds before observing, You've become close with Professor Snape. Harry had no idea how to answer that question, so he didn't. He kicked at another rock. He left in a hurry this morning, Remus went on. I don't suppose you know when he will return. Harry shook his head without meeting Remus's eyes. How was he supposed to admit that he was the one who drove Snape away, or that he knew the professor would stay away as long as he could? On the other hand, Snape did feel responsible for Harry, if only because of Dumbledore's charge to look after him, so maybe he would return just long enough to make sure that Harry was sent off somewhere safe, somewhere they wouldn't have to see each other. Or would he even bother, knowing that Remus was awake now and could take over Harry-sitting duties? You seem worried. Remus was watching him carefully. Harry shrugged. He was already confused about how he felt. He didn't think that talking it over would help, even with someone as well-meaning as his dad's friend. He didn't say anything about when he would return, Remus pressed. Why? Asked Harry, looking up. Is something the matter? Of course not, Remus said so smoothly that Harry narrowed his eyes. He was pretty sure that Remus and maybe the Order were keeping things from him again. He never liked that. But on the other hand, He felt so bad about spying on Snape and Nida last night that his desire to mercilessly question Remus quickly dissipated. Professor Snape didn't tell me where he was going or when he'd be back, he said evenly, trying not to betray how much that bothered him. Maybe Mr. Nida or Mrs. Weasley knows. Remus nodded. I'm surprised that the headmaster hasn't been out to see you. Has he been in touch? Harry shook his head and kicked at a particularly stubborn rock. Dumbledore's absence hadn't really bothered him. Not like Snape's did, and Snape hadn't even been gone half a day yet. You've had no word from him at all. He hasn't said when he will return. Harry gave him a skeptical glance. Number, shouldn't you be asking the order or something? You know they don't share much with me. His usual annoyance at that fact gave way to shame when his mind immediately went to the wall watchers and how much he could have gleaned from order meetings if he hadn't destroyed them. He ducked his head. He didn't regret destroying them. If he hadn't, he eventually would have given in to temptation to eavesdrop again. And he didn't want to be that person that Snape had been disappointed in last night. He really didn't. Yes, you're probably right, Remus said with a yawn, rising to his feet. I'll ask them later. Do you have your wand? He asked, almost in the same breath. Course, Harry patted his sleeve. Why? It may be best for you to leave it with me, said Remus, with a grin that looked very un-Remus-like. Expelliarmus. Harry's wand flew from his sleeve into Remus's hand. Remus, wah. Petrificus totalis, mobile corpus. The spells in quick succession knocked him over, stiff as a board, and levitated his body several inches from the ground. His mind was short-circuiting, trying to figure out what Remus was trying to prove. It wasn't like him to attack Harry, not unless he was teaching Harry and had warned him first. No, whatever Remus was doing, it wasn't good. But Remus wouldn't ever do anything bad to him, so a chill ran through his immobilized body. Had Snape been right? That Remus was cursed. Or worse, wrong, and Remus had been polyjuiced. Before he could think through that, his former professor's face entered his vision. The man stood above him. I am sorry, Harry. I have my orders. No, not Remus. This wasn't Remus. Polyjuice it had to be. He tried to move to escape the spells, but he couldn't. The most he could do was to widen his eyes in panic as he felt his body drift past the tree. He felt something press into his hand. His fingers shifted. His thumb brushed metal. The ring. Snape. He focused as hard as he could through his shock, managed to press his thumb to the ring. Remus, not Remus, mumbled something, and just after his ring heated up, the world dissolved around him in a swirl of nausea and light. He landed painfully on a cold, hard surface. Still unable to move, he tried to look around him but couldn't. Ice filled his veins as he heard a high-pitched laugh. A pair of red, slitted eyes, in a pale face, swam above his eyes, below a dimly lit stone ceiling. Harry Potter, how kind of you to drop in. Chapter 38. Welcome to Hotel Voldemort. It wasn't supposed to happen this way. If he had to be Voldemort's captive, a highly debatable point, as Snape would say, it was supposed to be on his own terms. Other Harry had insisted. This definitely was not his own terms. Right. And so it was that even though Harry was wandless, defenseless, and surrounded by Voldemort and his followers in the middle of who knows where, his first panicked thought was that his vision of the future was going to come true. The Baden. All of his friends were going to die on the battlefields of Hogsmeade and Hogwarts. His second thought was a word that he would never say aloud in Mrs. Weasley's presence. The same word was also his third, fourth, and fifth thought. Harry Potter, how kind of you to drop in. Other voices then joined Voldemort in laughing at Harry's expense. It was cold. He was still unable to move or to see anything except Voldemort's face below a dimly lit stone ceiling. His imagination ran wild with worst-case scenarios. Was he already in the dank, dark dungeon where he would meet his demise? Had Voldemort already called all his Death Eaters to his side to watch Harry slowly die as they drained the blood from his body? Were they going to torture him first, or would he simply sink into oblivion? Maybe it wouldn't hurt if they were to simply give him the potion right now and make him sleep. But what of his friends? The Remus impostor had sent him by portkey but had stayed behind. That meant that Harry's friends were in danger and he couldn't warn them. And where was the real Remus? Did Voldemort have him? Was he alive or was he dead? Number Snape had said that was the real Remus. How could he have fooled Snape? Well, he'd fooled them either way, hadn't he? Snape had thought he was really Remus. Neither had thought he was safe, that the wards had done their work against any spells or curses. How could they both be so wrong? One good thing about being under this spell was that his body was doing its breathing for him. It prevented him from crying or devolving into another panic attack. Although it was this lying here, unable to do anything, that was the main cause of his rising panic, so there was that. As if reading his mind, Voldemort ended Harry's bodily imprisonment with a wave of his wand. Harry immediately jumped up, crouching in a defensive posture. He didn't know what he could possibly do against what he could now see were about a dozen Death Eaters gathered in a semicircle around him, especially without his wand. But he'd be damned if he was going to let Voldemort win without a fight. At the very least, he'd do his best to get in one solid punch to Voldemort's ridiculously pale jaw. Maybe it would snap. If he had to die, that wouldn't be a bad image to die to. He wanted to snap that jaw even more when he saw how widely Voldemort was grinning at him. He could see now that they were in a large room almost entirely made of stone. From the crumbling state of some of the stones, he guessed it to be an old, abandoned manor house. "I have been waiting for you, Harry. You have no idea for how long. Alas, you accepted none of my invitations, so I had to take matters into my own hands. I am certain you understand." "Where's Remus?" he asked, skipping the false pleasantries. Voldemort's smile grew. "Your little werewolf friend. Why, he is right where you left him, in whatever safe location you were whisked away from." "There, Alremus, what did you do with him? Where is he?" Harry demanded. "Oh, but Harry, that was the real Remus Lupin," Voldemort said silkily. He began to move, gliding in a circle around Harry, who pivoted in place along with him, unwilling to turn his back. "How does betrayal feel?" "After all, you took one of my own away from me," he hissed in a deadly tone, even though his face was still smiling, albeit in a pinched, irritated sort of way. "It was only right that I take one of yours in payment for the loss of my most valuable spy." Harry shook his head. "Remus isn't a traitor. He wouldn't betray me, and he wasn't acting like himself. You took him, replaced him with an impostor, I know it." "Oh, Harry." Voldemort came closer but didn't touch him. "How much faith you have in those you love." He said that word with disgust, as though loving anyone was the most foolish thing someone could do. "I'm right," Harry said with conviction. He stared at Voldemort steadily, pulling up every bit of bravado he had, determined not to cower or show his very real fear. "You know I'm right." Voldemort's jaw clenched for only a second, but it was enough for Harry to know that Voldemort was annoyed because Harry was right, not that he doubted it. "Where is Remus?" he asked again, even more certainty behind the words. Voldemort grasped Harry's face before he could flinch away, holding him by the jaw with the strong, bony fingers of one hand. Harry's scar had been burning since he arrived, but it gave a sharp flare of pain at the contact. He tried not to show any of the pain on his face, and spared a wistful thought for the strong headache draft that was still in his trunk at Nida's place. Your werewolf friend was a particularly difficult case. It took several days to break his will enough for the imperious curse to work properly. Harry could feel his face drain of color. Remus was under the imperious curse. The fact that Snape had been right all along to suspect him of being cursed threw his world off balance. "Yes," Voldemort happily murmured. "I cast it myself. I had to ensure that it was strong enough to last, to fully immerse him within its effects. I am very good at casting it, you know." A chill ran through Harry at those words. How could Voldemort have made Remus do his bidding, be under his control so completely, and after so many days? And if he could do that to Remus, who else might be compromised? And the power needed control Remus, even after Nita's wards should have made it impossible. And in a rush, he remembered Snape's words from weeks ago when they'd been stuck at the Dursleys. Something happened as a result of that potion that even the Dark Lord did not expect. He surpassed his previous strength of abilities. He became capable of far more than he was even during the previous war. They hadn't accounted for Voldemort's increased power that would allow him to control Remus despite Snape's caution and Nita's wards and counter-curses. They hadn't accounted for him sending Harry a vision about the burrow and using Ron to track him. After his Ron plan failed to get Voldemort an exact location, they hadn't planned on the Dark Wizard capturing Remus to send back to the Order as a spy. And then sending Harry another vision so that he would leave Grimmauld for a place easier to be portkeyed away from. Harry would bet that Voldemort had tried to send him a regular vision before sending him that message about Remus, but couldn't because he'd been occluding, so then forced his way in anyway. Remus meant to lure him to a less defensible safe house after all, so that he could be captured all the more quickly and easily. All those weeks, Harry had been doing homework, practicing occlumency, trying to pry personal details out of Snape, and playing exploding snap with his friends, while Voldemort had been putting a carefully crafted plan into action. And he'd won his prize. He'd won Harry. If not for Snape, he'd have been captured days ago. If only they'd accounted for Voldemort's increased powers, Remus might still be sedated, and Harry might still be safe. Yes, you are properly afraid, I can see. Voldemort smiled and let go of Harry's jaw, shoving him in the process so that he stumbled. Several of the assembled Death Eaters laughed. We have much to do, Harry Potter, and you are our guest of honor. So shall we get started? Before he had time to worry about what getting started entailed, he was hit by a painful curse from behind. He gasped, whirling around to face whichever Death Eater had sent the curse. Do not harm him too much, Voldemort said as he took a seat on a chair on a slightly raised platform. I have need of his body. His mind, on the other hand, he grinned wickedly, do with what you will. Harry didn't know how much time had passed since he had been dragged downstairs from the main room and thrown into this sorry excuse for a cell. He'd been barely conscious and had fallen asleep almost immediately, both body and mind exhausted, and the small stone room was just as dark when he awoke as it had been when he'd fallen asleep. He sat up slowly, feeling every limb and muscle, checking for broken bones or wounds. But Voldemort had meant what he'd said, and the Death Eaters hadn't done any damage to Harry's body other than a few scratches and bruises. Even those had mostly been caused when he'd fallen to the ground under the strain of their curses. They'd relied mainly on pain curses, ones that caused pain and mental strain without inflicting bodily harm. Crucio. He didn't get his hopes up, though. Voldemort was probably saving that curse for later. He rubbed his forehead with a shaky hand. His scar hadn't stopped prickling, but the worst pain had subsided after Voldemort let go of him. He leaned back against the stone wall with a groan. He was exhausted, shaky, cold, hungry, thirsty, and scared. He had no idea why Voldemort wasn't just putting him under and using him as a blood bag. He didn't know if the Dark Wizard was merely having fun playing with his prey before going through with his plan, or if he had something even more sinister in store for Harry. Or perhaps he really did want to drive Harry insane. What was that saying? Insanity loves company. Okay, so the saying didn't quite go like that, but in Voldemort's case, it was probably true. If it truly was his plan to drive him insane, Harry thought, it may very well be accomplished by leaving him alone in this cold, dark room with nothing to do but think. Had anyone noticed he was gone? Had Snape received his signal for help? He pressed his thumb to the ring, not for the first time, but it was still and cold. He knew he'd felt it warm up when he'd used it back at Nita's, but it didn't warm up here. There had to be wards in place that prevented it from working. Did that mean Snape didn't have a way to find him? And even if he did get the summons to go back to Nita's, Remus mind-controlled Remus, would have made excuses for his absence, held them off as long as possible. But sooner or later they'd notice. He was the main reason they'd had to go to a safe house in the first place, after all. He couldn't disappear for long without the others needing to know where he was. It could take hours, though, maybe until evening. But who was he kidding? It didn't matter how long it took them to realize that he was gone. They had no way of finding or rescuing him. His thoughts kept drifting back to Snape. Harry had failed. He was supposed to trust Snape, to work with him so that the spy would be back in place to get him away from Voldemort. There was no way that would happen now. Voldemort would never believe any story Snape concocted, while Harry Potter was his prisoner in need of rescuing. Even Snape couldn't find a way back into the fold now. And if Snape wasn't a spy, if he didn't have access to Voldemort's inner circle, how could he possibly help Harry? Even more frightening to consider, would the man even want to any more? Harry felt real despair when he pondered that question because he didn't know the answer. Oh, Snape would look for him, would do anything he could to find him if it was within his power. Harry was sure of that, but he would do it for Dumbledore and for the war. He wasn't so sure the man would want to do it for him. He knew he should only be concerned with escaping Voldemort's clutches or warning his friends that they still had a spy among them. But try as he might, he also couldn't erase the guilt he felt that he wouldn't be able to make things right with Snape before he died. It was little wonder that his restless sleep that night was plagued with nightmares. Harry blinked his eyes open and tried to remember where he was, why he felt so cold, but before he could, a pair of rough hands grabbed him by the arms and hoisted him to his feet. He tried to walk of his own accord, but his legs weren't cooperating, and so he half-walked and was half-dragged down a long hallway and into a large stone room. He recognized this room from before. He felt sick as it all the capture, the torture came rushing back. The arms let go of him and he fell to the ground. No, he wouldn't be seen as weak if he could help it. It took effort, but he strained his arms to push himself upright, then slowly stood on shaking legs. He locked his knees, hoping against hope that he could keep himself upright. He was proud when he did. Voldemort sat before him on his makeshift throne. Several Death Eaters, about half as had been there for Harry's welcoming torture session, stood on either side of their lord. A smile crossed Voldemort's face as he watched Harry struggle, and he waited in silence while the men who had brought Harry from his cell fell in line beside their fellows. "I trust you slept well," he finally said in a falsely pleasant voice. "The accommodations were to your liking." Harry didn't respond, not even to the laughter of the masked men around them. He wasn't sure what to do in this situation, but he wasn't going to rise to the bait. Voldemort studied him, then stood and stepped down from his platform. He circled Harry slowly, and Harry stood still. He hated having his back to Voldemort for any length of time, but it was all he could do to remain standing. He was feeling stronger now that he was fully awake, but any movement bore the risk of falling flat on his face. "I thought that perhaps we could have a chat," Voldemort said, as if Harry were an honored guest invited here for tea and crumpets. Harry stayed silent, and Voldemort stopped in front of him. "You see, we share a friend in common. As much as your presence thrills me to no end, I long to see him as well." Harry shuddered at the dangerous undertones of his words. "Perhaps, with dear Severus here to share in my hospitality, I might be inclined to take it easier on you." Harry snorted. He almost couldn't help it. Voldemort's promises were so ridiculous. As if Harry would actually believe that Voldemort wouldn't still harm Harry if Snape were here. Anyway, even if Heck could lead Voldemort to Snape, Harry would never betray his professor like that. Still, a twinge of fear ran through his body at the knowledge that Remus was still under Voldemort's control, and Snape wouldn't stay away from Needers forever. Voldemort's face was pinched as he grasped Harry by the arm, bony fingers digging painfully into his flesh. "Where is Severus Snape?" Harry clenched his lips together. He defiantly met Voldemort's gaze. He realized too late that that was a mistake, for in the next second he felt the wisp of something cold brush up against his mind. He quickly looked away, pulling against the dark wizard's hold on his arm, but Voldemort grabbed him fiercely by the chin and forced his eyes to meet his own. He couldn't even close his eyes, some sort of magic keeping them open so that he had no choice but to stare into that cold, evil gaze. He immediately brought up his wall, just like he'd been taught, and tried to hide any thoughts of Snape behind thoughts of how vile and disgusting Voldemort was. From his bony hands to his slitted eyes to his foul breath, the pathetic, power-hungry excuse for a wizard would never win. He had no chance in this war, not up against Dumbledore and the order and goodness and light and all that was right in this world. Evil like him never won. They died horrible, awful deaths after being brought low, and pain ripped through his scar, and his thoughts were violently scattered like pins from a bowling ball. He felt a rip in his mental wall. He wasn't skilled enough to have fooled Voldemort for a moment. The wizard saw it, knew where he was hiding his thoughts, knew that he only needed to exert force and rip the memories that he needed from Harry's mind. No, Harry pushed back with as much power as he could muster. Villains never won. Heroes did. Heroes defeated villains, not the other way around. Not. He screamed, and he couldn't tell if he had screamed out loud or inside his mind. So much power and ithert. He felt another tear in his wall. Voldemort was gaining ground, ripping down his defenses, and soon he would know everything he'd ever wanted to know. Snape was in his room on Privet Drive, dressed in a ridiculous get-up, looking at him hesitantly, saying, "Gather your things, Potter." Dumbledore and Snape were sitting across the table from each other at Grimmauld Place. What happened in the past does not have to define you, Severus. What you do today, right now, that is what defines you. Snape was yelling, seething with anger. "Damn you, Potter, you were supposed to be arrogant." "No," he roared, pushing back with all of his might, despite how much it hurt to do so. He felt Voldemort pull back but quickly regroup and regain his advantage. In between the attacks, Harry felt a twinge of despair. He wasn't strong enough, not against attacks like this. It was too much too. Snape was stiffly handing him an old, lumpy envelope, then ushering him out of his lab. Harry was opening his eyes, feeling safe in a pair of comforting arms. He wanted to stay there, to be held and protected. He felt a wave of gratitude towards Snape for offering him comfort. He felt. Voldemort faltered. He continued his attack an instant later, increasing in intensity, but the crack in Voldemort's legitimacy was enough for Harry to remember the one thing Voldemort couldn't withstand about Harry's mind: love. Snape was watching him talk to a snake, the grass surrounding them, the sea air. Harry forcefully brought up a different memory. Remus was patting his knee. "You have her intelligence, her kind-hearted compassion for others, her great capacity for forgiveness." Harry blinked away tears, so grateful to Remus for caring about Harry. Not the boy who lived, just Harry. Voldemort faltered again. Harry pushed on. Hermione was helping him, reading to him. He smiled at her, thanked her for helping him. With friends like this on his side, how could he fail? He hugged her to him, grateful beyond words for her love and friendship. He was talking to Ron, telling him he'd be okay. He felt concern and love well up in his heart for his friend. He gasped as a desperate Voldemort dealt him a mental blow, crushing his thoughts so that they seemed to fall apart like fragments in his mind. For a moment, he simply existed, unable to think or to remember what he was supposed to be doing. He'd never felt so torn apart inside, save for when Voldemort had tried to possess him. Voldemort pressed his advantage, breaking through the wall once and for all. Images of Snape flew through his mind, too fast for him to sift through. Snape in his bedroom, Snape with a wand that wasn't his, Snape sneering at him, Snape offering him a potion, Snape teaching him how to. No. He barely managed to slam the door on the thought of what Snape had been teaching him, but Voldemort was prying it open again. Mere seconds, and he would succeed. On instinct, he let go of the mental wall he'd been trying to resurrect. It was in shambles. There was no point. It wouldn't withhold more than one more focused attack. He refocused his energy within, to the deepest part of himself, where he knew the imagined element of air lay hidden and ready to do his bidding. Unused to such an attack, it gave a pathetic wisp of a breeze and lay still. Voldemort was prying. It hurt Hertha. He was there. He pried it open. Snape was teaching him. He charged at the breeze, forcing it to do his bidding. He felt it steadily whirling up in his mind and thrust every bit of power that he could at it, infusing it with the love he felt for Ron, his best friend, his confidant, his brother. He was unprepared for the sudden force, as something powerful, more power than he'd known, he had ripped through him, tearing through his own mind and into Voldemort's, and he heard a scream, but this time he thought the scream had come from Voldemort. And all was still. He was lying on the ground, pain in his elbow telling him that he had landed hard and awkwardly, even though he couldn't remember falling. He looked up and around, too spent to defend himself, but aware enough of his precarious situation to find out if he needed to do so. The Death Eaters were shouting, two of them hovering over their lord, who was flat on his back a short distance away from Harry, but was even now gingerly rising to his feet. Ooh, he was livid and afraid. Harry thought he might smile later, when he had more energy, at the glint of fear that he saw in Voldemort's eyes. Right now, it was simply enough to infuse Harry with a sense of relief. Voldemort had been winning the battle within their minds, but whatever Harry had done, he'd managed to sever the connection and make Voldemort afraid of Harry's mind, too afraid to try again, at least for now. He thought that later he might enjoy the feeling of making Voldemort fear him. It was quite the accomplishment. But for now, he had to deal with the darkness that was coming for him, working its way from the edges of his vision. He reached out an arm, trying to wave it away, but it was no use. The darkness came for him, and he knew no more. Aunt Petunia was cooking. He sniffed the air. It wasn't her finest, but was that beef? Potatoes, maybe. He rolled over, trying to get a little more sleep before Uncle Vernon started pounding on the door to force him out of bed. His forehead hit a solid, cold wall, and he startled awake. Blinking in the near dark, he registered immediately that he was not in his room on Privet Drive. He was alone. There were no sounds other than his own breathing, no smells other than his own sweat and the aroma of food. His stomach gave a pitiful grumble. He slowly sat up, sore, but more exhausted than anything, and looked around until he saw the outline of something on the floor nearby. It was some kind of stew. Thanks to the sliver of light sneaking in through the cracks of the door, and the miracle that he still had his glasses, he could see well enough to tell. He shoveled a spoonful into his mouth, savoring every bite of the cold, bland dish. There wasn't enough, but he was glad that they had decided to feed him at all. He was more careful with the glass of water that sat beside the bowl. He didn't know how long he'd be here or how often they'd give him water, so he took a few swallows and decided to slowly sip the rest. He wondered if Voldemort would try to legitimize him again. If he did, he wouldn't do so without caution and fear, so that was some small amount of comfort. He wondered if Voldemort had found anything in Harry's mind that would help him to find Snape. He hoped not. But the dark wizard had seen that they'd spent an awful lot of time together, also that Harry felt a certain amount of closeness to his professor. That could be dangerous information in Voldemort's hands. He'd also seen them interacting outside Nido's house. Could he figure out where it was located from that one partial memory? But how hidden was it anyway, now that Remus was under the Imperious curse and could relay information back to Voldemort? He rubbed his scar tiredly. He didn't even know how the Imperious worked, not really. Remus hadn't seemed that different, except for being so tired and maybe a bit disconnected, so maybe it only had a limited control. Maybe the locations of the safe houses were warded similar to headquarters, and he couldn't divulge secrets, even if Voldemort told him to. On the other hand, now that he knew what to look for, maybe Remus had been acting out of character. From empty eyes to that awful smirk, It was scary to think what Voldemort could do to a victim's mind with his increased powers. It made sense that Voldemort would have done Imperius rather than Polyjuice, though, he reflected. Even an Imperiused Remus could access headquarters and probably other Order secrets, whereas a Polyjuiced impostor could not. He blinked back a sudden rush of tears at the thought of Remus being under the control of an evil wizard. He didn't deserve that. Nobody deserved that, but definitely not Remus. He sighed miserably as he leaned against the wall and waited for his next audience with Voldemort. He supposed he should be thankful that the dark wizard had found a use for him that meant he wanted him alive and relatively unharmed. When Snape had explained to him Voldemort's plan to use him for his blood, he had felt disgust and fear at the prospect. Now it had morphed into a strange sort of comfort. Voldemort might torture him, but wouldn't take it too far, might let his Death Eaters at him, but with conditions, might legitimize him, but wouldn't do so again without fear. Harry was afraid. Very, very afraid. But knowing that Voldemort's own purposes for Harry required restraint gave him a small feeling of power in circumstances where nothing else was within his control. He looked and felt around him for any small bit of comfort they'd left with him. A pillow or a blanket, maybe. His bum and his back were both killing him from spending so much time on the hard floor. There was nothing. He slumped back in defeat. He had a jumper on over his shirt. He supposed he could take that off to use as a pillow, and he shivered as if to illustrate his point. It was cold in here. He should start thinking of a plan of attack, he decided. He didn't have a hope of escaping, not all on his own, not yet anyway. But he could think of ways to be prepared should an opportunity arise. At the very least, he could think of ways to be the most irritating prisoner Voldemort and his Death Eaters had ever encountered. Voldemort hated that he didn't cower before him. He hated Harry's defiance, his bravery. So Harry would be extra defiant. He didn't feel brave right now, but he could pretend to be brave. Bravado would have to do. And thanks to Snape, he knew an excellent way to get under the skin of each and every Death Eater. Almost literally. By the time he was done, they'd rue the day they got that dark mark on their arms. Harry would get sick and tired of saying Voldemort's name over and over, but it would be worth it. He didn't have his wand, he hadn't studied wandless magic, and he had far more practice taking punches than giving them. He didn't have a single worthwhile defense other than his mind. But he did have one other thing going for him. He was a teenager. So he was going to be the most irritating teenager that Voldemort had ever had the misfortune to capture. And if he was lucky, they'd get distracted in their irritation and leave open some avenue of escape. If only he felt more lucky. Harry awoke with a start. He raised an arm to shield his eyes from a light. He tried to remember where he was, why he felt so cold. He blinked slowly, getting used to the brightness. It took him several seconds to realize that he wasn't alone, and several more to register that his visitor was Lucius Malfoy. The elder Malfoy was sitting on a stool in the corner of his cell, arms crossed as he leaned back, watching him with a bored expression. A lantern rested at his feet. Now that Harry was fully awake, the lone light didn't seem quite so bright. It lit up Malfoy's blank features, just enough for Harry to be wary of what the Death Eater had in store for him. He sat up, muscles aching, and leaned his back against the cold wall. He returned the older wizard's stare in silence. He figured that if the man wanted something, it couldn't be good, so he wasn't going to hurry things along. "The great Harry Potter," the blonde-haired man said smoothly. "You thought you could outrun the Dark Lord, did you? And yet, here you are." Harry clenched his hands, but didn't respond. There was no need. It was obvious to both of them that he was Voldemort's captive. "Nobody outruns the Dark Lord," Malfoy continued, though he didn't sound as if he were gloating, merely as if he were stating a fact. "Many have tried. None succeed." "Snape has," Harry said defiantly, giving up on being silent. "He escaped your pathetic cult, and I don't see him back here." "He has been on the run for mere weeks, boy," Malfoy said with a shake of his head, as if at Harry's youthful folly. He knows very well what the Dark Lord has in store for him, and he knows that he cannot run forever. Harry shivered. "We have Dumbledore on our side," he said to distract himself from thoughts of Snape's demise at the hand of Voldemort. "Your master is too pathetic to be able to defeat a great wizard like Albus Dumbledore. He fears him, and you know it." Malfoy cocked his head to the side, studying him. To Harry it looked like a vulture preparing to strike. "And your precious Dumbledore, how well did he protect you?" Harry fought the urge to look away. He lifted his chin instead. "He'll find me, and when he does, Voldemort and the rest of your buddies will be the ones running for cover." It was all bluster, of course, but he was gratified to notice the man's flinch when he spoke Voldemort's name. He sat up straighter, feeling a tiny bit more in control of the situation. "And your side, your Order of the Phoenix," Malfoy said silkily. "How accepting are they of a former Death Eater in their midst? How long before they realize he has served his purpose and is ready to be tried for his so-called crimes? He wasn't always a spy, you know. He once was among the most ardent and celebrated of the Dark Lord's followers." Harry wanted to snap back, to defend Snape, but he paused, considering whether rising to his professor's defense would come back to bite him later. He couldn't see a way for Snape to regain Voldemort's trust, but the man was perhaps the most cunning person Harry knew. If anybody could do so, Snape could. If so, maybe this would be a good time for Harry to express doubt over Snape's alliances, lay the foundation of supposed distrust for Snape to perhaps wheedle his way back in. He almost went that direction, but he looked at Malfoy, truly looked at him, and as much as the man seemed to want to needle Harry, he truly seemed to want to know the answer. Harry's intuition told him to go with the truth, so he did. "Severus Snape is on the right side," he said steadily. "He may have done some awful things, but he chose to change his path. The Order trusts him, and so do I. Your leader is the one who turns on his followers, who punishes those who are loyal to him. Not mine, not Dumbledore." Malfoy leaned back, arms still crossed. My. So dear Severus has managed to ingratiate himself with the boy who lived. I do wonder if you'd be quite so loyal to the dear professor if you knew the long list of things he has done." "I don't care about that." Harry shook his head, though he was nervous that Malfoy might actually start to tell him. Harry didn't want to know, because Hugh wasn't sure he'd be able to overlook the horrible things Snape had had to have done in Voldemort's service. He didn't want to know if Snape had murdered or tortured or worse. He didn't want details. He knew that Snape was on the right side now, and that's all he needed or wanted to know. He reached into his pocket, relieved to find his mum's heart-shaped stone still there. He rubbed his fingers over it and took a deep breath, focusing on it and it alone. After a few moments, he looked back up at Malfoy, who was watching him in silence. "I trust Snape," he repeated quietly. "If you want me to turn on him, you're going to have to try harder." "Oh, believe me, boy," Malfoy murmured. "We will." He grasped the lantern and got to his feet in one smooth motion. "Before the Dark Lord is finished with the plans he has in store for you, I'll wager you will be quite willing to turn over your precious professor. Perhaps you will even request the honor of the first curse or the last," he added forebodingly. "Never," scoffed Harry. He'd already managed to overcome Snape's past treatment of him. Okay, well, somewhat overcome. He'd still harbor some resentment. But he already knew Snape had to have done some pretty awful stuff in Voldemort's service, especially during the First War. Malfoy was insane if he thought Harry was going to turn on Snape just because he heard a few specifics of how Snap you said to be. Although, he held back a shiver as he thought to a phrase he'd overheard weeks ago in a conversation between Snape and Dumbledore. Not for the first time, he wondered what Snape possibly could done to proclaim it as the worst of all sins. Was Harry going to find out? Would he have a choice in the matter? "We shall see," said Malfoy silkily, as he reached for the door of the cell. "What plans does Voldemort have for me?" Harry blurted out. He didn't expect that he'd get any answers out of the slimy aristocratic Death Eater, But he had no idea why Voldemort hadn't already given him the potion, and there was little he could lose by asking. Malfoy studied him for a moment, and to Harry's surprise, answered, "The Dark Lord appreciates ceremony. You will be our guest until the full moon, 3 days hence." And with that, he slipped into the hall and closed and locked the door behind him. Harry squinted at the light as the door was opened and closed, then licked his dry lips as he thought about what that meant. The Dark Lord appreciates ceremony. Well, Harry reflected, he already knew that about Voldemort, didn't he? He shivered at the memory of the ceremony he'd been part of in the graveyard, the first time Harry's blood had been taken against his will. What would happen this time? What kind of ceremony would Voldemort perform? And was there a reason it had to be under the full moon, or did the Dark Wizard just like how it sounded? He shivered again and wrapped his arms around his knees, drawing them up to his chest. Now that he was alone and awake and had no reason to pretend to be brave, he felt deeply, undeniably afraid. There was something about being hurt and defenseless, and not knowing if help would ever come that made him feel like a little kid, like he was small and alone in a great big world that could toss him about and spit him out on a whim. If he dwelt on his situation any longer, he would break down into either tears or a panic attack, so he closed his eyes and did the only thing he could think to do. He occluded. He started by pretending that he was in his cupboard, sparing a couple minutes to think about what Snape would say if he were here. He'd roll his eyes and... No, Snape wouldn't roll his eyes. He'd give Harry's look the one that said that Harry was being irredeemably thick, and then he'd lecture him about choosing a memory tied to childhood abuse and deprivation. And Harry would argue back that it was also a place he felt safe from the world, where the people outside would leave him alone, forget he existed for a while, and that those were some of the best times in his childhood. But that would lead to another uncomfortable exchange about the Dursleys, and... Harry took a deep breath. He couldn't explain why, but thinking of the maddening conversation that would take place with Snape here made him feel more calm. He buried his head in his knees and imagined his cupboard. He imagined the smell of the musty air, the tickle of a spider crawling across his leg, the thumping of the stairs as Dudley ran up and down to irritate Harry, the feel of the dust that fell on his head when that happened. He immersed himself in the imagined space, filling his mind until nothing else existed. No Dark Lords, no Malfoys, no cells or pain curses or fear of what the days ahead held for him. Just him, his cupboard, and the almost calm of a mostly clear mind. Chapter 39. Window to the Soul. He'd lost all concept of time. Between the dark, windowless cell and his bouts of exhausted sleep and unconsciousness, he had no idea how long it had been since his last audience with Voldemort. Had it been days? Hours? All he knew was that it couldn't have been 3 days, as he hadn't been retrieved for whatever full moon ceremony his captors wanted to perform. He had initially thought to keep track of time by his meals, but food was so scarce that he quickly gave up. He was fed just enough to not starve. He felt weak from hunger, and maybe that was Voldemort's plan. Weaken him so that he couldn't put up a fight. But the vile wizard was mistaken. So long as there was breath in Harry's body, he would fight. Unfortunately, he hadn't had much opportunity since he'd been thrown in here. He kept expecting to be marched back to that room of stone and pain where he'd be cursed and tortured, and maybe Voldemort would get over his momentary fear of Harry's mind and try to legitimize him again. But time passed, and it didn't happen. When he found himself feeling disappointed by that, he'd called his own sanity into question. Who in their right mind would actually want to be brought before Voldemort? Well, he did, sort of, in a weird, twisted way. As afraid as he was to be at Voldemort's mercy, this not knowing what was in store for him was nearly as awful. He didn't know what was awaiting him over the coming days. All he knew was that right now he was cold and afraid, and it was dark, and he couldn't escape his nightmares. His friends and the Order definitely knew that he was missing by now, no matter the distractions Cursed Remus had thought up to keep them off the trail. They would be trying to find him, He was certain of that. But without a spy on the inside, Harry didn't have much hope that they would succeed. And then there was the worst part about waiting in his cell. The blood collectors. That's what he'd taken to Collingthos visitors, and they were the other reason he was growing weaker. Voldemort hadn't seen fit to put him under any sort of sleeping potion yet, but he was apparently impatient to start collecting on Harry's blood. Harry had already been cursed to lie still on 3 separate occasions, while Death Eaters had cast a strange-sounding spell to magically take blood from his body. The last time had been less than half an hour ago, and he was still lying motionless on the cold stone floor, feeling woozy from blood loss. They'd given him blood-replenishing potion immediately after the first 2 times they took his blood. But after the 3rd time, one of the Death Eaters had mentioned that it wouldn't be effective if taken again so soon. So here he was, flat on his back, cold and clammy, eyes closed, too tired to move, certain he would either faint or vomit if he tried to so much as twitch. At least he'd had a few opportunities to put Operation Irritating Teenager into action. He'd taken advantage of every opportunity to say Voldemort's name when the blood collectors had come, and he could tell that the pain had affected each of them. It was even more satisfying now that he could see their faces, as after the pomp and circumstance of presenting Voldemort's long-awaited captive was over, the Death Eaters had been coming to Harry's cell without their masks. Ordinarily, Harry wouldn't want to cause anybody pain, but seeing their faces pinch in discomfort was his only solace that he'd found at least one way to fight back. A sound from the corridor broke into his thoughts, and he tensed. They usually left him alone for longer than this after taking his blood. He shuddered in fear. As much as they hated him, they were careful to heed their master's instructions to not do anything that might cause lasting damage. If they took more blood from him right now, it would definitely cause lasting damage. As in, a dead Harry Potter. And as much as Harry hated most of Voldemort's plans, he was pretty partial to the Dark Wizard's order to keep him alive and in one piece. The cell door creaked open, and he raised a shaking hand to shield his eyes from the light streaming in from the corridor. He thought about trying to stand. He didn't want to appear weak, but he knew he'd never manage. He could only muster up the strength to feebly hold up his head and peer past his fingers to the 3 figures outlined in the doorway. As 2 of them stepped in, their features were lit up by a muttered lumos. Both men were nondescript, with dark robes, brown hair, and a few extra pounds. But while the first one was clean-shaven, stocky, and had impressively large eyebrows, the second was taller, sporting a beard and a scowl as he lit up the room with his wand. He didn't know them. Or wait. They looked familiar, like he'd seen them before, but he couldn't place them. But really, what did it matter which Death Eaters were here? It was highly likely these 3 had been among those who cursed him that first day, who enjoyed seeing him writhe in pain. He dropped his head and flopped his arm back to the stone floor, watching them warily through heavy-lidded eyes. The 3rd Death Eater stepped to the doorway and leaned into the door frame. He could make out Lucius Malfoy's features as the man wrinkled his nose in disgust at the smell of the room. Well, Harry couldn't help that, could he? He knew he smelled of sweat and dirt, and even blood where they'd spilled some on his clothing. He couldn't smell like roses if they insisted on denying him a shower. That they gave him one small bucket in the corner for his needs and hadn't emptied it since yesterday, at least. He thought it was yesterday, wasn't his fault. Unibrow Man vanished the contents of the bucket, and the room immediately smelled tolerable. Not that Harry couldn't still use a shower. I don't suppose a freshening charm is too much tea, ask. He slurred with as much nonchalance as he could manage. He'd figured out that the blood collectors were easy to rile up with an act of cool unconcern. He'd barely met them, but they were already so predictable. If Beard Guy's narrowed eyes and clenched jaw were anything to go by, he should be fairly easy to rile up too. Without warning, a pair of firm hands pulled him upright. It took a great effort to keep his head from lolling back. His eyes met Unibrow's impassive gaze, and he gave the man a weak smirk. I know, TH. name of a good hair tweezing spell. Want it? The man ignored him, making it harder for Harry to learn his weakness. No matter. As soon as he could catch his breath, he'd start saying Voldemort's name again. It was a small pleasure, but definitely one to look forward to. He tried to jerk away as Unibrow grasped his chin, but he was too weak to succeed. The Death Eater turned his clammy head to either side, looking him over with something like disgust. How much did those idiots take? He clipped angrily. The Dark Lord won't get anything out of him in this condition. Does it matter? Beardguy sneered as he yanked Harry to his feet. Harry immediately stumbled. The room spun, and he would have toppled over if not for Unibrow catching him under the arms. He was dragged out of the cell before he could protest. Of course it matters not, Malfoy said, walking ahead and leaving the others to the chore of transporting Harry. Crabbe is right. If you think our Lord will be pleased, you are welcome to explain to him why the boy looks like death warmed over. Beardguy, no, not muttered under his breath and reached for one of Harry's arms when it became apparent that his legs weren't working properly. Harry kicked out and caught him in the shin, proving that his legs were doing some things properly. He grinned at the man's yelp. He remembered why the men had looked familiar now. Besides some resemblance to their sons, both wizards had been at the Department of Mysteries with Malfoy a couple months ago. They had been at the fight where he'd lost Sirius. And then there was the fact that all three Death Eaters had sons Harry's age. That they could get their jollies out of torturing a classmate of their own children made his disgust and anger burn all the more brightly toward them. Nart brought back an arm to strike Harry, but Unibrow Crabbe shifted his weight to one arm so that he could catch Nart by the wrist. Remember our orders, he hissed. The Dark Lord needs him alive. Oh, he'll live, I promise, Nart said in a dangerously low voice. Harry considered the benefits of kicking the other two men as well. Crabbe was the only thing holding him upright, though. It would probably hurt Harry more to be dropped than it would hurt the man to be kicked. And Malfoy was unfortunately out of reach, having stopped with a bored expression to observe his two squabbling fellows. Instead, Harry found his voice enough to taunt. So brave, defying Voldemorto hit a defenseless kid. Nart and Malfoy both narrowed their eyes at Harry. He couldn't see Crabbe's face, but he could feel the faintest shudder from the man at Voldemort's name. Where's Voldemort now, huh? He kept going, wishing his voice weren't so scratchy. He took a gasping breath. Who knew something as simple as talking could exhaust him so much? Voldemort too scared to face me in my cell. Nart's eyes were murderous. He stepped closer, but Crabbe interfered again. He'll get what's coming to him, he promised in an icy voice, and Harry tried to suppress a shudder at the dangerous undertones. The Dark Lord will not be pleased if we take his vengeance for ourselves. With an angry huff, Nart turned away, leaving Crabbe to follow and support Harry alone. Harry got the creeps from being so close to the Death Eater. He desperately wanted to kick him away and insist on walking with his own 2 feet. Only, he knew that he couldn't. He was trying to put one foot in front of the other, trying not to lean on the man, but the more he exerted himself, the woozier he felt. He was breathing heavily, his heart pounding, and dark spots were beginning to take over his vision. He stumbled again. The floor looked strangely inviting, really, like he could curl up and take a nap. He reached out a hand to the stone beneath his feet to make that nap a reality. Before he knew what was happening, Crabbe had lifted him so that he was carrying him with one arm under his knees, the other under his shoulders. Harry bucked, trying to be let go. Now this was just humiliating. Do you want to spend your last bit of energy fighting me, or would you rather save your strength for what the Dark Lord has in store for you? The man asked coolly, and Harry stilled. He had a point. Harry didn't like it, not one bit. It was downright mortifying, but he let the man carry him. He didn't have to make it easy on him, though. He had at least one way to fight back without depleting his limited energy stores. Why don't you call him Voldemort? He asked. I always thought Voldemort was an interesting name, has a unique ring to it. Voldemort, he sounded out slowly. Crabbe's arms spasmed repeatedly, and his eyes tightened from the pain. Harry also saw a tick in his lips, as if the man had been about to smirk, and that worried him into silence. What awful thing was Voldemort about to do that had Crabbe pleased at the thought of delivering the irritating teenager in his arms to the evil wizard's mercies? He didn't have long to find out. Voldemort was sitting on his throne, for lack of a better word for the stone seat on the raised platform. Only 3 Death Eaters besides Malfoy, Crabbe, and Nut were there, and even though they wore no masks, Harry didn't recognize 2 of them. The third was Peter Pettigrew. Harry felt what blood he had left rushing to his face at the sight of the man who betrayed his parents and his godfather. Forget about punching Voldemort, at least for now. Harry would settle for one good sock at Pettigrew's eye. "Harry," said Voldemort in a honey-sweet voice, "you look a bit worse for wear." The Death Eaters laughed, and Harry spared a thought for how pathetic it was to live life as a brown-noser to an evil, sadistic lunatic. He almost said as much, but he really was tired. Best find out what Voldemort wanted and save his comebacks for when they'd be most needed. Voldemort motioned for Crabbe to put Harry down. The Death Eater lowered him to sit on the ground when it became clear that Harry's legs were slightly less stable than jello, then stepped away to join the others. Determined to not show more weakness than necessary, Harry crossed his legs and rested his chin on one hand as if bored, knowing that it would annoy them. The black dots that spotted his vision from the small effort slowly receded. He only wished his heart would stop pounding at the smallest movement, while he tried not to shiver from fear or cold. The wizard's eyes narrowed at him. Yep, Voldemort was annoyed. Good. Harry hid his emotions behind a bored expression. "I have decided to offer you one more chance," said Voldemort. "Tell me where to find Severus Snape, and I will ensure that you no longer feel weakness or pain. Refuse, and we shall repeat your welcoming ceremony. My Death Eaters have been practicing," he said with smile. Harry tried not to visibly shudder at the thought of his first night there. His muscles still ached from the pain curses, and Voldemort would surely chime in with worse this time if Harry didn't cooperate. What would happen to his mind after all that? Would it break? Would he be like Neville's parents? As horrible as that sounded, it might be inevitable. Harry couldn't cooperate even if he wanted to. He had no idea where Snape was. Well, almost no idea. He had some guesses. But surely Snape was intelligent enough to not stay at any of those places while Harry was missing and could give him away. "Cooperate and you'll kill me instead of torturing me." No thanks," Harry deadpanned. "I will not kill you," Voldemort said, as if offering him the world. "I will merely allow you to sleep peacefully for a time, secure in the knowledge that no pain shall touch your mind. So you can do whatever you want with my body. Again, no thanks." Voldemort's eyes flashed. "Crucio!" he yelled so suddenly that Harry didn't have time to prepare. His insides were torn apart. Pain ran through his veins and bones like fire, and he barely registered toppling over and writhing on the ground or the scream that came from his lips. It stopped as suddenly as it had begun. Harry panted on the ground, his heart beating so hard and so fast that he wondered if it was possible for a heart to burst from such pressure. He heard footsteps and saw Voldemort's feet stopped before him, but he didn't look up. One curse and he was spent, unable to lift his head from the ground. How was he going to survive an hour or more of this? "Where is he?" "I don't know," he croaked honestly, giving up on bravado. He just wanted to sleep, not with Voldemort's sinister potion, but back in his cell. He'd been an idiot to want to leave its relative safety. Maybe if he convinced Voldemort that he didn't have the information he wanted, he could go back sooner rather than later. Voldemort crouched next to him. "Dumbledore has hidden him with you for some time now. You have talked. He has instructed you. You have no doubt exchanged secrets. You must have an idea where he is." "I don't," he gasped. "I'm just a kid. He doesn't trust me enough to tell me his secrets." "You forget, boy," he hissed. "I have seen inside your mind. I have seen the nature of your interactions, how frequently they've occurred, how you've grown fond of him. Voldemort sneered at that, and Harry almost corrected him. Fondness wasn't quite how he'd characterize it. It was more like they'd mutually managed to move beyond hatred before whatever truce they'd built had been blown to smithereens by his own carelessness. But it seemed a rather insignificant point to squabble over at the moment. He almost did anyway, just to annoy Voldemort, but it would involve a lot of words, and that would require energy. You trust him, Voldemort continued. Pathetically so. I trusted him too, you know, and he betrayed me. He will do the same to you when his self-interest is threatened. Harry felt like denying it, but he kept his lips shut. Voldemort was only trying to bait him, trying to get him to say something that would give him more clues to Snape's whereabouts or his state of mind or anything that could aid in finding him. Harry didn't have to rise to the bait. However, Voldemort said softly, I am prepared to be wrong on that count. Severus may very well be loyal to you, and if that is so, do you think that he will attempt to rescue you, Harry kept his face as neutral as possible. He believed that Snape would try, but he didn't know whether he had a chance of success, and he couldn't think of any good reasons for Voldemort to be contemplating that question. Should we bait a trap, perhaps? Voldemort asked with a gleeful smile, and Harry's pounding heart dropped, a very strange sensation he noted through his dread. No, Severus is too cunning to fall for anything so common, the wizard continued. I expect far more from someone crafty enough to fool me. Harry shuddered, as much due to the venom in those words as from the leftover pain of the Cruciatus curse. He knew from the dangerous flashing of Voldemort's eyes that if Snape were to be captured, his death would not be quick or painless. Voldemort wanted Harry for strategy, but he wanted Snape for revenge. Cruel, sadistic revenge. Voldemort knelt next to Harry and caressed his cheek with long, bony fingers. Harry flinched, but was too exhausted to pull away, even as his scar flared in pain. You have gifted me with your blood, Harry, Voldemort said, his mask of politeness back in place. Do you know what that means? Harry didn't answer, but he felt a jolt of fear. After the first round of blood collectors had left, his panicked mind had wondered why Voldemort wasn't waiting for his special ceremony. Was he so impatient to get his hands on more power that he couldn't wait 3 measly days? It means that I wield more power than you can possibly conceive of possessing, the dark wizard answered his own question. It means that when I look into your soul this time, the little tricks of the mind that you've been taught will mean nothing. After all, how could the simple mind of a mere boy stand a chance against such power? He murmured in mock sympathy as he caressed the other cheek. I did it before, Harry whispered. He probably shouldn't have said that, but in that tense moment, he could only choose between foolish bravado and cowering in fear. And he would turn his own wand on himself before he would cower before this evil, disgusting excuse for a wizard. Voldemort's lip curled, and he dug his fingers painfully into Harry's cheek. Yep, definitely shouldn't have said that. Sallow, he barked, and one of the Death Eaters Harry hadn't recognized shuffled forward with an awkward bow. Hold him while I look into his mind. Voldemort let go of Harry's cheek and rose to his feet. A pair of fleshy arms pulled him up by his elbow, the angle making him gasp in pain. He acted on instinct, kicking out and smirking when he connected with his second shin of the day. Sallow cursed and dropped him, which hurt too. Harry glared at the man but flinched as he saw a leg pulled back, ready to serve him a vicious kick to the side. Crucio, at Voldemort's curse, Sallow dropped and writhed on the ground, involuntarily screaming in pain. You dare take it upon yourself to decide when our prisoner is to be punished, Voldemort screeched. I'd side such things. I apologize, my L-Lord, stuttered the prone Death Eater. He was still convulsing in pain when Voldemort gestured to the other Death Eaters, and a different pair of arms quickly raised him into a kneeling position, one arm holding Harry's behind his back, the other holding him firmly in place with an arm around his chest. Harry tried to twist, but the arms tightened, and he couldn't move his legs from where they were pinned beneath his body. He tried not to panic as a smiling Voldemort knelt in front of him, and he felt his eyes magically forced to stay open. No, he couldn't do this again. He furiously tried to wriggle his way out of the Death Eater's hold, but it was no use. He was in a vice hold. He couldn't break free. And then his mental wall didn't stand a chance. With one push, Voldemort demolished it, scattering Harry's thoughts like dust in the wind. The pain in his scar was unreal, and as much as he tried to remain stoic, he couldn't hold in a loud howl as the pain ripped his mind apart. When the memories came, he had no control over them. Voldemort's power overcame his weak attempts, swatting him aside like a weak and harmless gnat. Snape was lowering his fork, a frown on his face, as he looked across the kitchen table at Harry. Snape was darting a glance up, as Harry's cauldron gave an unexpected hiss. Dumbledore and Snape were staring at him over shards of broken glass on the drawing-room floor. Memory after memory of the past month flowed through Harry's mind, too fast and too strong for him to control. Voldemort was sifting through them with ease, looking for something of use. Dumbledore was sitting in the drawing room, speaking to Harry. The prophecy alludes to a servant of Voldemort. The presence in his mind stopped, tensed, and focused in on that memory, sifting through, digging deeper, and Harry was powerless to stop it. Trelawney's image was drifting out of the pensive. The Dark Lord will rise again. His servant has been bound by two masters. As Voldemort viewed Trelawney's second prophecy in its entirety, Harry had the presence of mind to realize that he was crying. It was too much. The physical pain, the helplessness, the guilt he'd betrayed Dumbledore and Snape. Snape's prophecy had been told to him in confidence, and now Voldemort knew it. How could he have let this happen? He gave another push against Voldemort's mind, trying to summon the wind that he had called on before. It wasn't there. It was walled off somehow, beyond his reach. And Thishard, it all hurt so much. In that moment of physical awareness, he tried to break free again, desperate to be let go. But the arms were painfully tight around his chest, the body behind him unyielding. He convulsed and cried out again, losing track of all physical sensation as Voldemort's rage coursed through him, and the wizard continued his descent into Harry's weaker mind. "They will go to Nida's Point," Snape was saying, stubbornly lifting his chin. "I'm done," Snape was saying as he left Harry's room. "Practice occlumency on your own." Snape was handing him a ring, explaining, "This is charmed," and waiting for him to take it. Voldemort severed the connection so quickly that Harry gasped and would have fallen over if not for the body holding him upright. He blinked, trying to remain alert, but his head was splitting open, and he felt awful and. He leaned his head forward and vomited the small amount of food he still had in his stomach. The arms holding him let go with a curse, and he fell sideways to the ground. Well, he thought, if he died, at least he could die happy in the knowledge that he'd thrown up all over a Death Eater. Not, he realized as he rolled over and squinted up. Even better. The man was disgustedly aiming cleaning charms at his arms and sleeves. Harry managed a shaky grin through his pain. His arm was grasped painfully, which wiped the smile from his face. A kneeling Voldemort yanked Snape's ring from his finger and studied it with a frown. "How does it work?" he demanded. "Dunno," Harry rasped, then changed his answer to "I'll tell you for a glass of W water" at Voldemort's raised wand. To his surprise, Voldemort took his bargain seriously and waved a hand in the air as if to summon a servant, which Harry supposed the Death Eaters were to him. A second later, someone was charming his shirt clean of vomit, pulling him upright, and shoving a conjured glass of water into his shaking hands. It was Malfoy this time, he noted as he gulped greedily from the glass and devolved into a coughing fit when he swallowed too fast. Nott was standing far away from him, shooting disgusted looks his way, while Crabbe stood next to him like a good soldier, seeming indifferent to the goings-on. Sallow, Pettigrew, and the other Death Eater looked on with rapt attention, though none seemed inclined to come closer. He hoped they remembered what had happened the last time Voldemort had legitimized Harry, and he wished to Merlin he could figure out how to do it again. It was no use, though, not while Voldemort was this strong. His coughing under control, he took a few more careful sips of water and then set the glass down with unsteady hands. He pulled away from Malfoy, determined to sit up on his own no matter the effort it took to do so. The Death Eater seemed fine with that, rising to stand with Crabbe and Nut. Harry swayed but managed to sit upright, barely. Voldemort paid him no mind at first, examining the small silver and green ring. He held it up to the light. "Do you know what this is?" he asked conversationally, as if he hadn't viciously violated Harry's mind a minute earlier. Harry wasn't sure what he wanted him to say. It was kind of obvious what it was, a ring with some sort of spell or charm put on it. But it must have been a rhetorical question, for Voldemort continued without requiring a response. "It is an ancestral ring, imbued with an ancient magic. Only the most noble pureblood families own such things. I imagine this ring has been in Severus Snape's family for generations." He looked at Harry, and his lips rose in a vile imitation of a grin. "You are surprised, I see." Harry was, but that was hardly Voldemort's business. "Surprised you noticed anything beyond your own nose, is all," he shrugged. Unfortunately, the shrug threw him off balance, ruining the effect of his nonchalant act. He caught and braced himself with one arm. Voldemort curled his lip but continued, "Ancestral magic is strong magic. To bind such a ring to himself would be simple enough for someone of his capabilities. I imagine it is strong enough to reach him across any distance. So tell me, how does it work? Does it allow you to summon him? To communicate with him?" I don't know. I can easily see inside your mind for myself," Voldemort threatened, and Harry shuddered at the thought of him once more sifting through his thoughts, tearing his mind apart, crushing his already throbbing head until he died from the pressure. It alerts him when I need help," Harry admitted, figuring Voldemort had already deduced that much and there wasn't anything more he could tell him anyway. "Beyond that, I don't know. He didn't tell me, and I haven't used it. It didn't count when the one time he didn't stick around long enough to find out if it had worked right." Voldemort apparently believed him. He looked entirely too pleased as he pocketed the ring, and Harry shuddered at what he could possibly do with it. Would he use Harry to bait a trap for Snape using the ring? If so, Harry would refuse, of course, but Voldemort was plenty strong enough now to force him without much effort. "It is a shame you do not know more about a great many things," Voldemort said calmly. "Neither Severus nor Dumbledore confide in you very much, do they? But then, you are a child. One cannot expect the Order to divulge many useful secrets to a boy not yet old enough to apparate." From his patronizing tone, he was trying to get a rise out of Harry, but Harry couldn't be bothered to be offended at the moment. He was still a kid. He always wanted to know more than he was told, but look at how many times his curiosity, his need to know things, had gotten him into hot water. At this point, he just wanted to go home and be happy that he had people willing to protect him with their secrets. Not that that contentment would last long once he got home, but it was a nice thought. They do divulge some secrets, however, do they not? Certain prophecies and whatnot. He barely had time to register the question when Voldemort again knelt in front of him and grasped his chin. He registered the look in Voldemort's eyes and his inability to close his own, and terror overtook him. He quickly jerked himself from the wizard's grasp. He tried to stand, to run, but he was still too weak, and an instant after he fell to the ground, a different pair of Death Eater arms was lifting him, pinning his arms to his side, and forcing him to kneel in front of their master. He whimpered, and he hated himself for the show of weakness, but he was terrified of Voldemort's power, terrified of the pain he was about to experience all over again. The arms holding him tightened, bracing him against a stranger's chest, and he knew it was pointless to try to escape. He tried to prepare himself, but pain. His scar erupted in pain, and memories flew through his mind so fast that he couldn't make sense of them. Voldemort could, though. He sifted through them with purpose, with a sense of glee even, looking for something in particular, discarding each memory that did not serve his purpose. The flip book of memories finally stopped and stilled. Dumbledore was watching him with sad eyes. I believe the prophecy to be speaking of Severus Snape. The memory fast-forwarded, Voldemort's impatience rushing through Harry like a wave. The headmaster was saying softly, "The side which Professor Snape chooses will have the victory." That he would be the key to unlocking your power, to defeat Voldemort. Lies, he heard outside his mind, and Voldemort's anger coursed through him. But wait, how could he feel Voldemort's emotions? How was that possible? Voldemort was legitimizing him, not the other way around. There was no potion. He shouldn't be able to read Voldemort's emotions or his thoughts, should he? He couldn't when Snape legitimized him, not unless he did it with the aid of the potion. He gave an involuntary scream as Voldemort broke through a barrier deep within his mind, scattered his memories as if specks of sand, reminding him that now probably wasn't the time to puzzle over the theory behind the mental arts. Not that he could once Voldemort continued sifting through memories. He was running through the Department of Mysteries, aiming a curse. Sirius was falling through the veil as he watched helplessly. No, he screamed, but he didn't manage to break away. Voldemort carried on, digging deeper. He was in Dumbledore's office, broken objects scattered around him. Trelawney's ghost-like form rose from the pensive. A feeling of glee rushed through him, stronger than before, and he knew Voldemort had found what he'd been looking for. He tried desperately to pull up memories, to think of love, to summon a mental whirlwind or tornado or anything that would help him, but it was useless. He was helpless, watching as Voldemort finally found the prophecy he longed to hear in its entirety. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Finally, he had waited for this moment for 15 long years. The anticipation made his heart race in excitement. Where had that come from? He hadn't thought that. Those weren't his thoughts. Was he performing legilimency? No, he was being legilimized. He didn't understand. Born to those who have thrice defied him. Desperate to do something, anything, he reached out, following the tendrils of thoughts that weren't his, immersing himself in the emotions he didn't feel, following where it led, giving over to it until he could barely tell the difference between his mind and that of his invader. Born as the 7th month dies. He could follow it no more, but the presence surrounded him. He could feel its joy, feel its anticipation, even knew its thought to reward his Death Eaters with a feast tonight. He summoned all the strength he had left and pushed from inside the presence that enveloped him. The mind that wasn't his own faltered, and Harry felt a sense of confusion and alarm in the energy around him. It stood in stark contrast to his own excitement. He didn't know what he'd done, but he'd done something. He tried again, bracing himself and pushing as if his life depended on it, as it very well did. And the Dark Lord will. His brain was on fire. He was screaming. So was he. No, so was the other he. The mind that was his own but was someone else's. They were joined as one, and he couldn't break away. Neither could. Memories that weren't his own flowed through his mind, too fast to control. A young boy with dark hair was pointing a wand at a cat. Avada. The same boy, older now, was talking to a snake, a very big snake telling it to kill. And so on, and all his broken mind could piece together was that it wasn't him, that he wouldn't do those things, that he wouldn't mindlessly kill, that he'd rather protect. More screams, yells. He felt panic, both inside himself and in the air around him. He didn't know what was happening, just wanted it to stop. It stopped. His head felt light. The invading presence was gone. He slumped back against the Death Eater, whose arms still held him upright, unable to care who was supporting him as long as they did so for a little while longer. He was able to close his eyes, but now that they were closed, he wasn't sure he'd be able to open them again, at least until he began to register the sounds and sensations around him. Panic and confusion fueled the air. He could feel it like an electrical charge. Fear was there too, but that was more like an odor, like a prickling in his nose that he could sense but knew he wouldn't be able to describe if asked. Sounds grew in intensity, forming a cacophony of disjointed exclamations, muttering, shouts. He forced his eyes open, needing to know where Voldemort was now that he was coming to his senses. He hadn't known what to expect. An angry wizard, angry enough to torture Harry anew, or perhaps again fearful of Harry's mind. Even if Harry himself didn't know what had happened, what he saw was so much more surprising. Voldemort had crumpled to the ground. He was surrounded by his Death Eaters, all but the one holding Harry, that is, which by process of elimination he figured out was Crabbe, and he wasn't moving. He was unconscious. Harry laughed. Nart didn't appreciate his humor. He yanked him to his feet and shoved him toward the door. Harry stumbled, still disoriented after the mystery of what had happened, but he remained standing. He didn't fall. He felt stronger. Why was he stronger? He shouldn't be. Like earlier, Crabbe caught him by the arm to steady him, and Harry wondered if the man was one of those fanatic-like followers of Voldemort, following his orders no matter what. Like keeping Harry in one piece, even though he was the bane of their existence. Even though Harry had rendered their master, their insanely powerful master, unconscious. Well, Harry didn't need to make his creepy fanaticism easier. Bolstered by his win, he kicked out, catching the man in the shin like he'd wanted to do earlier. 3 for 3. He grinned as Crabbe yelped and almost lost his grip on Harry's arm. The man readjusted, positioning him so that the angle wasn't ideal for shin kicking. Nart inched forward, but Crabbe waved him away. He is not worth the trouble. See to the Dark Lord. I'll bring him to his cell. Sallow grabbed at Harry to help, and he kicked out at him too, happy when the man warily shied away. He opened his mouth to taunt them with Voldemort's name, but he coughed instead. His throat was parched, as if he hadn't drunk anything for days. Unfortunately, with what had just happened, he doubted anyone was about to offer him more water. He felt a chill despite himself at the pure hatred in Nart's eyes. Before Harry could find out what it was like to be murdered by a Death Eater, Crabbe manhandled him toward the doors of the room, Sallow following closely behind, but not too closely. But Harry was feeling angry and defiant, and he was bolstered by the fact that he could walk now, so he didn't make it easy. He twisted and bumped and stumbled on purpose until the Death Eater gave him a small shake and tightened his hands almost painfully around his arms. "Careful, Potter," Crabbe said in a low voice. "You wouldn't want to harm yourself on the way to the dungeons. Who knows what unusual creaturess may lurk there, ready to pick at the bones of particularly bothersome children." He heard Sallow laugh appreciatively at the frightening tale, and it took several seconds of struggling for the words to sink in. When they did, he had to force himself to not freeze. He allowed himself to be led through the door and down the steps, struggling half-heartedly while his brain zoomed through the implications of those words. Unusual creatures. Crabbe had definitely stressed the words unusual creatures. Those were the words from Dumbledore's coded portkey message to Snape earlier that summer. They were the words Snape had used to explain to Harry how to decipher the code. When Harry had wanted to know more codes, Snape had told him to stop bothering him about it. He'd mockingly said that if needed, Harry would be given a code, no doubt involving numerous nonsensical phrases concerning unusual creatures. It was a coded message. It had to be. Harry had no idea what it meant that Crabbe had said the words, whether he was a spy or whether something else was going on, but he knew one thing. Only Snape would have known that those words would mean something to Harry. No matter how Crabbe fit into this, that meant one important thing. Snape knew where he was, and somehow, someway, he was working to get him back. Harry tried not to show how relieved he felt, how much worry had lifted off his shoulders with that revelation. He fake stumbled almost obediently back to his cell, hoping the entire way that Crabbe would give him another hint, some way of knowing what was going on, some clue about whether a rescue attempt was imminent. If only they didn't have company. Sallow held open the door to the cell, and Crabbe helped Harry to sit against the wall. The man lingered a moment longer than necessary, and Harry sought out his gaze, hoping that he'd give him just one more clue to go on. Anything at all. He felt a feather-light brush against his mind, there and gone within seconds, before the man stood and turned back toward the door. It clanged shut, leaving Harry alone in the darkness. It was enough. Harry knew that mind. He smiled. Crabbe wasn't Crabbe. He was Snape. Chapter 40. Death Eaters are the worst. Snape was here. Snape was here. Snape washer. Harry laughed. For the first time since he'd been captured, he felt like he could breathe. Snape was a master spy. He was intelligent and cunning, and always 5 steps ahead of everyone else in the room. Harry was as good as saved. Unless Voldemort found out. His smile gave way to a horrified frown. What was Snapper thinking, telling Harry who he was? Voldemort would legitimize it right out of him. Perhaps he had managed to kick him out of his head in the end, but Voldemort had found out plenty of information in the meantime. And as soon as he found out this tidbit, he'd capture Snape and torture him and kill. Just as quickly as the weight had lifted off his chest, it settled back in, as if a feather blown away by a breeze, only to land again in the same place, now 10 times as heavy as before. He glared at the door, though it was so dark in his cell that he only knew where the door was by the faint crack of light at its base. Dark wizards and legilimency and secret identities and spycraft realissucked. Like a lot. Well, there was no going back now. He'd merely have to get to work readying his mind. All those beginner tips and tricks Snape had taught him had been worthwhile, but they wouldn't help him against a super-powered Voldemort. He'd have to come up with another plan. He went over the facts, the things that he knew for sure. 1. Harry could feel Voldemort's emotions and hear some of his thoughts while he was being legilimized, which wouldn't have happened if he had been legilimized by any other wizard. Due to their unique connection, most likely. He set that aside for later consideration. 2. He had managed to expel Voldemort from his mind only after giving up on his impulse to fight. Instead, his instincts had urged him to give in, to meld his mind with Voldemort somehow. But what exactly had happened and how, he didn't quite understand. 3. As far as he knew, and when legilimency wasn't involved, their mental connection only went one way. Neither Dumbledore nor Voldemort had ever made any indication that Voldemort could see into Harry's mind from a distance like Harry could see into Voldemort's. So back to item number 1. Was it possible that due to that one-sided connection, Voldemort couldn't legitimize Harry without their connection getting in the way? Being so close mentally when Harry already had a path directly into Voldemort's mind was bound to cause some sort of disruption, right? So maybe all he had to do was look for the mental threads of that disruption and give a good strong tug. He hopped up and started to pace in the small, dark space, and that made him stop short to add another item to the list. 4. He went before Voldemort weak from a combination of pain, curses, and hunger and blood loss. He could barely sit or hold up his head by the end, much less stand. Now, mere minutes after being returned to his cell, he was strong enough to frantically pace it. How had that happened? He experimentally stretched his arms and legs. He still felt sore and tired and hungry. He definitely still had bruises on his body, mainly from the first day. His scar still burned, and his headache had never left. But none of it was quite as bad as before, and he now had energy and strength that had been lacking. It couldn't be mere adrenaline. He'd been too weak, and he felt too much better now. Had he somehow borrowed strength from Voldemort's mind in the same way he'd borrowed his thoughts and feelings? Was such a thing even possible? Well, he wouldn't have thought before that some ritual involving his blood would strengthen Voldemort either, had he, so who's to say what was possible and what wasn't, especially where their connection was concerned. He wished that either Snape or Dumbledore were here to bounce his ideas off of, preferably both. With their joined minds, they would quickly come up with a very excellent theory about what was going on. Until then, he would be ready to try to replicate whatever he'd done. Voldemort may still be able to get past his defenses, but now that Harry knew to look for and follow those threads of Voldemort's mind in his, he would try to get the dark wizard out of his head as quickly as possible. Snape's life depended on it, and by extension, Harry's. He hadn't been back in his cell for more than an hour when footsteps alerted him to company, and his cell door was thrown open. Harry barely had time to register the stream of light and Nart's angry face before he was hauled to his feet by the front of his dirty jumper and slammed against the stone wall. He winced as his head connected with the wall with a sharp crackand, a burst of pain. "What did you do?" Nart yelled so close to Harry's face that spittle landed on his cheek. Harry shook his head to clear it, but knew that was the wrong move as soon as he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Nart shook him. "What did you do?" he demanded again. "I don't know what." "The Dark Lord," Nart yelled. "He has yet to awake. What did you do to him?" "I don't know," Harry cried honestly. Voldemort was still knocked out. Harry probably shouldn't laugh at that image. He really shouldn't laugh. For once, he listened to his own advice, if barely. He thought Nart might have caught the twitch of his lips. He was slammed against the wall again, and he cried out as his head connected with the stone a second time. That's what it meant to see stars, he thought randomly, trying to block out the pain in his head by studying the flashing lights in his vision. "Nart," hissed a voice from the doorway. "I said you could question him, not rough him up." Harry thought he recognized Sallow through his spotty vision. The Death Eater looked over his shoulder down the hallway. "Pettigrew will be back any minute." "Don't tell me you're afraid of that little rat," Nart growled, his eyes never leaving Harry. "Only insofar as he's a rat," shot back Sallow contemptuously. "You know, if he catches us in here without permission, he'll run to the Dark Lord with the tale of our wrongdoing. This brat did something to the Dark Lord, and I will find out what. If you think he'll punish me for getting to the bottom of this, you're—" "You know, he may not see it that way," reasoned Sallow. He nervously stepped into the room and edged closer to where Nart held Harry in a vice grip. "You know how he's been since." He glanced sidelong at Harry, as if wondering how much to say. "You know he's as likely to kill you as reward you these days. So let someone else play the hero, Nart sneered at Harry, and Harry held in a shudder at all that hatred on display, and all directed at him. A man with that depth of loathing in his eyes could do anything in the heat of the moment, fear of a Dark Lord aside. Harry quickly decided that in this particular instance, baiting them would not be the wisest course of action. So he stood silently, not that he had any choice, pinned as he was against the wall, and waited for them to come to a mutual decision about how to proceed. Unfortunately, it didn't take long. An instant later, he was doubled over on the ground from a punch to the stomach. A kick to the ribs swiftly followed. He groaned, curling in on himself, but Nart wasn't in the mood to give him time to wallow in his misery. The Death Eater knelt in front of him and pulled him upright by a painful grip on his hair. Somewhere above them, Sallow sighed in resignation and paced back to the door to keep watch. "What did you do?" Nart seethed. Harry took a bracing breath, knowing there was no easy way out of this confrontation. He couldn't give Nart answers that he himself didn't have. "I don't know," he repeated weakly, and readied himself for the next blow. Instead of punching him again like Harry had expected, Nart grasped Harry's right hand and wrenched two of his fingers as far as they could go without breaking. Harry gasped as tears of pain came to his eyes. He scrambled with his other hand to pull Nart off of him, but it was no use. The man was far bigger and stronger than he was. "I swear I don't know," Harry said in a rush. "It all happened so fast, Ag." He was wrong. They could bend farther without breaking. "Keep it down," Sallow hissed from the doorway. "I can make things so much worse for you, boy," Nart threatened, and with no one the wiser. He let go of Harry's fingers long enough to put one large hand over Harry's throat, holding onto Harry's arm with the other so that he couldn't move without wrenching it. He squeezed. Not enough to block Harry's airflow completely, but enough to leave him gasping for breath. Enough to make the threat clear. He pressed harder. Harry started to panic. He didn't know what to do. This man was obviously unhinged. He didn't think he would kill him, not when Voldemort didn't want him to, but he didn't want to stake his life on it. And he couldn't breathe. Black spots merged with bright lights as the world began to fade away in a haze of terror and fear. "Not!" Sallow hissed, and pulled him off of Harry just in time for another shadow to cross the threshold. Two shadows. Then again, Harry was seeing two knots and two Sallows right then, so he couldn't quite trust his eyes. He collapsed, hacking, coughing, and gasping, trying to catch his breath but also not wanting to breathe. It felt like fire in his throat, and the coughing only served to hurt his head, stomach, and ribs. He rolled onto his side, hugged his knees to his chest, and tried to pretend for the sake of his dignity that his cheeks weren't wet with tears. "The Dark Lord will not be pleased if you've damaged the boy," came a voice from the doorway. Crabbe. It sounded like Crabbe's voice, and Harry sent up a prayer that it was him, and that Snape was still in his guise. He stayed on the ground, afraid to look up for fear of betraying either hope or recognition. "Come off it, Crabbe," said Nott. "You know he's our best chance at figuring out what's going on." "And was he forthcoming?" asked Crabbe in a neutral voice. "Or was it Snape?" "Please be Snape," Harry wished again, eyes closed. "No," feet shuffled, and Harry tried hard not to flinch when they stopped next to his curled-up body. Nott's voice was closer when he said, "But give me time, and the boy will sing." His voice was cold and merciless, and Harry gasped when the man kicked out at him, catching in the ankle. He curled up tighter, bringing his arms up to protect his head, just in case. "You've made your point," said Crabbe as if bored, though his voice held an edge of steel. "Go upstairs. Cool off. I'll not have you killing the prisoner 2 minutes into my shift." Harry didn't know what silent communication went on in the room while he protected his head for dear life, but it took not several seconds to huff and stomp his way out of the cell, closely followed by what he presumed to be Sallow's footsteps. "Pettigrew, see them to the hall, won't you? We wouldn't want them to get lost. Wind up back where they started." Crabbe's condescension was heavy enough for Harry to catch as the door shut on the 4 men arguing in the hallway. He couldn't hear them, only the general timbre of men's voices, and he groaned aloud as he started to take stock of his injuries in the darkness. His fingers and joints throbbed, his ribs and stomach ached, and his throat felt like it was on fire. But his head was what bothered him the most. He wished he remembered how to tell if a person had a concussion. Something told him that nausea and blurred vision were on the list. He groaned again and lay still, when moving only caused his body to scream in protest. He could really use some more of that legilimency-induced strength right about now. He flinched when the door abruptly opened and closed, and a mutteredlumarslet, the darkness before his eyes were prepared. He squinted and instinctively brought his arms back up to protect his head. "We don't have much time. Where are you injured?" Crabbe knelt next to him, his blurry face lined with urgency. "Oh, thank Merlin." "Is it you?" he murmured, trying to decide which of the two Crabs in his vision to focus his eyes on. He settled on the one on the left. "Yes," the man answered quickly. "Where are you hurt?" Harry thought for a second. He needed to make sure. He licked his lips in thought. What did Remus give me for my birthday? Crabbe looked about to lose his patience, but he snapped. "A bloody ridiculous pocket watch." Harry smiled in relief. "It is you." "Potter, we don't have much time. The Dark Lord trusts no one these days. Since my defection, he is constantly on guard against traitors in his midst. He has us watching you in pairs so that no one is alone with you. I've bought us mere minutes." Harry nodded, but that hurt both his head and his throat, so he stopped. He tried to focus on Snape's question. Head, ribs, stomach, neck, hand. That order. Snape nodded and set his lit wand aside to pull some vials from his robe. "I don't suppose you brought some Harry headache potion with you?" Harry asked softly, when he realized that talking any louder hurt his throat too much. "Your scar." "Yeah, it hurts like, all the time." Snape helped him to sit up, which hurt, but Harry wasn't going to complain and handed him a familiar-looking clear vial. Harry downed it and instantly felt his head and vision begin to clear. The nausea faded as well. Even the pain in his throat eased up a bit. "Whoa, that's some powerful stuff." Snape didn't acknowledge his awe, focusing in on the next order of business. "Lift your shirt. I need see the damage." Harry obeyed, watching and hissing as Snape carefully poked and prodded his stomach and ribs. It was so strange, this watching Crabbe but knowing it was Snape. Some of the right expressions were there, his frown, his impatient glare, but they looked all wrong on a stranger's face, like he had to learn how to read him all over again. And yet, at the same time, it was like seeing an old familiar friend in a new suit. "Are you sure Crabbe would be quite so protective of a prisoner?" he asked. "I mean, what if they figure out you're not him?" "Are you questioning my spying abilities?" Snape shot him a look. In Crabbe's face, Harry couldn't decide if it meant he was amused or affronted. Maybe both. "No, maybe. You don't think they'll be suspicious of you interfering with not all the time?" "Trust me, Crabbe, and not bicker at the best of times." Snape humored him, but frowned in concentration as he moved closer to put gentle pressure on Harry's ribs. "I chose Crabbe strategically. He is neither as dense as Goyle nor as ruthless as Nott. He holds a position of authority, but is not so close to the Dark Lord as to be constantly in his presence." "Ow!" Harry hissed at a particularly painful prod of Snape's fingers. "Nothing is broken. Bruise balm would be too suspicious if they check your injuries. A potion and salve for pain will have to do." Snape began to spread the salve on Harry's stomach and lower chest, and if he was losing his gentle touch, Harry couldn't blame him. They were in a bit of a time crunch. Come to think of it, who knew when they'd get the chance to talk again? "I'm so sorry," he blurted in a rush. "I didn't think, and I know it's not an excuse, but I'll never do it again, I swear." "I know it doesn't seem like it, but I do respect your privacy, Professor. I just didn't connect the dots in that moment, and I was so curious, and I'm used to people lying or not telling me things, and I didn't think when I got the chance to know what was happening, and—" Harry stopped talking when Snape held out his hand for silence. "We will discuss it when we get out of here," he said, without giving away what he was thinking. "Now is not the time." Harry shook his head, unwilling to wait. What if he went under Voldemort's sleeping potion and never woke up? "I'll never do it again, I mean it. I broke the wall watchers and—" "I know," said Snape. He looked exhausted all of a sudden, and Harry wondered what his last few days had been like. "I saw them, in your room, when we were frantically searching Nida's Point for you." Harry swallowed. He felt bad about that now, too. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare everyone." Snape shot him an exasperated look, mixed with something else. "Guilt. You're sorry for being kidnapped against your will by someone you had every reason to believe you could trust." Harry shrugged, sheepish. When he put it that way, did Remus? He wasn't sure how to ask what he needed to know. "I figured it out, and he's fine." Snape anticipated his next question as he examined Harry's hand and rubbed salve into the joints. "Other than recovering from a snake bite, your mangy friend is right as rain." His eyes opened wide. "Hunter bit him." "Later, we'll talk later, after we get out of here." "Promise?" he asked, bolstered by the fact that Snape didn't seem like he was going to go back to ignoring him. Not right away, anyway. Snape gave him a searching look. "You have my word. Now on to the matter at hand. Your dire circumstances and numerous injuries. Or did you manage to forget you are currently imprisoned in a dank, dark dungeon by the most powerful and evil wizard on the planet?" Harry grinned. It hadn't been more than a few days, but he'd missed Snape's sarcastic humor. But he sobered up as Snape's words penetrated his mind. "Do you think he's more powerful than Dumbledore now?" "Undoubtedly." Snape pulled another vial out of his robe. Harry shivered at the certainty in Snape's voice, Crabbe's voice, technically. How do we stand a chance against him now? He asked in a small voice. We always stand a chance until the moment we stop fighting, answered Snape matter-of-factly as he directed Harry to drink. They both froze at a sound down the corridor. Harry quickly downed the contents of the vial, and Snape gathered the empty vials into his pockets and hurriedly stood up. But I need to talk to you about what happened. With you-know-who, Harry realized in a panic. I don't know what happened or how, and what if he legitimizes me again, and I can't do it again? Snape took a deep breath and quickly looked him over clinically, as if making sure he didn't sport any more obvious injuries. I'll be back if I can manage it. Until then, trust your instincts. You have a natural affinity for the mental arts. He met his eyes, something like awe in his gaze. More so than I'd imagined. Then his neutral, dutiful Crabbe expression was back in place, and he quickly picked up his wand and turned toward the door. I'm scared, Harry admitted to the man's back. He didn't want to be a scared kid, but he needed somebody to know that deep down, that's what he was. Snape paused with his hand on the door. I know, he said over his shoulder, not looking at Harry, but you are no longer alone. He quickly exited the room, and Harry was left in darkness once more. At least this time, his head didn't hurt, and his heart felt lighter. I'm not alone. His circumstances weren't ideal, and they were bound to get worse. But it was really, really nice to know that he didn't have to face this all by himself. He knew the moment Voldemort awoke by the flare of pain in his scar. It felt even more painful after he'd managed to fall into his first headache-free sleep of his ordeal. It had been plagued by nightmares, but the no-headache part had been nice. Voldemort was angry. Harry could feel what Voldemort felt clearly. A lingering effect of what had occurred between them, perhaps, or a natural occurrence due to their connection and Voldemort's heightened emotional state. Whatever it was, he knew that the wizard felt fear along with his anger, and Harry clung to that knowledge like a lifeline. If Voldemort feared his mind, then perhaps he wouldn't legitimize him again. Of course, Voldemort was not one to pass up other perfectly good avenues of entertainment. And so it was that he soon found himself yet again standing, and then writhing on the floor in the center of Voldemort's throne room, surrounded by a circle of 10 or so eager Death Eaters. Voldemort in his rage had told them to have at it, with the usual stipulations in place to keep Harry from dying, and they had happily obliged with various pain and torture curses. He missed being able to annoy them with Voldemort's name, but now that he knew Snape was in their midst, he stopped. He didn't want to hurt him. He was careful not to give the man away. Snape had entrusted him with his identity, even though it may have been wiser of him to keep himself hidden from Harry until he could figure out a way to get him out of there. And for that, Harry was beyond grateful. He forced himself to not look at Crabbe any more than he looked at the rest of them, which meant that he watched them each in turn, even when he was being cursed, because he couldn't not look to Snape occasionally to reassure himself that he was there. By the narrowed eyes of the other Death Eaters, he was pretty sure they thought the constant eye contact was a new game he was playing to get on their nerves. Funny enough, it seemed to be working. He felt some satisfaction in getting under their skin, even when he hadn't been trying to. He was also developing a new level of respect for Snape's spying prowess. If he didn't know better, he would swear up and down that he was the real Crabbe, not that he knew Crabbe, Sr. It's just, Snape acted the part of a sadistic Death Eater so well that Harry caught himself almost forgetting that he was Napier a few times. He knew that he was, though. As convincing as he was in his role, the man had found subtle ways to let Harry know that he was still him. The first time his turn to curse Harry came along, he sent along with it a subtle, silent, numbing spell that made the rest of the Death Eaters' curses tolerable. Harry had had to put his acting skills to the test, not letting them know that he wasn't in as much pain as he should be. Another time, he taunted Harry about how he'd never again have his cushy life filled with sugar plum puddings and the like. Harry had almost smiled at the ridiculous insult that the others were stupid enough to eat up and build upon, but that reminded Harry of Mrs. Weasley's care package. Not to mention that fateful day he and Snape and Dumbledore had talked about whether he had the makings of a seer. Snape was careful. He didn't give Harry many hints, only enough so that he got across that yes, he was still him, not Crabbe. And yes, Harry still was not alone. And that message carried another one to Harry, unspoken but clear. I am here to get you out of here, so hold on until I can find a way. Harry was holding him to it. He didn't know what sort of protections Voldemort had on this place, but he could guess that there were a fair number. Anti-tracking, anti-apparition, anti-whatever else you could block against. And he knew that he was never left unguarded. Even if Snape hadn't told him that he was guarded by at least 2 men at a time, he heard enough shuffling at all hours outside his cell to prove that Voldemort wasn't taking chances on him escaping. Even disguised as a trusted Death Eater, Snape would have plenty of hurdles to overcome to get Harry out of here. Harry also watched Voldemort more closely after Snape's talk of his increased suspicion of traitors in his midst, and he had gathered, while observing Voldemort's interactions with his followers, that he didn't trust any of them. He'd always been a bit of a fickle leader, but he seemed to have gone to an extreme since the last time Harry had been in his presence. Whether or not it was due to Snape's unexpected betrayal, Voldemort seemed more unhinged and suspicious than ever before. Harry knew he wasn't making it up in his mind, because as he watched, he saw fear and uncertainty in the eyes of the Death Eaters more than once. He cried out as a particularly painful bolt shot through his legs like lightning. That curse had hurt, which meant the numbing spell was wearing off. A man laughed, others followed. Now that he could feel the pain, he closed his eyes and tried to block it out. He tried to think about Voldemort, not about what was happening to him. He didn't know if Voldemort's paranoia was good or bad for them. It could be good if Voldemort felt like he was losing control of his support, or if his paranoia caused any on-the-fence supporters to leave him. Or it could be bad because a paranoid Voldemort was more unpredictable, more easily enraged. And the more enraged he became, the more he wanted to hurt someone, anyone. It was also bad for Snape, because it made it basically impossible for one person to get to Harry and get him out of this place without being detected by multiple guards and extensive wards. And yet, Harry was optimistic. He wondered if the pain curses were permanently messing with his brain, because he was lying in the middle of the large stone room, twitching and gasping at the pain any movement caused his overstimulated nerves, while smiling inside his head at the thought that Snape was the best spy in the history of wizardkind, and would find a way. But Al he sure hoped he found a way soon, because Al the numbing spell had definitely faded, and he was about to sob from the pain of it all. He sniffed to hold back the tears forming in his eyes. It was becoming a daily routine, this trying desperately not to cry, either from pain or from despair. But even though they'd all seen him cry over the past days, the last thing he wanted was to be seen as easily broken. He couldn't help screaming while the pain was inflicted, but he could keep himself from sobbing after. Even if they did eventually break him, he was determined to make them hate how long it took. "Oh, poor Eichel, baby Potter," came one of the voices he hated most in the entire world. Bellatrix's face swam in his vision. "Are you going to cry? Cry for your mummy? Oh, that's right. Mummy's dead, isn't she?" She laughed. "No," Shek eckled. "I'm sure she said hello to Sirius for you." He thought he might thank her later, for she had given him anger to focus on instead of tears. If he hadn't been trembling from pain, he certainly would have been from the anger now coursing through his veins. He looked around the circle, needing to ground himself with a glimpse of Snape, but the man was grinning too, pretending to enjoy this. The only hints that he felt differently were the hard glint in his eyes and the white knuckles holding too tightly to his wand. Bellatrix knelt over him. The other Death Eaters just watched, as they had while others had taken their turns taunting Harry. He could at least be grateful that the verbal taunts had given him a reprieve from the curses on his body. He hated all of them, They were sick. How could grown adults enjoy torturing a kid? They were evil to the core. Maybe your little friend will soon join them, she taunted. Rani, was it? That was one of my finer moments, wasn't it? It took him several seconds to register her words, and his eyes swiveled to hers. She was grinning more widely now that she knew she had his full attention, and he knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that she had been the Death Eater who had cursed Ran. White-hot hatred ran through every nerve in his body. He didn't hesitate. One second he was painfully twitching on the ground, and the next he was lunging for her with a throaty yell. He registered her wide eyes and gasp of shock before he took her down, hands around her throat. She scratched at him, and other hands began to pull him away. No. That wasn't going to happen. She'd killed his godfather, and she'd as good as killed his best friend. No way were they taking this away from him. He yelled again as fingers ripped his hands away and lifted him, and a surge of something flowed through him, so basic yet powerful, and he couldn't control it as it ripped outward from him. The hands fell away in a haze of shouts, and he met Bellatrix's frightened eyes, and he was plunged into their depths. Memories flew through his mind, memories that weren't his bad memories, memories he wanted to forget as soon as he saw them. Torture, death, and things he didn't think could be worse than death but were, and instinctively he searched for one particular moment. He knew just somehow that he could find the information that Nida needed to break the curse. He knew just what he was looking for, and he laughed. There it was. Hans succeeded in pulling him from her this time. Whatever mysterious energy had pooled in him was draining away. But he smiled. He knew what curses she'd used on Ran. He knew, and he just needed to get it to Snape, and Ran would be saved. It would all be okay, and... He screamed as Voldemort's Crucio erased all conscious thought from his mind. His body curled up in pain, so much pain. Pain, 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 pain. Crucio again, and he couldn't help it. He started to cry between his screams. Bellatrix was right. He did want his mum. He wanted his mum and his dad and Sirius, and he wanted Snape. Snape would have a potion for this, as he did for everything. He would take the pain away. If Harry really, really needed him to, he would even hold him and make it all better. He would slay the dragons and chase away the nightmares. He wanted Snape so badly that he almost called out for him. He bit his tongue, felt the taste of blood in his mouth. As the third Crucio hit him, and just before he lost consciousness, the thought came to him that Voldemort wanted his body intact, but it would suit his purposes just fine if Harry were to lose his mind.